Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is day 4 of the ongoing peaceful protests, as the left-wing progressive media is calling them. We like to call them riots. These are anti-American, anti-ICE, anti-Trump administration, pro-unfettered immigration, pro-illegal alien riots taking place on the streets of Los Angeles. I'm trying to get my bearings here on my computer. If you folks could do me a favor real quick and post a quick hello in the live chat, let's make sure that we are actually live. Hello, greetings from the great state of Washington. Thank you all very much for tuning in. This is day 4. I had a little bit of hope last night. If you go back and watch yesterday evening's live broadcast, I was thinking to myself, you know, tomorrow's a Monday. It's a Monday. Maybe people are going to have to go back to work. Maybe they're going to have to go back to their job. And maybe the riots are going to simmer down a little bit. Well, guess what? It looks like things are actually even worse. On a Monday afternoon, right now on the West Coast in Los Angeles, it is 1:53 in the afternoon, p.m. It's still daytime hours. It's afternoon. It's not even evening yet. People aren't even really supposed to be off work, but it doesn't matter because none of these people work. None of them have jobs. So here we are again. This is day 4. Maybe if they go again tomorrow, it's going to be day 5. Maybe we'll have 5 days in a row of all of this mayhem. But this is day number 4. Folks, I went live a little bit earlier today. Yesterday, I went live maybe at 4 in the afternoon. Right now, it is 1:53 in the afternoon. So I'm going to be here all day. I'll be here the next 6 hours, I think. So, hey, buckle up. You know, we're going to be covering all of this live as it happens. There will be ups, there will be downs, I'm sure, but we're going to see every single thing that happens, all of the highlights. It feels bad even referring to this stuff as, oh, it's a highlight. No, this entire situation is terrible. And it seems like President Trump is shutting this down. I heard just a couple moments ago that the U.S. Marine Corps, the U.S. Marines have actually been dispatched. I don't know. Let's take a look at that. Let me kind of poke around the internet here with you guys and see what the heck is going on today. And once again, thank you all very much for tuning in. Wow. Thank you. So first off, we see this little bit of breaking news. Just in breaking news, a Marine Corps helicopter was reportedly spotted flying over Los Angeles while violent protests are ongoing. Karen with the $5 super chat. Aloha from Hawaii. Thank you. Aloha. Thank you. I've been to Hawaii one time about 10 years ago. Thank you very much. 500 Marines have, U.S. Marines, 500 of them, count them up, have been officially deployed to Los Angeles. President Trump is restoring law and order, and that is why we voted for him. Let me take a look here. You know, I don't want to play any music on the stream because I'm afraid it's going to get demonetized. So I'm going to mute this here. So I guess this is a U.S. Marine Corps helicopter. Wow. Flying in and out of the buildings in Los Angeles. Oops. And so, yeah, I guess not too long ago, maybe just like a half hour ago, the call was made that the Marines are coming out. We're going to have Marines marching through the streets of Los Angeles. And I think we actually have another report here. Let me take a look. What is this? U.S. Marines have been officially deployed into Los Angeles. You should be on the streets. Listen, I live up in Washington. Listen, hey, sometimes I see people, they say, listen, Matt Morris, you should have drones flying around. You should be out there. You should be doing this. Listen, I'm just a guy. I'm just a pissed off American just like you. I don't have millions of dollars. I'm just one guy. Everything I do, all the videos I make, this is a one-man operation. I do all the research, all the script writing, all the editing, everything by myself, every single thing. So I'm not part of $1 million organization. I don't have any backing. I'm just I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy in my house in Washington that's pissed off about the way the country's going, just like you. And so, you know, I'm doing my best. I do what I can, but I don't have infinite resources. Okay, so I want to take a look at this report. The Marines are coming soon. Take a look at this.
We have breaking news now from the Pentagon. CNN can now report that roughly 500 Marines are being mobilized in response to the protests in Los Angeles.
And this is a significant escalation from President Trump, who had activated National Guard troops over the weekend without Governor Gavin Newsom's consent. In this new move, active duty military members are being deployed as a show of force against U.S. citizens. CNN's Natasha Bertrand is live for us at the Pentagon.
Against U.S. citizens, huh? Really? Am I supposed to believe that all of these people are U.S. citizens? Because I have a feeling that a lot of these people are actually in the country illegally. That is the problem. That is the issue here.
Pentagon, Natasha, what are you learning?
Well, Brianna, this is something that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had previewed over the weekend. He said that if necessary, he would deploy the Marines to Los Angeles to help federal agents with handling the protests there. And it appears now that these Marines, according to our sources, they have been mobilized. These 500 Marines, a full Marine battalion based out of 29 Palms, California, which is just outside San Bernardino, about an hour away from Los Angeles. They have been mobilized and they are gearing up to go and help ICE agents as well as other federal officials deal with these protests in Los Angeles. Importantly, they're going to be bolstering as well the National Guard, guardsmen and women who have been activated in Los Angeles by President Trump.
So real quick, before we continue on here, the National Guard was deployed two nights ago, but they were on the streets starting yesterday morning. Although, for as much as everyone is talking about the National Guard, they haven't really done anything yet. The National Guard, it's not like they are arresting people or detaining people or attacking anybody. What is the National Guard doing so far? Yes, 2,000 of them have been deployed, but what are they doing? All the National Guard are doing so far is guarding federal buildings in downtown LA. So the National Guard, they are guarding federal property, federal buildings, but they're not being weaponized. They're not attacking people. They're not deporting or detaining anybody. They're just kind of standing guard. They're just kind of standing around, frankly, which is, I guess maybe that's the right move right now. But one of the far left narratives going on, starting yesterday, going on into today, is that Donald Trump is weaponizing the military. Donald Trump is using the military against American citizens. Oh my God. He's a fascist. He's a dictator. It's like, well, not really at all. That's actually the exact opposite of what has happened. The National Guard, they're just guarding federal property. They're not really even interacting with the protesters right now. So all of these, to be very clear, all of these officers you see on the streets, this is LAPD. This is LAPD so far. Maybe a little bit of ICE. I'm not sure. I think predominantly just LAPD. Now, we do have the Marines coming in, though, which is what we're talking about now. What are the Marines going to do? Are we going to see Marines marching through the streets here, apprehending, detaining people? Yeah, I doubt it. I don't think so. We got to see, but I really don't think so. If anything, I think the Marines are probably going to help kind of back up the National Guard and just guard federal buildings. That would be my guess, but hey, the day is still young and we're going to find out.
But as you said, it is a significant escalation of the president's use of the military as a show of force against these protesters. It's really not clear, the last time Marines were deployed to help essentially with riot control, though it's unclear at this point just what their actual tasking will be. Typically, if they are deployed to these situations, it is expected that they will operate in much the same way that the National Guard does, doing things like perimeter security, maybe some crowd control. But the rules of engagement here, we are told, are still being finalized, and Defense Department lawyers are also looking at the kinds of rules of engagement these Marines will have as they encounter protesters possibly on the streets of Los Angeles. But again, this coming at a very, very tense moment with the governor of California suing the Trump administration over, of course, the deployment of the National Guard by President Trump against his
lawfare, lawfare, lawfare. They love their lawfare. Now, real quick, while all of this is playing here, I want to take a look at the super chats. We have a bunch of super chats. First off, I see from Chris, thank you for all the hard work. Thank you for tuning in, really. Listen, a lot of people forget this. A lot of content creators, streamers, people making videos, they forget this. Without the viewers, without you guys, the viewers tuning in, streamers and YouTubers, we've got nothing. We are, so I am nothing without you guys. So sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for tuning in. The support really for the last 7 months, but especially the last couple days has been through the roof. So thank you very much. We have another super chat here from Tilly. Love the channel. Thank you. Everything you do. Thank you. Once again, same message back at you. Thank you very much. There's another one here from Poppy Cakes. Thank you. The Marines are inbound. That is true. I think today is going to be maybe the craziest day yet. This is day 4, and I think this thing is only escalating. And I wish it wasn't the case, but it does seem to be the case. This is from Jake. The National Guard and Marines should sit and defend federal property till LA begs for help. Otherwise, let it burn. And we saw yesterday the police chief, the LAPD police chief, he's pretty much woke. He's a lib. He's exactly what you would expect from the Los Angeles police chief. This guy is not a conservative. I don't know. So it seems to me like the LAPD is super, they are effectively being told top down that they can't really do anything. And that's why this entire situation is so out of control. And okay, I think we are caught up on the super chats. So we have 2 live feeds here over there and down there on the bottom left of what is going down on the streets right now. So right as I was going live about 10 or 15 minutes ago, I saw Hakeem Jeffries, who is the House Minority Leader of the Democratic Party, one of the senior ranking Democrats, politically speaking, in the entire country at the moment. Hakeem Jeffries, about 15 minutes ago, went up and gave a speech talking about the situation. Of course, we all hate Hakeem Jeffries, but it's a part of the equation here, and I want to hear what he has to say. So everybody, take a seat, get ready to be annoyed. I'm sure he's going to just gaslight and lie and distort the information, but we need to watch this. We're going to see what he has to say. Let's let it play.
Peacefully.
Hakeem.
In Los Angeles County and beyond. But the right to peacefully assemble, to express themselves to the government in order to bring about change in this country is a fundamental American principle, and we will continue to stand behind it. I'm thankful for the leadership of Governor Newsom.
I already have to pause. I'm already annoyed. It is not a fundamental American principle for radically progressive state governments, Governor Newsom, Mayor Karen Bass. We're going to talk a lot about her. Give me 5 minutes. We're going to go in on Mayor Karen Bass, Mayor of LA City, because we have a lot. There's some bombshell information that has come out about her. We do not like her. Anyway, it is not a fundamental American principle to allow radical progressive state governments to effectively foment an insurrection to become seditionists, to allow an illegal alien invading force into the country to aid and abet illegal alien invaders. None of these are fundamental. In fact, by the way, it's stuff like this. You look back, okay, how did the Civil War start? You had states that were refusing to recognize federal legislation, federal authority, and boom, before you know it, you had a civil war. Kind of like maybe history, they say history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. History rhymes. It's kind of similar situations. And so what do we have now? We have a bunch of radically progressive state governments led by California, but it's not California alone. It's Oregon and Washington and others all across the country that are refusing to adhere, to abide by federal immigration law. They're saying, you know what? Yeah, Americans, democratically have come together to decide on a bunch of immigration laws, but screw that. But we're not going to enforce those democratically decided federal immigration laws. We're just going to do our own thing. We're going to allow millions of illegal aliens into the country. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So I don't know, dude. Look at how many people there are out here today. It is 2 in the afternoon on a Monday. What are these people doing? Okay, Hakeem, let's go.
And Mayor Bass, in terms of managing a fragile situation that Donald Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans are intentionally trying to inflame. They should be ashamed of themselves. And these people have zero credibility on the other side of the aisle when it comes to issues of law and order. Questions?
according to the Democrats, what is the definition of fascism? Because they use this word, he's an authoritarian, he's a fascist. Okay, Hakeem, or any random Democrat, what is the definition of fascism? Well, fascism is whenever President Trump tries to actually enforce federal law. Fascism, that's whenever President Trump tries to enforce the law. That is the definition of fascism. Oh, okay.
Mr. Leader, good afternoon. Thank you. Do you think that some of the images we're seeing from Los Angeles put Democrats who are in swing districts in a tough spot when they might be asked to defend some of these things, when immigration and fighting back against ICE is not a front and center issue in those districts?
No one is actually
thank you very
defending
much.
Any unlawful behavior. I am defending the right for the American people to peacefully assemble. And we'll continue to.
So, I mean, that's just a lie. That is a bold-faced lie that nobody is defending illegal behavior. We have had Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass come out and explicitly say that Los Angeles, California, the entire state, is a safe haven for people that are here illegally. They have said explicitly on numerous occasions over the last 3 or 4 days now that California is a welcoming place for every single person, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their paperwork, regardless of their immigration crimes, of their immigration status. If they're in the country illegally, it doesn't matter. California welcomes them. That is a crime. What do you mean? You are aiding and abetting criminals. Just like, terminologically, that is what you are doing.
Encourage people to exercise that right peacefully. And if anyone crosses the line, they should be held accountable by the relevant authorities. We will not be lectured by Donald Trump and anyone in the Republican Party about issues of law and order. Not a single one of them. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down, they're going up. Inflation is going up. Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Matt Morris TV News independent fact checkers have determined that everything he just said is a lie.
Lied to the American people. You know what he did do on day one? He pardoned hundreds of violent felons, criminals, who brutally assaulted police officers and attacked the Capitol on January 6th. That's what Donald Trump did on day one. The hostages weren't released on day one like he promised. He lied. The war didn't end in Ukraine on day one. Donald Trump lied.
Oh, boy.
Costs didn't go down in America on day one of Donald Trump's presidency. He lied to you, the American people. You know what he did on day one? He pardoned hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers.
You know what they should do? Donald Trump should give every single pardoned J6 protester a commissioned police badge and say, hey, listen, we're going to fly all of you J6ers out to Los Angeles, clean up the city. We are deputizing every single one of them now. Donald Trump here. All of them are deputized. Send them into Los Angeles. We are cleaning up the city.
That's the insurrection. And so the notion that Donald Trump and his minions, his sycophants, here in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, who are nothing more than a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, are going to lecture America about issues of law and order. Get lost. We're not feeling you at all. You have zero credibility on this issue.
What did you make of President Trump?
I do want to say real quick, listen, no, folks, we are going to hear him out. We're going to play this. I know we don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I know, folks, we need to make ourselves aware. We need to clue ourselves into what these people are saying on the left. We need to know, what are they saying? What is the narrative? What is the dialogue? What is the propaganda spin that they are trying to push? If we just bury our heads in the sand and we don't even hear what they have to say about this, guys, this is one of the biggest historical events in the last several years, at least. This is a big deal. What is happening right now is a big deal. We got to cover every single angle of this. So yeah, listen, I'm with you. I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I think he's a scumbag. Are we still going to hear guys? Hakeem Jeffries is perhaps the senior ranking Democratic politician in the country. If not, he's top 2, top 3, top 4. Okay. He's the House Minority Speaker. He's a big deal. He's an influential guy. We're not just going to not hear what he has. I'm sorry, but we're going to hear what he has to say, and we're going to try to debunk it every single step of the way. That's what we're going to do.
Trump's comment saying that it would be a great thing to see Governor Gavin Newsom arrested.
Donald Trump is clearly trying to distract from the fact that he has a failed administration. A failed administration.
Really?
He promised to lower costs. He promised to deal with inflation in America. Costs aren't going down. Life has become more expensive. The business environment is shaky. Small businesses are being forced to close. Our credit rating has been reduced. The bond market is reacting adversely to Donald Trump's erratic policies. The Trump tariffs are going to result in thousands of dollars of additional expenses per year on everyday Americans. Donald Trump and the Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and then driving us toward a recession. His presidency has been a failure.
I said I was going to, debunk this guy or fact. It's like, guys, quite literally every single thing he is saying is a lie. There's not one truth to be found in any of this. This is nuts. This is alternate reality. He's not even living in our reality. This is crazy.
And now they're trying to jam
every single thing.
Big, ugly bill, this disgusting abomination down the throats of the American people. A bill that's deeply unpopular with the American people, and we're just getting started. And then he's in a big fight with Elon Musk, the most personal of disputes possible. Is it any surprise to anyone that he's trying to distract the country with this erratic and extreme behavior? No. And we're not going to fall for it.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Mr. Lear. On Friday, a district court judge in California granted approval for billions of dollars in retroactive pay to athletes and paved the way for athletes going forward to get paid for their name, image, and likeness. This comes ahead of the House Energy and Commerce Committee hearing this week on this issue. As a sports fan and the top House Democrat, what's your reaction to that ruling, and what role does Congress play going forward in helping shape the landscape now that this ruling has been?
Hey, dude, hey, journalist, listen, bro. The country is on fire. There is an illegal alien invasion. Los Angeles is burning down to the ground. The Marines have been ordered into the city. Why are you asking about, I don't even know. What are you, shut up. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? We are like on the brink of civil war, and you're asking about whether or not, high school athletes are going to be getting paid or what? I don't even know.
Granted.
We look forward to our continued conversations with the NCAA and the relevant college athletes.
Okay, I don't care. I'm skipping that. I'm sorry.
Total embarrassment. And so anything that they put out should be scrutinized through that lens.
Nonetheless, is that something that you would agree with?
I've made my statement on this issue, and we've been very clear that the deportation efforts of any administration should be focused on making communities safe and deporting violent criminals who are undocumented. Thanks.
Yeah.
So Elon Musk.
Here, this is one of their narratives that, okay, the Democrats right now are trying to sound reasonable. They're trying to say, yeah, no, listen, Americans, we believe in deporting violent illegal criminals, but that's not what Trump is doing. Trump is ripping families apart. He's deporting little babies. He's deporting unborn fetuses out of the country, American fetuses. And they're just doing this. They're deporting Girl Scouts and little Mexican Boy Scouts, and they're selling popcorn. They're ripping out I don't know. Okay, so just absolute fear-mongering, right? Just the worst of the worst. Listen, okay, back in reality here, let me break down what's actually happening. We are only 6 months into the Trump administration. We are only deporting the worst of violent illegal aliens. Right now, we haven't even started deporting the less violent, the less criminal ones. We're just getting started, okay? Trump genuinely is only targeting the worst of the worst so far yet. Give it 6 months, give it 12 more months, then we are going to be deporting the less criminal ones, but they don't even know what's coming. Donald Trump is just getting going.
Has gone on
his social media network, and it appears to be endorsing the Trump administration's response, also deleting many of the posts from over the weekend, including the claim that Trump is named in the Epstein files. Do you think that we could be looking at greater influence again from Musk over the Trump administration, something that would warrant congressional scrutiny?
Yeah, it's not clear to me. At the end of the day, our view of the whole sordid affair between Trump and Musk is that we're going to keep the focus on the disgusting abomination that is the GOP tax scam, the largest cut to health care in American history. Republicans are targeting the health care.
The largest healthcare cut in American history. You know what really is involved in the big beautiful bill? This beautiful bill, the big beautiful bill, cuts healthcare, specifically cuts Medicaid for illegal aliens. That's why Hakeem Jeffries hates it. That's why the Democrats hate the big beautiful bill. Specifically, what it does is it necessitates proof of U.S. citizenship in order to receive Medicaid, which means the 13 million illegal aliens that have been soaking up entitlements and Social Security payments and Medicaid payments at your expense, hardworking American taxpayer, they're getting shut off. The big beautiful bill shuts them off. And that is why the far left radical progressives are so freaking out. They're pissed off. They're losing their minds because all of their beloved illegal aliens are getting cut off. That's what they know their entire scheme of replacing Americans with illegal aliens is coming to an end. We're shutting down the border. We are deporting them. We are cutting them off of the entitlement tap that's being paid for by me and you and you and you and you. We're cutting it off. And that's why Hakeem Jeffries is so pissed off right now.
Of the American people, more than 15 million Americans will lose their health care as a result of the GOP tax scam.
15 million Americans, 15 million illegal aliens.
Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. Tens of millions of Americans will pay increased premiums, copays, and deductibles, and people will die. That's a result of the one big ugly bill.
How many people have died as a consequence of allowing 20 million illegal alien criminals into the country? How many American citizens have been killed as a consequence of illegal alien violence? Do we care about that? Hey, Hakeem Jeffries, do you care about that? Do you care about any of that? No, I didn't think so.
Disgusting that this is the Republican agenda. At the same period of time, they want to enact the largest cut to supplemental nutritional assistance in American history. Literally, these extremists are trying to rip food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors in the United States of America. That's a disgusting abomination.
I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud here. You call me a right-wing radical. I don't care about illegal alien children. They have a right to live and be happy and be prosperous in their own country. I am done being gaslit and emotionally manipulated into allowing never-ending waves of millions of illegal aliens coming in the country. Oh, but they're women and they're children and they're what? Listen, then they shouldn't be in the country. Okay? If they are worried about being deported, then they shouldn't be in the country. They need to go, all of them. Every single one of them has got to go. We are past this point now. I don't care how old, I don't care how long they've been here. I don't care any about, if they came in the country illegally, they have to go. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts.
And they're doing all of this to reward their billionaire donors? We never said at any point that we were going to let our foot off the gas pedal as it relates to the so-called Doge effort to destroy the American way of life, to target thousands of veterans who have been fired, to take a chainsaw to Social Security. We disagree with all of that. Our goal is to take a chainsaw to Project 2025.
I love Project 2025. Man, dude, it's awesome. Project 2025 is awesome.
And we're not going to rest until that gets done, no matter who is standing on the side of the Trump administration. Thanks.
Two resolutions condemning the Boulder attack are coming to the floor this week. One of them, from Congressman Gabe Evans, includes language labeling Free Palestine an anti-Semitic slogan and also praising ICE for quote-unquote protecting the homeland. I know that some of your progressive members are very unhappy with some of that language. I'm wondering, A, how you plan to vote on that personally, and B, how you're advising members to vote on it.
It's not simply a subset of members of the House Democratic Caucus who oppose the so-called Evans resolution. Who is this guy? He's not seriously concerned with combating anti-Semitism in America.
This is unrelated.
This is not by all accounts, according to Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass, to make sure that the lawlessness and disorder that the Trump administration is clearly trying to bring about by fanning flames and inciting things.
I gotta say, man, this is one thing that just really bothers me. So all of the chaos, all of the mayhem is because President Trump is trying to deport illegal aliens and actually enforce our democratically agreed upon federal immigration laws that we collectively as a nation agreed to pass through Congress. Now, so they're putting the entire buck, all of the blame on Trump. Is there any blame to be given to the people that have actually facilitated the invasion of this country by 20, 30, 40, 50 million illegal aliens? Are they at fault for this? Are they responsible for causing chaos? No, of course not. Absolutely not. No, it's only President Trump's fault for trying to lock down the border and deport these people. It's the evil fascist President Trump. Okay.
On the ground in California, that state and local officials and these brave, courageous members of law enforcement, thousands of them, who are part of the LAPD, the LA Sheriff's Department, other local law enforcement, and the California Highway Patrol, seem to have the capacity to make sure that the situation is addressed, that peaceful protests are allowed to occur, and that lawbreakers are held accountable. The Trump administration has zero credibility on this issue. Really?
Now, a little bit of a breaking news update. I want to give you guys some background, folks. This is, of course, the mayor of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass. Well, over the last couple days, people have been digging into her history. Where did she come from? Who's Karen Bass? All of this is true. As a reminder, while the riots rage on in Los Angeles, LA Mayor Karen Bass was a Fidel Castro supporter. She was a member of the Venceremos Brigade and made 7 trips to Cuba during the 1970s, when, by the way, it was illegal for Americans to do so. To go to Cuba was illegal. Later, she traveled to Cuba with Obama in 2016. This is her back in the day. Scroll down. Did you know LA Mayor Karen Bass got her start in politics in the Venceremos Brigade, a Marxist front group in the U.S. funded by Cuba? She traveled to Cuba multiple times. The Venceremos Brigade directly spawned domestic terror groups, the Weather Underground and the May 19th organization. And there she is, Communist Coalition for Something Abuse Prevention. Amazing. And there she is, absolutely amazing. Go figure. Who would have guessed? Aobi, by the way, thank you very much. $10 super chat. Imagine leading a gig to pay for protesters. Hey, I got a gig for you to play for folks protesting ICE. So we know various George Soros funded political action groups. Indivisible is one that comes to mind right now. Act Blue as well. Guess how much they're paying these protesters, these rioters, to be out here? Not all of them, but a lot of them. How much do you think you can make rioting and protesting all day? Guess what? $200. The going rate on average, I've looked around. I've actually made a couple videos about this. You might have seen. Excuse me. Around $200 a day is what these people, a lot of them, not all of them, are getting paid to be out here on the streets causing mayhem and chaos. So let's let the record show. Some of these are paid agitators, paid protesters. Not all of them, though. A lot of these people, in fact, I would guess the majority of these people are legitimate far-left radicals. They are sincere in their belief, in their far-left radicalism, And a lot of them, of course, are illegal alien invaders that are here trying to stop their own deportations.
I was here on January 6th. Donald Trump wasn't a leader on January 6th. He didn't send the National Guard.
That right there. Donald Trump didn't send the National Guard on January 6th. So who was in charge? Do you remember when Donald Trump offered, hey, listen, we can do the National Guard? Who was in charge? Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, he because this is Washington, D.C., it's different than a state. Okay, different rules here. Trump said, hey, listen, January 6th is coming up. It's the thing. We can send a National Guard. Nancy Pelosi, do you need the help? Do you want the help, Nancy Pelosi? She said, no, I don't want it. She turned it down. She turned it down. She didn't want it.
To stop the violent mob that was brutally beating police officers in plain view for every single American to see. And this guy, who likely withheld the National Guard, he certainly didn't send them forward.
Okay.
Is lecturing the country about law and order.
Folks, this guy is so full of shit. I hate to say it. I hate to swear this early on into the live broadcast. And you know the funniest thing? You know what rubs me the most in the worst way about this guy? He thinks he's Obama. He thinks he's this type of Obama figure. He tries to have the Obama swag. You're not Obama, buddy. You have no aura. You have no swag. You got nothing. You are a dollar store Obama. You're lame. You suck. Nobody likes you. You're a loser. And you're a liar. Even worse, you're a liar.
And if this wasn't enough of a reason to dismiss his credibility on any of these issues, on his first day in office, Donald Trump pardons hundreds of violent felons, some of whom have gone back to their communities all across America and recommitted crimes against everyday Americans.
Okay, this is kind of funny, though. We have breaking news right below my hand here. Everybody pay attention. Breaking news. There is a bear in a tree in Virginia. As all of this chaos is unfolding in Los Angeles, breaking news alert. There is a bear in a tree across the country in Virginia. You guys need to know about that. This is urgent.
Give me a break.
Okay.
We're not feeling you, particularly as it relates to this issue. Donald Trump and all of these minions who support him, the sycophants, the extremists, have zero credibility on this issue. Republicans have become the party of lawlessness.
Really? Wow.
And disorder.
Really?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, hey, listen, we have Karen Bass speaking up here.
That the federal government would not have deployed the National Guard.
Our favorite communist.
But anyway, I think it's important, period, that peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition. When it results to violence, it will be addressed as though it is violence. People will be arrested and they will be held accountable.
You said Thursday. Did you mean Friday?
No, I meant Thursday, meaning before the raid. The raid happened on Friday.
Yeah,
everything was fine in the city. Just think about that. We weren't having problems with protests. There were no problems with violence. The raids happened on Friday, and in response to especially the arrest of David Huerta, one of the most respected labor leaders that we have in the city, him being injured, going to a hospital.
Still in federal custody.
Yes, he's still in federal custody. If I understand it right, his arraignment is today. But all of that creates fear and tension in our city. And you know, we have to think about the families on Friday, 3 different workplaces where raids took place. Many of those family members have not been in contact with their relatives. They don't know where their relatives are still here. Are they in Southern California?
If you're an illegal immigrant, illegal alien, and you don't want to be separated from your family, then don't enter our country illegally. Problem solved.
Administration, the last Trump administration.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Have you spoken directly to the administration?
I have spoken directly to the administration. I have not spoken to President Trump. I might reach out to him in the next few days.
Have they been responsive to you explaining why this isn't going to work in the city of Los Angeles, and that as we're seeing, the city is going to resist this?
Well, I felt, first of all, that they were accessible, that they were responsive. However, the National Guard came anyway.
But about the National Guard, Trump has promised 2,000 members.
Right.
I heard yesterday there was about 300.
Right.
You're still feeling as though the National Guard, Trump calling the National Guard, that's what's responsible for yesterday? Because
No. I'm saying Friday is what was responsible for yesterday. This was a buildup. You know, our city was peaceful before the raids took place.
People were rioting before Trump called in the National Guard, by the way. She is distorting the timeline here.
Los Angeles and another 100 in the adjacent city of Paramount.
But let's talk about what we saw yesterday,
Right.
and then in the afternoon and then into the evening. Some really ugly scenes, vandalism, violence in our city. Do you blame President Trump for that?
No, well, let me just be clear. I blame the people that were creating the violence. What happened last night was absolutely unacceptable, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you support the rights of immigrants to reside here lawfully, then you don't go around
not illegal alien
vandalizing
immigrants.
the city. And so to me, if that's really what you believe in, you would not be out doing what took place last night.
But I also know that you want to send the message that what we saw in downtown last night is in downtown. It's not a citywide situation. What do you want to say about that?
Well, first of all, it's not even all of downtown. This is isolated to a few
The looting
streets,
is happening
5 to 10
everywhere.
streets. This is not citywide civil unrest like has happened.
There is
in our
citywide
city
looting.
before.
Yes, there
but
is.
If you watch the pictures, especially on national TV, you would think that the entire city has blown up into unrest, and this is just not true.
Republicans, President Trump are using those images to say, we told you so, this is why we need the National Guard, some even threatening the Marines.
Well, the Marines are stationed nearby, and so we already have the military in our midst. But I really think we need to go back and look at norms and look at what policies and laws actually are, because I think the thing that is challenging in this administration
Now she
is
cares
that
about laws.
You don't know where the line is.
Just
So
not
if
federal
you're gonna
immigration
say that
law,
this is
not those
exactly
laws.
Why we need the National Guard, again, I'm going to go back to Thursday. Nothing was happening in this city.
It's hard to predict what happens next. We're hearing possibly 30 days of raids. What are you hearing, and
I hope it's
how does this
100
end? When
days
does
of
this end?
raids.
So let me just call your attention. Imagine what that means to
Dude, really? Hello, we were listening to that.
place.
And
you
we're back.
create
Okay.
this sense of fear and terror in a population that is just completely unnecessary. When the president came in, he talked about arresting violent criminals. He talked about drug dens. He didn't talk about Home Depot. And so really day laborer centers at Home Depot where people are just trying to work and make a living, we're going to raid that?
We start with breaking news. New developments just minutes ago related to the violent ICE protests. Just moments ago, President Donald Trump saying,
Well, I apologize. This is the most schizophrenic channel ever.
arrested. The governor
Just all
and the
over the
White
place.
House have been clashing over how to handle protests in Los Angeles. It started when Tom Homan, the border
Thank you,
czar,
Finkel. Thank
warned
you.
that anyone,
Thank you very
including
much.
public officials, would be arrested if they obstructed federal immigration enforcement. Governor Newsom tweeting, quote, "The President of the United States just called for the arrest of a sitting governor. This is a day I hoped I would never see in America."
Governor Gavin Newsom absolutely should be arrested. He is a seditionist. He is an insurrectionist. He has been aiding and abetting violent illegal alien invaders that have snuck in this country. In fact, they didn't even have to sneak in the country because he allowed them in. And now he's offering them safe haven through his sanctuary state policies. He is a traitor. He should be arrested. I hope he is arrested by the end of the day. Governor Gavin Newsom should be. In fact, I hope he is deported down to Venezuela alongside all of his beloved Tren de Aragua gang members. He should be.
Protests. Well, the White House made the announcement on Saturday. The Trump administration said Democratic leaders in our state are, quote, failing to protect their citizens, end quote. Well, Governor Gavin Newsom disagrees. He released his own statement over the weekend calling.
Slow the damn chat down. What if I just ask everybody politely? Everybody, please do not type faster. Everybody, please do not keep on typing so fast. Do not do that.
We already know that, but the question is, can a president order soldiers to be sent to a certain location, even if the state's governor disagrees? We reached out to legal experts for answers. Take a listen.
What President Trump has done by saying, I'm calling up the National Guard under Title 10, only gives the National Guard the power to act in a supporting role, essentially to help protect other federal agents or federal property.
No one's making protesters push back against police officers trying to make arrests and with lawful orders. No one's making anybody do these things. And so this is about accountability at the end of the day.
It just turns California again into this sort of national, punching bag. They just have all the footage now of California out of control, and the governor's trying to, to write this in a way that ends with some sort of calmness.
California is totally and completely out of control because of the illegal alien invasion. I want to take a look at Stephen Miller, who is one of our favorite Trump admin members. He posted 10 minutes ago, illegal aliens invaded America. The government of California aided and abetted that invasion. True. Violent mobs incited by Californian leaders attacked ICE officers to keep them from removing the invaders. California officials refused to send the police to rescue the ICE officers, hoping the rioters would succeed in shutting down ICE operations. Michael, thank you. I need to do something about Finkel calling to 86. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay. Are we having people that are really misbehaving? Maybe I'm not seeing that. Oh yeah, okay, now I see that. I apologize. Yeah, not cool. I'm going to put you in a timeout for 24 hours or something. Okay. Yeah, hey, everybody behave yourselves, please. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, this is an organized insurrection against the laws and sovereignty of the United States. Is that true? Yes or no? Yes, this is an organized insurrection against the laws of the United States of America. Yes, it is. Very good point, Stephen Miller. Does this look like an insurrection to you? Yes, this does look like an insurrection to me. We have, let me take a look here. The Democrat Party is in open rebellion against the United States of America. By the way, before we play this clip, I'm sure that is something crazy. This is what the Democrats are planning for, 5 days from now? 4 or 5 days from now. This upcoming Saturday, June 14th. This is their plan. The left is planning to, quote, rise up all across the country on June 14th. They call it a, quote, nationwide day of defiance. Randy Weingarten is behind it, this guy says, and here is a map of everywhere this upcoming Saturday that they plan on rioting and protesting. So exactly what's going on in Los Angeles right now, they're planning on doing this across the entire country. In fact, so, I don't want to get myself in trouble here, but I live in a very, very small town. We have 4,000 people, maybe 3,000. It's a very, very small town. We have 10 or 15 people in my town's little tiny town Facebook group talking about going into our little tiny downtown area and having an anti-ICE riot or protest in my little town that only has 4,000 people. So this is going to happen across the country. This is happening doesn't matter how big or how small your town is. I'm already seeing the plans. This is popping up, even in a little town like I live in, okay? This is happening. I see the comment, not in Texas. Well, yes, in Texas. Look at that. This is going to happen everywhere. Just not, what is this, Wyoming or Kansas or something? I don't know. Okay, maybe not there. There's like 2 spots where it's not going to happen, maybe 3, but anyway, this seems to, I don't know. Hey, this Saturday is going to be nuts. I don't know, guys.
All these GEO groups, these immigration detention centers, they want to see them get filled up.
Luis Magaña, an advocate for farm workers, says that although Sacramento has not yet reached the level of ICE raids seen in LA,
I think that's it. It's
there
a
is
lot of
still
reasons.
a
That's a big part of it,
possibility
though.
it could happen here.
Y eso es preocupante.
Yep.
Magaña says, and that's worrisome. Worrisome for the stability of families, worrying about getting to work, and worrying about getting out and socializing with people. And so all of that.
Oh, you know what? I was going to play this video reposted by Stephen Miller. Democrat Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. Pramila Jayapal. You sound like a Star Wars character from an alien planet. I am Pramila Jayapal from Camino. Welcome to my planet. Okay. Leads chants calling for illegal aliens to be freed and to end the ICE raids. Okay, what is she saying?
We are here to say free the immigrants that have been arrested.
The immigrants that have been arrested.
We are here to say end the ICE raids.
End the ICE raids.
We are here to say free the immigrants that have been arrested.
Yeah. You're getting deported also. Guess what? Surprise. You are getting deported also. Congratulations. I love Patrick Buchanan. Patrick Buchanan, you guys know I love President Trump. I might love Pat Buchanan even more than President Trump. I'm a big Pat Buchanan fan. Maybe they're tied. They're my top two. Anyway, so we have a Patrick Buchanan quote here. If one wishes to see America's future, he need only drive through Los Angeles. And did that end up being true? Does that seem like a true quote? Yeah, I think he's onto something there. I think he made a good point. What do we have up here?
Commercial grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you.
Police on horseback seen here as a firework explodes in front of them. The LAPD says multiple officers were injured when two people on motorcycles tried to crash through a police line. ABC's Matt Gutman was there as
Moments ago, there's some projectiles being thrown. Just moments ago, a motorcycle seemed to try to break through the police skirmish line. Now that motorcyclist being hauled in here. Looks like he's being arrested.
Protesters at one point shutting down the 101 freeway. Apparent flashbangs going off as police work to reopen the major roadway. The mayor pleading for calm.
What we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos.
Why am I hearing double audio? I guess that's just the stream, sorry.
All Angelinos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully.
They can prevent interaction between the crowd.
Now, hundreds of National Guard troops were deployed to LA just yesterday.
I'm going to link the map.
This is a call.
I'm going to link this map one more time. If you guys want a link to this, take a look right here. It is in the chat now. Okay.
Active duty Marines that are on standby and ready to come out here at a moment's notice. So we will be monitoring the situation.
We'll go ahead.
Reporting live from Los Angeles, I'm Melissa Dunn, ABC 10 News.
All right, thank you, Melissa, for being with us this morning. And President Trump's order to send in the National Guard isn't only...
We have
a blockade in front of that federal building protecting property. That is the kind of meaning behind them. You can see them zooming in as we did see protesters come face to face.
Okay, I'm going to let this play, folks, and I'm going to try to find some new updates on Twitter. So give me one moment here, okay?
This entire street.
I'm going to take a look around the internet.
And we're also learning from Fox News and Jennifer Griffin that 500 Marines are being deployed to LA to protect federal property and personnel. They will not be used for law enforcement. So we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. And just to set the scene, if you missed anything over a very volatile, very dynamic, fluid situation over the weekend, let's take you right now out to this report from Connor Hansen.
Protests against ICE raids in L.A. turning violent over the weekend. People clashed with police in the streets,
no, I see you.
in some cases throwing rocks, using fireworks, and destroying vehicles. Officers were seen using...
By the way, folks, today I'm seeing a report come in. Just today, it's not even 3 in the afternoon yet on the West Coast, over 12 individual ICE raids have been conducted in Los Angeles today. 12 of them, over 12 of them. That is exactly perfect. That's exactly what we want to see. Do not relent. Do not give in. In fact, this is a good little talking point here. I see some people in the chat, not too many, but some people I see, they say, you know, we should just let him have California. California, it's a lost cause. Los Angeles, it's too late. Just walk away from it. You know, whatever. We're moving on. Guys, we cannot give them an inch. Okay, if we give them a California, then they want an Oregon. And then we say, okay, we'll give them an Oregon, then they want a Washington. Then after you give them a Washington, then they want a Nevada, then they want a New Mexico, then they want an Idaho, then they want a Utah, then they want a Texas. We cannot give them an inch. We cannot capitulate to any of this ever, period. No. We put our foot down, we say no. Law and order, law and order, law and order. We kick them out, we deport them, we shut all of this down. That's what we do.
Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Is this live? Let me take a look.
Glad to do it, of course. Calling out California Governor Gavin Newsom in response, filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for that deployment, calling it against their state's sovereignty. So we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's quickly shift gears, though, here and talk about another major story, an international headline as Israeli forces, they seized a Gaza-bound aid ship and detained Greta Thunberg, the activist, and other activists.
Okay, you are not going to believe what I just saw on Twitter. I just randomly stumbled upon this guy's profile. This guy is Tony Moon. He is the rooftop Korean. Somebody in the chat mentioned rooftop Koreans from the 1992 riots in Los Angeles. This is him. This guy has almost 100,000 followers on Twitter. He is he's the guy. He is the rooftop Korean, American patriot, follower of Jesus, 1992 OG rooftop Korean, 2021 anti-vaxxer / Antifa hunter. Whoa, this guy, he is him. This is him. I'm going to follow that guy. Tony Moon, Roof Korean 7 is his name. Wow. He just randomly popped up there. Okay, what are we saying up here?
Call for it. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Newsom actually sent a letter to Mr. Hegseth requesting that the secretary rescind the unlawful deployment of troops and return them to the governor's command.
I bet, Lori. Yeah. In fact, we know that they are. We
don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard troops. Service members who work hard day and night to protect our state. They're tackling fentanyl at the border. They're tackling wildfires and preparing for the next one. They train and they prepare so they're ready if they're called to war. They work to keep our border secure, prevent fentanyl from infiltrating our neighborhoods, poisoning our people, and killing our communities. They stand ready to move in at a moment's notice to respond to a natural disaster. Activating these troops for protests that local law enforcement had confirmed at the time were under control is deeply unfair and disrespectful of their service and sacrifice. It pulls them away from critical work that needs and requires their immediate attention. If the situation had necessitated support from the National Guard at the time, Governor Newsom would have swiftly deployed them. Something he's already done during his time in office, again, including as recently as this January, a few months ago, when he called service members to help respond to the wildfires in Southern California. National Guard weren't needed in LA yesterday, and sending them in only escalated the situation and contributed to the developments we saw overnight. I was in communication with local law enforcement this weekend, who confirmed that they had what they needed to control the protests in Paramount. If local law enforcement did decide they needed further support, the first rational step would be to call upon other nearby agencies.
Those days are over. Those days are over. What do we have here? This is Nick Shirley. He's another guy on YouTube, good YouTuber. Anti-ICE protesters in LA try to rob me and kick me out of their streets. So he's actually on the ground here. Let's take a look at this.
This guy's a little fucking bitch. No, this guy's a fucking... He's a fucking white nationalist. Fuck this guy. You're a little fucking bitch. Don't touch the camera.
He's a white nationalist, he says. By the way, I think Nick Shirley is a Jewish guy. So it's like listen, these far left radicals, these guys, they don't even know what they are fighting against. They are just complete and total idiots. Really, they just are so stupid.
Fucking bitch, I know. Hey. You're fucking...
Whoa.
I don't do anything. Get the fuck out of here. I know you fucking do. You fucking white nationalist motherfucker. How? I know who the fuck you are, you fucking Republican bitch.
Bro, you don't need to put it. This is one of them. They're gonna get us.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fucking tell it to his fucking face. You fucking little faggot. What did I do?
Okay, disavow that. We don't like that type of language. Okay, I'm going to just probably stop playing this. See, here you go. Here's the progressive left using homophobic slurs during their riots here. There they are. So yeah, gamer word alert. Whoa, that's a lot of people that are gathering up there. Look at all of those people. Let's go back and see what this guy's saying.
It's because peaceful protest is a cornerstone of any healthy democracy.
Peaceful
the ability
protest,
to come together in community, call out injustice, speak truth to power, and demand accountability from those in.
We demand that all of these illegal aliens go home. We demand that every single illegal alien in the country gets the hell out of the country. That's what we demand here. President Trump is chiming in.
Has he committed that would warrant his arrest?
Yep.
And what crime has he committed that would warrant his arrest? What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you had
I think his
suggested earlier.
primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals.
Whoa. Thank you.
We have to do something about it, and we're doing something about it. I want to.
And what crime has he committed?
You hear that, Dan? What is Gavin Newsom's biggest crime? He ran for governor. Dan, thank you very much. He just gifted 50 memberships into the community. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think if you are a member here on the channel, you don't have to watch any YouTube ads. Of course, you could also have YouTube Premium or whatever it's called, but I think a membership removes ads. So that is a big deal. Thank you. Michael P. Raid on LA business, allegedly money laundering and other crimes. Democrats allied with Satan and why Democrats support bald-faced lies like mini genders and all that was calm in LA until Trump deployed the guard. Legal challenges will fail. I would. What are they doing over there? Hold up. Let me come back to this. Something is happening here real quick. But yeah, you're right. You can tell the entire radical left narrative is coming crumbling apart. You know, in fact, like you can kind of almost imagine why. Look at all those people. Wow. Folks, pay attention. The rioters are trying to retake the overpass. This is what they tried to do last night. And then they were perched up on the overpass here for 3, 4, 5 hours, hurling rocks and incendiary devices off of the overpass onto various vehicles, police cruisers that were driving underneath. This was one of their big strategies from yesterday. So we are going to see what is going on here. I'm going to pay close attention to this. but yeah, okay. So what I was saying, in a way, I think what you're seeing with these riots and all of this just insane, like unusually insane rhetoric coming from the left, these are the last whimpers of a slowly dying beast, if that makes sense. I think the Democrats, I think the radical progressives realize they are losing support of Americans. Americans don't want to vote for them anymore. Americans have overwhelmingly rejected the progressive agenda. We don't want it. And the 2024 election was a referendum on that exactly. Americans said, no, we don't want it anymore. You're running the country into the ground. We don't want it. And so I think the Democrats have realized not only do the American voters not want them anymore, but also now that Trump is back in office, he's shut down the border. Nobody's coming across. And also he's deporting all of the illegal aliens that they let into the country, their entire apparatus. Because, you know, their plan was to replace Americans with illegal alien voters from the third world. That is like, and there's other components here also to this, but that really was the big deal. They said, okay, Americans don't want to vote for us. Americans aren't really supporting the radical progressive agenda. Well, we don't need Americans. Screw Americans. We're just going to bring in tens of millions of illegal alien import voters to vote for us and keep us in power. And that's how we're going to do this. Well, that plan has failed. Trump is back in office. Americans rejected it. We're shutting down the border. These people are getting deported. And now, on top of that, the sanctuary cities and the sanctuary states are being shut down as well. Thank God. So I really do think they have realized, the far left radicals have realized their days are numbered. For them, this is an existential crisis. Their entire scheme is coming undone. And we're taking the country back is pretty much the best way to put it. Now, what do we have here? Do we have any audio from this one? Just the chopper noise. So it seems like these protesters here got turned away from the overpass. The police kicked them out, and now they're going somewhere else. Good. You can't let them retake that overpass. I'm gonna see if we can find any other live streams here. Mark Mitchell at Rasmussen Reports. We like them. He posted.
They moved them away, huh? They moved them over to the other side.
He posted just a moment ago. Democrats clearly still somehow think that they can control what the American people think about this. They must think that, but they are wrong. They have lost control of the narrative completely and totally.
You're good.
Okay, I'm gonna double back over to Twitter and see if I can find anything good for us here. Over to X and see what I can find. Now, what is going on? Oh no, look at this. Hold up. Can I play this?
Get down!
That's super loud, sorry.
Get down!
See? Listen, this is attempted murder. As far as I'm concerned, this is attempted murder. You have rioters up on the overpass throwing rocks at police officers.
Get down!
Hit him right in the head with a big chunk of concrete.
Get down!
That's attempted murder on a police officer, 100%. Yeah, this video here we just played, of course, is from yesterday, but still though, man. We heard the LAPD yesterday evening. They said that so far they've only made about 40 arrests.
What street is that at the top?
And that's in total between all of these days. This is day 4 now. They've made about 40 arrests. 40. I would have expected hundreds. What is going on?
Yeah, we're good. Actually, yeah, let's go around.
Dan Holmblad! Wow, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Dan the man. Thank you very much. That's a big deal. Thank you very much.
Copy that.
Guys, listen, hey. We've been doing political coverage here on YouTube now
a large group
for 7 months. In 7 months, 500,000 subscribers, and now we're doing streams over here on YouTube. 10,000 viewers just about. Yesterday, we had 15,000, 16,000. Guys, the support lately, all the super chats, everything, all the viewers, everybody tuning in, I appreciate it. And I wish, you know, it's kind of weird because all of us are really only here right now together sharing this moment because all of us, we are pissed off American patriots and we are sick of the direction in which the Democrats have been running this country. So in a way, it's like, I wish, you know, I wish none of us were here right now. I wish we never even had to know each other. Because the only reason we do know each other, the only reason we are all here right now together is because the Democrats have run this country into the freaking ground. So I wish it wasn't the case in kind of a weird way. You know what I'm saying, though? You get my point? It's like the only reason all of us are here together now, the only reason you watch my videos and all of this is because we are pissed off at the direction in which the Democrats were running this country. So I wish the circumstances were different, but here we are. Nonetheless, here we are. And I appreciate it anyway. But no, it is important, given the damage they've done to the country, we do need to talk about it. We got to keep an eye on it. We got to raise awareness, all of it, you know. I wish the country wasn't bursting at the seams, but it is. And so here we are. So I'm going to scroll through Twitter here for a minute and see if I can find any breaking news. Hey, listen, if anybody's in the Discord server, the community Discord server, if you have any breaking news updates, also any good videos, go ahead and @ me in the Discord server. Okay, Sway, I'm going to take a look at this. I see that. Thank you. We have some highlights of the day of sorts. Okay. Let me pull this up. The jails in California are turnstile until they fix that problem. Yeah, okay, turnstile. Lawlessness will continue. Yeah, I mean, so we said that so far they've arrested an abysmally low 40 people so far. I would have expected hundreds. You're right, though. The people that do get arrested, within 12 hours, 24 hours, less than a week, all of them are back on the streets anyway, so it's like, what is the point? You're arresting them, why? You're not even going to press charges. Now, what do we have here? Down, down, down with Trump, they're saying. No justice, no peace in our streets. Down, down, down with Trump. Okay. Dan. Okay. Okay, Dan. Okay, Dan, we get it. You drive a Lamborghini. We get it. You have a penthouse. We get it. You own a private yacht. We get it. You have a pet tiger. We get it. We get it. No, Dan, thank you. I'm kidding. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. That's huge support. Thank you very much. Also, Michael P. SCOTUS will not let any injunctive relief stand versus Trump on these riots other than Jackson. The other 8 no. Trump will go full throttle and demonstrate the courts having educated themselves to irrelevancy. Great work, Matt. We are hoping for legal win after legal win after legal win. We know right now there's an ongoing case. Gavin Newsom, on behalf of the state of California, is now filing a lawsuit against the Trump admin because he sent in the National Guard. He federalized the California National Guard. Okay. I think that's not going to go in Newsom's favor, I'm going to be honest, because there is historical precedent here. I am the GigaChad, $20. Will you be doing Classic Plus content when it comes out, considering it's pretty much confirmed? Good question. No, I think I'm pretty much just never really making any Classic WoW content or YouTube videos or anything like that. Not these days. There's too much going on. Whoa. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. No National Guard. No National Guard in LA. All we want, what do we want in Los Angeles? Violent, illegal, alien, cartel, gang members. We want, what do we want? Not the National Guard. No, go away, National Guard. We want MS-13 gang members. We want human traffickers. We want fentanyl. We want Tren de Aragua. We want the Latin Kings. We want La Raza. We want total Latin American gangbanger takeover. That's what we want, not the National Guard, though, God forbid. And also, I see a super chat here. Sasha, thank you first off. I enjoy your content, but enjoy it so much more when you're speaking openly and freely. I find your word choice in your videos to be too repetitive and would love to hear those videos sound less scripted and formulaic. You know, I think we can have kind of two types of content. The scripted out videos that I write up, I type them up, always ready to go. So I'm gonna continue doing the daily videos just like we have been, but also now we are also adding in the daily live streams like this. So you get both. So you don't even have to choose anymore. Now you can have it all. But thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. I want to see what this guy is saying over here.
I hope.
What are we doing?
I don't know if the right word is forgiveness. That it was not my intention to be arrested. That I hope that...
Who is David Huerta? Who is he?
I have not put them in harm's way. Do you think you were targeted?
Oh, he's the union leader. Okay. Okay, this is the California or Los Angeles area SEIU union leader. He was arrested the other day. I think it was on Thursday, because a bunch of ICE agents raided a workplace, and then he actually locked all of the ICE agents in a building and refused to let them out. I think he's that guy. And so he ended up getting arrested, and now he's been released. But anyway, he pretty much kidnapped a bunch of ICE agents for a couple hours, so that's pretty much why he was in prison, as far as I understand it. We have a super chat conscript. Someone wake up General Sherman, got a new march. You know what? Hey, this is a historical joke that I'm not going to explain, but maybe if you get it, you get it, and if you don't, you don't. Let me see here. This is one of my favorite presidents in all of American history, and his name is President James K. Polk. President Polk. Maybe things are going that way. Maybe we need to channel the spirit of Polk. President Polk, please, your spirit, channel your spirit into me. President Polk, we love you. Times are getting real tough these days, President Polk. So I don't know. It might be about that time. Okay, now there was a $99 super chat from Lenny Jones, and Lenny Jones says, Matt, when all of this is done, take your kids out for an ice cream cone. You know what? Maybe we will tonight. Yeah, or well, probably not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. That's a great idea. Thank you very much. You know they love ice cream. Thank you, Lenny. I appreciate that a lot. You too. Get an ice cream cone also. Thank you. What are we? Hold up. We have. I'm going to get us back on a live stream here, guys. There are more people out here than ever. I thought we were going to have more people on Friday, Saturday, Sunday afternoon. It is now Monday afternoon, and the crowd, guess what, has gotten even bigger. There are more people here today than on Saturday afternoon. How? Why? Where are they coming from? Honestly, probably out of town. And you know that's how they do it. We probably have George Soros funded political action groups busing people in from all over the country. You got, I'm sure at this point now you've got Antifa people up from Seattle, up from Portland, coming down. You've got people from all over the place coming into Los Angeles, flooding into the city to, you know, I mean, look what they're doing. Fascism must go. Screw President Trump. Yeah. Screw ICE. ICE out. Yeah. And we have Dan Holmblad again. Some of you super chatters, you guys are crazier than the protesters out here on the streets. You guys are crazy. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Lighthouse, thank you. Thank you very much. And we have Embrace Your Purpose. This is a quality show. Thank you. Thank you. Without you guys, there is no show. There's no show at all. So thank all of you. Now, okay, I'm going to, you guys take a look at the live streams here. Keep an eye on those. I'm going to go back to Twitter and I'm going to see if we have any breaking news reports. And we have a breaking news report. Ladies and gentlemen, this actually is breaking news report. Here we go. Boom. U.S. military confirms 700 Marines. This is as of 6 minutes ago. 700 Marines are mobilizing to Los Angeles right this very moment. Oh, boy. U.S. Northcom statement on additional military personnel in the Los Angeles area. Peterson Space Force Base, Colorado. U.S. Northern Command has activated the Marine Infantry Battalion that was placed in an alert status over the weekend. Approximately 700 Marines with 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division will seamlessly integrate with the Title 10 forces under Task Force 51, who are protecting federal personnel and federal property in the greater Los Angeles area. Let's go. Okay, let's go. If you are a Marine, give me a hoorah in the chat. I can't do it myself, but if you are, let's see it. The activation of the Marines is intended to provide Task Force 51 with adequate numbers of forces to provide continuous coverage of the areas in support of the lead federal agency. Task Force 51 is the U.S. Army North's contingent command post, which provides a rapidly deployable capability to partner with civil authorities and DoD entities in response to Homeland Defense. Okay. So Task Force 51 is comprised of approximately 2,100 National Guard soldiers in a Title 10 status and 700 active duty Marines. Ladies and gentlemen, within the next, a couple minutes, hours, who knows, soon, tonight, soon, coming up, we're going to have 700 U.S. Marines on the streets of Los Angeles. Okay. So things are heating up. And here someone said it's going to be a boring day. It's a Monday. It's going to be a boring day. Nothing's going to happen. Okay. Well, we'll see. It seems like some things are happening. Okay. I'm going to try to find some more breaking news. Now, what is going on? By the way, Conscript, I do apologize, Matt, but had to voice some of the frustration, even this dark historic context. It's you know, we're living in frustrating times. There's no doubt about that. We are living in frustrating times. Raging leftist has a complete meltdown over Trump sending in the National Guard to stop the, quote, peaceful protesters. All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we have a leftist meltdown we're going to take a look at.
Innocent fucking citizens are being thrown into a goddamn war zone for the color of their skin! National fucking Guard has been deployed in Los Angeles by Donald Trump to suppress peaceful protests! Peaceful fucking protests! And that's not all! They're planning aggressive ICE enforcement for 30 fucking days in LA! 30 days of terrorizing immigrant communities! Now they want to send the fucking U.S. Marines! Are you fucking kidding me? ICE officials are in Pasadena right now!
Okay, I think... Okay. Okie dokie, I think I've seen enough. All right, that's great. Okay, great. Meds, yeah, somebody is either not taking their meds or taking way too many meds. I don't know which way. I just don't know. I don't know. Anyway, he should probably be deported also. I'm comfortable saying that guy is a national security threat. He probably should be deported alongside all the cartel members. Okay, Curtis. Wow, Curtis, just want to say, hold up, let me take a look. Just wanted to say I only found you about 1.5 months ago. In that time, you've become about the most reliable news source for me on YouTube. You know, I'm not going to say that I'm the best guy ever. I'm the most reliable person ever. I don't know. You know, I try to do my best, but I mean, to your point, there is just a lot of baloney. There's a lot of spin. There's a lot of bull crap. You know, President Trump calls it fake news. It's true. There's just a lot of fake news out there. Not that I'm the best in the world. You know, I've only been doing this now for 6 or 7 months. So, you know, I'm still kind of getting a grip on the situation, but there's just a lot of fake news bullshit. Really, that you're right about that. And so, by the way, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Josh, I've been fighting with disability for 3 years, trying to prove I'm disabled. I have chemo-induced chronic sensory neuropathy. It feels like the government expected me to die and go away instead of helping. Well, you know, if it makes you feel better, a lot of the money that should be going to people like you, genuine disabled American, I'm sure you worked and you pay taxes, you're a part of our society. Money that should be going to you is being given to illegal aliens. That is how messed up, and that's why we have to solve the problem. So thoughts and prayers to you. I hope your situation works itself out, gets better, whatever. But, you know, you are a great example of why we have to solve these issues. Because a lot of entitlements that should be going to you, support, whatever, that should be going to people like you is going to anchor babies, illegal alien gang members, whatever, people that have snuck in our country. It's a big problem. We should be taking care of Americans first, not illegal aliens first. We have to solve this problem. Okay, let me see here. Thank you, by the way. Play to win 1958. Thank you. Thanks for the coverage, John Lee. Thank you, John Lee. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. These Democrat governors and politicians are guilty of dereliction of duty and failing to protect their American citizen constituents. They like to call them sanctuary cities, sanctuary states. In reality, they are only creating a sanctuary for illegal alien gang members. For American citizens, sanctuary cities are pretty much hell on earth. And we all know that is the truth. Thank you, Sandra. I'm gonna. Oh, what are we saying here? What's this?
Whether or not they know, in fact, whether they're documented.
I'm gonna let that play.
And all of this, as we know, has generated what, as of yesterday, were relatively small and mostly peaceful protests, which, by the way, where in the circumstances where they were becoming not peaceful, local law enforcement fully had the capabilities to respond. But instead, again, here is Donald Trump escalating, throwing fuel on the fire, saying that this is, you know, akin to the LA riots of many years ago, taking control of the National Guard, which, again, the governor is sued because there is no precedent, and this also appears to be highly illegal. And now, just a few minutes ago, saying that he's sending Marines from 29 Palms to follow. So this is...
ladies and gentlemen, Marines inbound.
And
the U.S.
again,
Marine Corps is inbound.
What he is doing from what he says he's going to do, and I hope...
Let's go.
One,
shut this down.
Will remain calm, and two, and this is really the most important thing, is that people are not driven to protesting in a way that is violent. One, because
it is violent.
You know, even local law enforcement is tasked to stop that and hold people accountable. But more importantly, that kind of behavior will only play in to what Donald Trump seems to want, which is Americans turning on each other.
Unbelievable.
In just the most, just deeply upsetting.
You are a subversive liar, and if it were up to me, this woman would be sent down to CCOT. If it were up to me, everybody says Trump is this evil, authoritarian. Oh my God! Listen, they are lucky that I'm not president. Okay, that's all I'll say. Not that I'm some crazy fascist, but hey, they think Trump is bad. Okay, they don't even know. They don't even know. Trump, in my opinion, is going easy on these people. Trump is going easy so far. In my opinion, we should be way further along in this process than where we are right now, okay?
Important,
Karen
period,
Bass.
that peaceful protests is a part of our American tradition. When it results to violence, it will be addressed as though it is violence. People will be arrested and they will be held accountable.
You said Thursday. Did you mean
Friday? Okay, great. I see this, by the way, Michael P. Thank you again. I read this. You know what, Michael? It's going to be a couple months. This is something I'm working on very slowly, very low key. My wife said I shouldn't talk about this at all till it's ready, but okay, I like the donation. I like the super chat. I'll say just a little tiny something. Right now, not only are we doing the daily YouTube videos and the live streams now every single day, and we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, now we're on Rumble also. I am in the process of making an actual news article website for those of you that like to read all of your news, to sort of compete in a way against Fox News, Newsmax, Breitbart. So I guess not compete, but imagine a website kind of like that. Because I spend, you know, you might imagine, I spend a lot of time on all of these right-wing websites, Newsmax, Breitbart, Fox News, all of them, even the left-wing ones, because I'm trying to figure out what am I making my videos about? What am I talking about? And a lot of these websites are just kind of annoying. They're just not really that great, frankly. And so I said, you know what? Okay, we're gonna make a great news article publishing website. So in the next couple months, it's very early still, but soon, maybe something is coming up here pretty soon. So Karen Bass, what do you have to say?
To you explaining why this isn't going to work in the city of Los Angeles, and that as we're seeing, the city is going to resist this?
Well, I felt, first of all, that they were accessible, that they were responsive. However, the National Guard came anyway.
But about the National Guard, Trump has promised 2,000 members.
Right.
I heard yesterday there was about 300.
Right.
You're still feeling as though the National Guard, Trump calling the National Guard, that's what's responsible for yesterday? Because
No. I'm saying Friday is what was responsible for yesterday. This was a buildup. You know, our city was peaceful before the raids took place. So you are correct.
Really?
He called for 2,000
Really?
soldiers. There's 200 in the city of Los Angeles and another 100 in the adjacent city of Paramount.
But let's talk about what we saw yesterday,
Right.
and then in the afternoon and then into the evening. Some really ugly scenes, vandalism, violence in our city. Do you blame President Trump for that?
No, well, let me just be clear. I blame the people that were creating the violence. What happened last night was absolutely
arrest them.
unacceptable, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you support the rights of immigrants to reside here lawfully, then you don't go around vandalizing the city.
Not illegal
and so
immigrants.
To me, if that's really what you believe in,
that is
you
the
would
difference.
not be out doing what took place last night.
But I also know that you want to send the message that what we saw in downtown last night is in downtown. It's not a citywide situation. What do you want to say about that?
Well, first of all, it's not even all of downtown. This is isolated to a few streets, 5 or 10 streets. This is not citywide civil unrest like has happened in our city before. But if you watch the pictures, especially on national TV, you would think that the entire city has blown up into unrest, and this is just not true.
Republicans, President Trump, are using those images to say, we told you so, this is why we need the National Guard, some even threatening the Marines.
Well, the Marines are stationed nearby.
The Marines are coming in.
And so we already have the military in our midst. But I really...
Okay, let me take a look at these super chats here. Oh man, I missed a couple here. Arrest and lock up all of the protesters. Check their immigration status. A lot of them are illegal and need to be deported. RC, 100% true. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I said this yesterday, man, like, you know, some of these people, maybe a lot of these people are American citizens. What type of American citizen is marching through the streets trying to defend the invasion of their own country? All of these American citizens, these far left radical, genuine American citizens that are out here, they are useful idiots. They are endorsing and defending their own country getting invaded. We gotta do something about that too. This is a problem. Something has to be done about that. Lenny Jones, $99.99. Those cones are mostly frozen milk, but they're still ice cream. They're mostly peaceful protest and not peaceful at all. Be safe. I really enjoy your show. Lenny Jones, I appreciate that. I really do. You guys are honestly being too nice to me. I'm used to people being much meaner to me. You guys are too nice. You're making me, I'm getting butterflies in my stomach. You guys are just too nice to me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Big time. Thank you. I was going to suggest getting on Tim Pool's show, but I got a feeling his audience may be black-pilled from everything happening. You know, let me come back to that thought here in a minute, real quick. I really want to know how these reporters manage to keep their cool when they know somebody's lying right to their face. I think a lot of the reporters, especially in Los Angeles, they are down with the lies. They agree with the lies. They believe that the country should be invaded by illegal aliens. They believe the country should not have borders. All of this. They are far left radicals, just like in the very same way that Mayor Karen Bass is or Gavin Newsom is.
The big question at the heart of this, can a president order soldiers to be sent to a certain location, even if the state's governor disagrees? ABC 10's Candace Red explains.
President Donald Trump is deploying 2,000 troops with the California National Guard to Los Angeles in response to violent immigration protests. Well, the White House made the announcement on Saturday. The Trump administration said Democratic leaders in our state are, quote, failing to protect their citizens, end quote. Well, Governor Gavin Newsom disagrees. He released his own statement over the weekend calling Trump's decision, quote, inflammatory. Well, Newsom went on to explain that there is no shortage of law enforcement and Trump's decision will, quote, only escalate tensions. This is not the first time.
This has already escalated. This situation is already out of control. Everybody with eyeballs in their head can tell that this is out of control. Now, we have from Michael P. Matt, you said if you were POTUS, you very well could be the next Trump, and like Trump, you have a beautiful and smart immigrant polyglot wife. Well, I do have a great wife, but I don't think I'm ever going to be the next Trump. I hate to say, I don't think I have. You know, in order to be a good president, you have there's something. It's hard to describe what it is. There's a certain X factor. It's hard to even explain what it is, but I just maybe I don't have it. I think I don't have it. I think maybe that's not for me. Also, you know what? Like, I don't think I would ever want to put my children and my wife through all of the drama of trying to run a presidential campaign, because you know the second that happens, the far left radical media, they're trying to destroy your marriage. They're trying to destroy the lives of your children, all of your family members. They go scorched earth, man. I don't know if I could do that. It's a brutal job. Absolutely brutal job.
Governors are speaking out over over troops being sent to Los Angeles. Well, the Democratic Governors Association released this statement. It reads in part, quote, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with a state's governor is ineffective and dangerous.
Oh, shut up. We have this here, Supercut, the corporate media. These murderous riots are actually mostly peaceful. Okay.
The LA
Turn the audio down a little bit.
County police say that they have it under control. Carrying a flag is not illegal, as you know. What did happen in 1992 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real riot.
Video after video has shown that these agents are the ones provoking protesters and also making up, aggression by these protesters that later video shows people were not aggressive.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests, people that are there to protest. The president is sending the National Guard because he doesn't like the scenes. He doesn't like the scenes of people peacefully protesting.
Unrest is isolated. LA is home to millions of
Brian Stelter, man, I thought we got rid of this guy. Why do we have to look at Brian Stelter?
People, most of them are having a normal day here on Sunday.
You know, you've heard reports that there are riots on the streets of Los Angeles. That is not what's happening across the city of Los Angeles.
Governor Newsom's right. There wasn't anything like a riot happening on Friday, Saturday.
We just witnessed a protester thanking a National Guardsman for his service here in California.
LAPD, by most estimates, had this under control last night.
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now. Things in LA are calm. There was a protest that got a little unruly late at night.
There have been no
just a little bit
violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened.
What is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn.
Most of those demonstrations were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns.
Mostly peaceful protesters. So do we know specifically what building here are we in front of? This one down here, bottom left corner of the screen. It's some federal building. Is this the ICE building? I don't think it is. Which building are we outside of right now? I don't know. Okay, I want to show you this video here real quick. Democrats are now openly calling for violence because ICE is deporting criminal illegal aliens. Let's play the clip.
We are labor, and we move the agenda to support working families all over the country. And if somebody gets in our way, shame on them, because we're going to run right over them, aren't we? Shame! It's time to make your voices heard. Shame on us if we don't get out there and fight like hell every single day and make our voices heard. We've got to do that because we are united. We are right, and we're going to stand up and we're going to fight like hell every single day. Are you ready to fight?
Could you imagine if the Democrats loved America and hardworking, tax-paying, native-born American citizens as much as they loved illegal aliens? Could you imagine? Wouldn't that be nice to have two, not just one, but two political parties that actually loved America, that actually loved American citizens, that stood up for the country, for the middle class, for our laws? Man, that would be great. But alas, they hate America, as we all know. Now, Stephen Miller has an update here. What does he say? Stephen Miller says, first off, we have this video. Unlawful assembly declared by LAPD at Alameda and Commercial in DTLA. Crowd being given 10 minutes to disperse. Huge crowd another block away, getting close to the freeway again. That is not good. Uh-huh. Stephen Miller chimes in. He says, in response, LAPD has not been authorized to arrest the insurrectionists. They're just corralling them from one location to another. Okay, so according to Stephen Miller, the LAPD hasn't even been given the authorization or the green light to make any arrests whatsoever. Well, that would explain the current state of events. That helps make sense of things here. And now we're back to outside some federal building. Maybe this is the...
Yeah, Colleen, we're watching a confrontation now. This is about as close as protesters have gotten to the National Guard, at least for today that we have seen. This is right outside the federal building on Los Angeles Street.
Okay.
At the steps of the building, you can see dozens and dozens of protesters, dozens of National Guard now coming nose to nose right there along the entrance as thousands of other, or at least hundreds of others, protest peacefully along the front of the building on Los Angeles. There is a minor confrontation taking place on the side. We'll keep an eye on the situation. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Look at this. Hey, Jeffrey, if you are tuning into the stream, well, hey, I know you are tuning into the stream. Jeffrey, I saw you uploaded a picture. That's cool, man. You have a great setup. I'm up. We're up on the big screen there. Lovely. Great. What a great TV setup you have there, Jeffrey. Good one, Jeffrey. Cool. So this is the National Guard here that the rioters here are squared off against. And that's what that is. Outside of some federal building. I'm taking a look around Twitter here to try to find some breaking news update. Oh, okay. Pete Hegseth is chiming in.
Hey there, go ahead.
Pete Hegseth has to say, as of 6 minutes ago, due to increased threats to federal law enforcement officers and federal buildings, approximately 700 active duty U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to Los Angeles to restore order. We have an obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers, even if Gavin Newsom refuses to do it. Okay, thank God. God bless. There is our Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, chiming in.
front of the federal building along
Send
the
them in.
700 block of Los Angeles Street.
Send them in.
Here along the side of the front entrance, there is a close encounter between the National Guard and protesters who have now made their way up to the top of the steps here along the side entrance, or the side of that front entrance, I should say, waving and screaming at the National Guard. It's definitely tense in that particular.
Here we have another update from Senator Chuck Schumer. Trump is desperate for a diversion from ripping health care from 17 million Americans and his war with Elon Musk. Deploying our own armed troops on Americans is outrageous, unnecessary, and dangerously provocative. Thank you, Chuck Schumer, for the idiotic opinion. Thank you. So according to Chuck Schumer, all of these riots here in Los Angeles are actually explicitly created. They're manufactured by President Trump to distract from Elon Musk and the big, beautiful bill. Honestly, that's a pretty good conspiracy theory. I remember maybe 10 years ago, it was Republicans that always had the good conspiracy theories. Now it's the Democrat. Now the Democrats, the progressives, honestly, they have the best conspiracy theories. In fact, I think conspiracy theories can be fun sometimes. I might have to switch sides because the Democrats, undeniably, they really do. They just have the best conspiracy theories these days. It sucks. They are winning the race. They are winning the conspiracy race, and I'm getting depressed. Okay, Michael P., let me take a look at these super chats here. Michael P. says, governors didn't give permission when Ike and JFK federalized the Guard. Yeah, I know. Also, I want to say in 1992, I swear, fact check me on this, I think George Bush Sr. also didn't get governor. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, wrong back then by modern day satanic Democrat standards. To quote the late Bob Grant, I'm sick out here and getting sicker. I think we all feel the same way. Yeah, very true. And thank you. And thank you. Did I miss this, Lenny Jones? I think I must have. Matt, God bless all of our soldiers and make sure they're safe and not injured by these peaceful protesters. Well, thank God they're peaceful. Luckily, all of them are so peaceful. Look over here. Look right down below. And the police, the LAPD, they are not about to make the mistake that they made last night. Last night, they allowed all of these rioters to sort of perch themselves up on this overpass. And of course, then they were throwing rocks down and incendiary devices. Tonight, though, today, they have that overpass totally locked down. They are not going to let that happen. Smart. Good. Okay. And Lenny, thank you. And Lenny, thank you again and again and again. Now, I think I missed this. It was from Kelly Girl. That's what I missed. Kelly Girl, unhinged lunatics. Absolutely, they are. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Jack Dawes, stay safe, my man. I'm digging the shift into new media. I feel like this is an amazing response to Twitch's nonsense, which is an extremely circumspect thinking response. You read the tea leaves, you smell the breeze, carry on, good sir. Well, I mean, as a little bit of a background, I mean, you remember, are we, everything good? Yeah. I mean, for years, okay, so anybody new that's like, who is this guy? Who is Matt Morris? Where did he come from? So I have been a streamer now on Twitch for 8 years. And, I'll give you my background story. So I was streaming World of Warcraft. I was a video game streamer for 8 years on Twitch up until about 7 months ago. One of the things I would do, I would play video games. People would watch me play games, but I was also pretty much just talking politics the entire time. So I've always been talking politics. The theme of the broadcast was always talking politics, but the visuals, we were playing games. And so it was September of 2024 during election season. Twitch started banning me. I got suspended on Twitch 2 times over the course of 2 months for no reason. They wouldn't tell me why. They said it was something hateful content, but they never actually told me what I did. They never gave me proof or evidence or even explained what I did that was hateful. And so I said, listen, screw this. If I'm going to be getting treated like this on Twitch, I'm going to go do something else. And so I said, listen, we're going to go full time with political coverage. As it would turn out, I've actually gotten the confirmation now A former Twitch employee about a month and a half ago reached out to me. They said, hey, listen, the reason why you were getting suspended on Twitch during election season was because you were, at that point, the largest political commentator on the platform, and it was election season, and they didn't want me talking about conservative politics on Twitch, which is pretty much a far left progressive echo chamber, if you guys know how Twitch is. And so the Twitch moderation team, also far left radical progressives, they were targeting and suspending me because I was covering conservative politics on the platform. And so that's kind of what happened. I said, listen, if this is how it's going to be, screw this. I'm out. We're going all in. We're going full-time politics, and screw them. And so here we are 7 months later, and everything is better than ever. So I appreciate all the support. Captain Patriot says, any pointers on the game life after? Any pointers on the game life? I guess I don't really know what you mean. These days, I'm not really playing any video games. I'm so busy doing what we do here now these days. But Twitch is dying. Yeah, I think Twitch is kind of slowly dying. You're right. You are right about that, sir. I think so.
And right behind the National Guard, you
I'm gonna
have
turn up the audio here.
security police that are again.
And I'm gonna browse Twitter and try to find some breaking news here. Okay.
What happened yesterday, to kind of refresh everybody's memory, is that you had a very tense standoff, very similar to this, on the other side of the building. What we see here is a group 100 strong, and as we can clearly see in this shot today, most of those people are very peacefully protesting and exercising their First Amendment rights. There are agitators in this crowd and some very loud people at the front of the line here. If they taunt those officers, if they so much as toss one object at a National Guardsman or at a Homeland Security official, that's
mostly
when
peaceful
everything
protests.
changes. And what you would expect to see under normal circumstances, what we would normally see, is you would see a physical confrontation where those police would remove the agitator, confront the agitator, take down the agitator with any force that they have if they need to, and allow the group to protest. What happened yesterday, though, is
Look at him. What a standoff. Look at that.
there was a confrontation on the other side of the building. The authorities, the federal authorities in this case, immediately resorted to launching tear gas into the peaceful protest. So instead of dealing with the agitators and the most violent people in the crowd individually, they immediately resorted to force that caused the whole group to revolt. And that was really the beginning of the chaos that led to a night of disaster last night. Hopefully we will not see that today, but we clearly have a large group of protesters, a growing protest at that, as we get into the late afternoon, most of them peaceful for now, but a small group, a small number. All it takes is one bad apple in that crowd to start trouble with law enforcement, and that's where you have a major...
Something is going to break out here. Yes or no? Do you think something here at some point today is going to break out right here? We're watching it live. This is a recipe for disaster. Okay, you just know. I've got a premonition. Something is happening. In fact, we have a video just from 15 minutes ago from this very same spot. Hundreds of anti-ICE protesters have gathered outside the ICE facility in Los Angeles. The crowd is growing rapidly. Let's take a look. Yep. Look at all the graffiti up there on the windows. Just spray painting. Yep. A lot of profanities. I won't even read those off. Look at that. Yep. ICE out. Trump out. F this. F that. F you. F me. F everybody. F America. F the country. Pretty much F everything other than illegal aliens. We don't like anything, but we love illegal aliens. We love MS-13. We love our Tren de Aragua gang members. We love our illegal alien human traffickers. We love our illegal alien fentanyl dealers. That's what we love over here. These people are nuts. Okay, folks, I need a real quick break. I'll be back in 2 minutes, probably less than that, to be honest. So I'm gonna leave this on here for you guys. I will be right back, everybody.
That charges will be filed to the fullest extent of the
One
law.
moment.
And especially so if these are so-called professional agitators, perhaps individuals who are known to law enforcement. Maybe they are individuals who have been involved in prior protests. They are known to them, say the unrest that we saw in 2020. If we locate those individuals, all that's happening still right now, those individuals will be facing even stricter penalties, harsher charges. So certainly they're taking it very seriously from the law enforcement side. And DA Nathan Hochman, again, he was the one who told me that statement that they don't want to make these arrests. They encourage peaceful protest. When you cross that line, then come the charges. And certainly they don't want to see that happening, but they will do their job as all of this unfolds on day 4.
Yeah, and oftentimes it just takes one or two of these agitators to create a problem and a situation that gets out of hand very quickly. But right now, as we're looking live from Air 7, Chris Christie and Air 7 over this crowd, it does appear to be remaining peaceful. Chris?
Exactly, Giovanna. It is very peaceful, has been peaceful all day long, and we can only hope that it stays that way. As you guys just mentioned, though, one aggressive protester gives them the justification to start using force. And while in many situations we typically see law enforcement making every effort not to use force, this week and weekend has been a bit different, where those federal authorities have been way more aggressive than we are ever used to seeing in the past, even as recently as the 2020 disturbances in the wake of the George Floyd murder. It was nothing like that. We did not have federal officials, especially National Guard, in our area until way later, just to keep the peace at that point. They did have the National Guard confronting protesters in live action.
I said this earlier, but somehow on a Monday afternoon, there are more people out here on the streets of Los Angeles than there were Friday, Saturday, Sunday afternoon. There are more people on a Monday afternoon. Where are they coming from? Well, they're probably being bussed in. You think they're being bussed in at this point? I would bet so.
Federal property, and what we are kind of noticing is that as much as they can, it appears that the LAPD has been trying to create a buffer between the protest zone and the federal officials. If they can keep some distance
Am I muted? I don't think I'm muted.
Protesters and federal authorities, that will help alleviate some of the violence that we have seen, because the anger is not placed at the LAPD.
You know what?
This is somewhat unique.
I'm going to try to find a new, better... In fact, does anybody here, maybe somebody in the Discord, have a better live stream? Because this, what's it called? Which one is it? This one over here, we don't need to have that up. So let's try to find a different point of view, a different angle. I am not muted. Turn up the volume. You are muted. You have muted me. I am not muted, okay? It's you. It's all you. Anyway, I'm trying to find a new angle here.
And the protests today
Let me see.
The peaceful protests began at Grand Park.
The peaceful protests today, also, by the way, deplorable Diva Haynes, when you hit my algorithms, I thought you were AI. After doing my research, I browsed around. Now I'm hooked. How do you know I'm not AI? How do you know? I might be AI. I might be some very sophisticated AI created by the Heritage Foundation. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. You never know. I might be totally fake. I'm a computer program. Bob Floyd. No, by the way, thank you very much. And Bob Floyd, this will be a bad disaster as there's too much money, unions, cartels. Oh, hi, sweetie. Can you put that right there? Thank you, dear. Thank you, sweetheart. Unions. That's my lovely wife brought in some coffee. In fact, she look at the mug that she used. We have the Trump mug. Okay, so unions, cartels, politicians, ours, and the Mexican president endorsing this mess. Yeah, I mean, you're right. This is a recipe for disaster. Things are probably only going to get worse. Sir, you are probably right about that.
29 Palms to assist in Los Angeles.
I think so.
Chris, this is unprecedented. Any expectations from you on what that may look like? I know we don't have
AI
all the
wife.
answers,
Yeah, that's my AI wife.
Marines, that is something that we have never seen before, for them to be added into this mix and potentially to raise escalations once again.
I mean, exactly. The question is, what are
I'm going to try to find another
stream
stream here.
What will their responsibilities be? And I learned just this morning that they do not have rules of engagement on domestic territory. There is no precedent for this, as you mentioned. There are rules of force, which is a modest difference between rules of engagement and rules of force, and the difference is beyond my pay grade. But as you mentioned, the National Guard here defending the federal property, they are armed, but those weapons are, we understand, empty. They are not loaded. I imagine and presume it'll be a similar situation with the Marines when they arrive. I think my presumption is this is all a show of force.
Okay, we have the Associated Press here.
We can only hope that that's the case.
Take a look at that one.
Stop the deportation!
Stop the deportation!
El pueblo unido!
Jamás será vencido!
El pueblo unido!
Jamás será vencido!
El pueblo!
So I want to say something real quick in case there is any confusion whatsoever. Why are all of these people waving Mexican flags? Why? What's going on? Why don't they just go back to Mexico if they love Mexico so much? Folks, they are trying to conquer the country. This is not, this is a conquering force. They are invading. They are conquering. They are waving their flags. They are rubbing it in your face, in our faces. This is an invading force. The reason why they are waving foreign flags in American streets while burning down the cities and assaulting federal officers is because they are invading the country. They are trying to take over the country. It starts with land that they think for some incompetent reason belongs to them. They want to take back Arizona, New Mexico, and Southern California. They think it belongs to them. They're trying to go back to like 1848 American-Mexican War, which they lost. They catastrophically lost, by the way. Anyway, they think it belongs to them, and they are invading the country. There's a whole movement of people that think this is their birthright to do so. And that's why they're doing this. It's not that it's very explicit. They are invading. They are a conquering, invading force. That is what's going on here. That is what's going on. National Guard. Yeah, yep. It's a big movement. A lot of them doing this. A tip for the coffee server, Mrs. Matt. Hey, I'll pass it along. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, we have a dumb video here. Maybe I'll show this.
I think it's certainly something that they want. I mean, you know, you have to notice that the ICE raids are not happening at Donald Trump's golf courses, are in deep red parts of the country, right? Like these raids are happening in a lot of blue cities. It's been happening for a while in Chicago and other places, and LA is the place where it has kind of exploded onto the streets here.
Okay, hey, dumbass. I'm sorry. Hey, dumbass. If you are an illegal alien living in America, where are you more likely to live? In Los Angeles, a sanctuary city inside of a sanctuary state where you know you're not going to be apprehended and deported by the local police department because they've been ordered to refuse to work with ICE? Or are you going to go in a state like Florida or, you know, wherever else where they actually care about deporting people and maintaining our federal immigration laws? Yeah, you're going to be in a sanctuary city. That's where all the illegals are. You're most certainly not going to work on freaking President Trump's golf course. If you're an illegal alien, of course not. You got to be the dumbest person alive.
And I just think that, you know, all you have to do is read a social media feed, and you played some of those bleats from earlier. Like, this is a person who seems very excited to be able to send in the troops, right? It is not somebody that is, you know, trying to be measured and wait to see how things play out. And if things really do get out of hand in LA, you know, maybe, you know.
They are out of hand. They have been out of hand. This is day 4. 4 consecutive days of things being out of hand. So really, when you consider how long this has been going on now, over half a week, President Trump, he has been very restrained. He has been very tempered with his response here. There's no doubt about that. Because he's waited until day 4 to send in the Marines.
You know, you have to call in the Guard. Like, that's not what's happening. I mean, they called in the Guard before there were any, before they needed to. And so,
what is the Guard doing? There's this whole narrative that Trump called in the Guard. What has the Guard done? Is the Guard you know, marching through the streets, you know, detaining every single brown person, putting them on buses, sending them out of the country. No, the National Guard, the California State National Guard that President Trump has summoned now 2 days ago or whatever, all they're doing is standing outside federal buildings, making sure that people aren't vandalizing or breaking into the buildings. That's all. They're pretty much doing nothing. They're just guarding the buildings. Imagine that. The Guard are guarding the buildings. So they're talking a lot about the National Guard, but really they haven't even done anything. They haven't done a whole lot. Okay. Popeye the Salter, thanks for all your hard work. You seem to be finding the balance in life. Hope everything stays great. You know, give me a 1 in chat if you are in your personal life, at least if you're happy. I'm happy in life. I have a good life. So yeah, and I appreciate that. Really, I have a good life because you guys are watching my videos and tuning into the channel and everything. So I'm very lucky. I'm very fortunate. Thank you very much. Life is good. Life is pretty good outside of the illegal alien invasion that's going on in the country. Life is pretty good. Can't complain too much, I guess. Pop with the 1999. I see the super chat. I think they've been pushing for a civil war since the election of Biden. They just keep pushing common sense. Keep pushing the common sense of the average person. Do you think that the Democratic Party, the far left radical progressives, have they been pushing for a civil war? I almost want to say no, and the reason why is because I think they would lose. Are they confident in their ability to win a civil war in the US? Like an actual bullets being fired, bombs are dropping, it's a kinetic war. They would lose. They would get owned. It would be over in like a day. You know what I mean? Like they would just lose immediately. So I don't know. You know what I think though? I think your sentiment is correct. Their plan, I guess it's more akin to the frog that is slowly boiling in the pot of water. You know what I mean? They can't just come out one day. They cannot come out one day and say, all right, this is a communist country now. All right, listen, we are replacing every single American with illegal third world aliens. That's what it is now. No. They can't do that because we would all reject it. It's too grotesque to the sensibilities of everyday Americans. What they are doing instead, for the last, some of you are a little bit older, what they are doing for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, even more maybe, is slowly, it's the very slow creep of injecting slowly this communist, radically progressive ideology into the country, into the schools, into the workplace, into the state level government, into the federal government, etc. It's the slow push. In fact, the communists have a word for this. It's called it's called the long march. The long march is what they're doing. And it's a very deliberate, premeditated plan. You're not going to get it done in 1 year or 2 years or one presidential administration. No, it's going to take 40, 50, 60, 70 years to make this happen. And that's what they've been doing very successfully. And I'll give you an example of this, okay? In 2012, this is 13 years ago, one of the biggest arguments in the country was whether or not gay people should have the right to get married. Okay, that's 2012. Less than 4 years later, 2016, we're having arguments about whether or not men have the right to use women's bathrooms. Okay, you can tell. So there's an entire very, very, very slow, incremental, deliberate, premeditated plan of the direction in which they want to move the country. And we have to be honest. We need to be totally honest about this. They were winning for decades. Up until 2016, when President Trump kind of hijacked the Republican Party and he rebuilt the Republican Party in the image of America First, in the image of Make America Great Again. Donald Trump kind of took over. Up until 2016, they were winning. The progressives had been cultural win, nonstop winning for 60 or 70 years. They were successfully rebuilding America culture, America society, American demography, importing third world illegal aliens. They were winning. They were successful for a very long time, up until Trump. And really now, over the last 9 years that Trump has been kind of calling the shots on the right side of the aisle, you know, they never really had any serious pushback. I think in a lot of ways, the rhinos, the Republicans in name only, they were either asleep at the wheel and letting all of this happen out of incompetence or whatever, or even worse, maybe they were just kind of co-signing the plan. They were working with them. Who knows? But most certainly not Trump. Trump is now we are pushing back. Now we've said enough is enough. So let me take a look at some super chats here. Jeff Green, Trump will not back down, and we know because he's sending in the freaking Marine Corps. Okay, they are coming in. I don't know, soon, when, soon, at some point soon, someday, soon, some minute soon. Amazing blue guy. Pull the cell data. Everyone at these riots on government assistance loses it. Maybe not a bad option. What is going on here? Hold up. What is going on the left over here? Something's happening here. You know what? We have one American patriot. This guy right here waving the American flag, and all of these rioters, what did they do? They start attacking him. They start throwing stuff at him. They say, "Get the hell out of here." We have one guy throwing water on him. It's going down. It's a dangerous scenario. These people could easily, take a life very easily. And he's down on the ground. Hope this guy's okay. Is he there? Yeah, that's him there. Okay. Look at this. Guys, this is America in 2025. If you have the audacity to wave the American flag, you get assaulted by a bunch of far-left communist radicals and violent illegal aliens. You just got punched in the face. Folks, here is your 2025 America. If you're an American patriot, you are getting attacked. You are getting assaulted. You are getting punched in the face. There's going to be a violent mob of illegal aliens attacking you. Here it is. Mostly peaceful, though. These are your peaceful protesters. Anyway, we need the Marines. Where are the U.S. Marines? That's what I'm asking. Also, what is going on with this feed? There we go. We got it back. Okay. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Is this under control? This is not under control. I'm going to see what these two are saying.
The military troops will be coming from 29 Palms. They're expected to arrive over the next 24 hours and will join 300 California National Guard troops.
Oh, okay. So the Marines might not actually be here by the end of the day. It might take them 24 hours. Okay. Mm-hmm. Any commentary? No commentary. Okay. It is, man. It is disappointing that there is just no punishment. None of these people are going to be held accountable for any of this. We're living in Southern California. This is, of course, it's fine. If you want to punch an American in the face who's waving the who has the audacity, oh my God, it's evil to wave the American flag. It's all good. It's not a crime. Punch him in the face all you want. He knew exactly what he was doing. How dare he wave an American flag in the protests, in the anti-American protests down here? How dare he? I'm getting kind of hungry. All of this. Oh, look at that paintball gun. Everybody, look at the white car. We have drive-by paintball gun shootings going on right now in this car. Yeah, you can see he is shooting people right now with that paintball gun. Yep, look at that. I wonder what he's shooting at. What is he shooting at? All of these people are running. What are they running from? What is going on here? Did you hear that? We want the state leaders to die. That's what they're yelling. Watch this guy right over here. There's a lot going on right now, man. So anyway, yeah, is this situation under control? As we are being told? Yeah, no. No. Now, what is going on down below me? There's a group of people surrounding a guy with a backpack, and some officers are there. Who is that guy? Don't know. It's gonna get worse. I think you're right. I think tonight is just gonna get worse. Yeah, I think so. Breaking news, people are trying to make their way up the LAPD ramp. Okay. I'm gonna take a look back at Twitter and see if I can pull anything off Twitter here. This is unrelated breaking news, but I'll say it anyway. Another Chinese scientist, this time from Wuhan actually, has just been charged by the DOJ for smuggling biological material into the US. Folks, we have yet another Chinese scientist trying to smuggle some, who knows, viral biological material into the US over from China. So Trump the other day shut down travel from 12 different countries. China was not included. China should be included. I think we need a complete and total travel ban. Everybody from China, shut it down. China, okay, I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted. What is going on here? I'm trying to figure out what exactly is the deal here. Right below me. You can tell something happened. It looks like this guy in the Adidas hoodie in the middle of the cops, he's not being detained. It looks like they are protecting him almost. Maybe there's something on Twitter I can find. What is going on? Now, what is going on? Oh, yeah, you can tell they are protecting him. There's an agitated guy kind of yelling at him there. Yeah, that guy's mad. But why exactly? I don't know. Is that the guy that had the USA flag? Is that the same guy? I thought he was... Yeah, you're probably right, though. Yeah, you're probably right. I think it is. Yeah, you're probably right. Now we have two cameras looking at that guy. Okay, I'm digging through Twitter here. Hey, Betsy, thank you. Thank you. I think they're trying to get the rioters woked up with flag and that white car. You know, I don't want to sound like I'm being a whiner or something, but if you're driving around blasting off a paintball gun into a crowd of people, you guys ever been shot by a paintball? What I think of immediately is getting shot by a paintball gun right in the eye. You would, like, you're done. You are blind at that point. It's over. Your eyes are long gone. So, hey, not good. Anyway, it's got to be a crime. Well, it would be a crime everywhere in the country that actually maintains their laws. In Southern California and Los Angeles, no. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it kind of hurts. Yeah, it kind of hurts a little bit. So the police are escorting this guy out. They are kind of protecting him a little bit, keeping the violent mob away from him. Once again, all this guy did was wave the American flag. That was the crime he committed, was waving the American flag. Now, what is going on? Do we have any audio anywhere? We do have something here. Also, people will freeze the paintballs so they do more damage. Oh, yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, you're probably right. That's not good. So, real quick here. So, Governor Gavin Newsom gives his thoughts on Trump sending Marines to California.
When does this come to a head? Is this gonna? Are you hoping for an injunction in the courts?
We're gonna immediately seek.
I'm sorry, hold that thought. The police are making a move here. I'm gonna pause that Newsom video. What are the cops doing right now? Something is happening. What are we doing? Turn up the audio. Hold the line. Guys, this crowd here is just... Look down there. The crowd is just getting bigger and bigger and more rambunctious also. They're getting riled up. Genevieve, hey, thank you. Cool name. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I hope not, though. I hope not. I hope not. You know, real quick, like, it's very easy to say civil war. You can say it kind of flippantly. I do want to say real quick, a civil war is the worst case scenario. Nobody wants that. Who here has been watching footage from the Ukraine war? This is what war looks like in 2025. It's a $20 Chinese-made drone carrying a $5 grenade, flying over your house, dropping a little grenade on you, and then you get blown up and your life is over for no reason. And you never even saw it coming. War these days, if it ever was, it's not heroic. It's not epic. It's not... It's terrible. It's deadly. It's just absolutely brutal, and we don't want that. We do not want to have a civil war in this country. That means your brother dies. That means your son dies in a ditch because a Chinese drone blows up your brother or your son or whatever. It's terrible. It's terrible. We don't want that. We want to be able to work through our problems and not have to kill, 20 million people in some unnecessary civil war or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's very unceremonious. War in 2025 is you dying in a ditch to a $15 Chinese drone. That's what it is. It's not romantic. It's terrible. Now, what is going on? Create a Rumble account. You know what? I actually have a Rumble account I've been using now for 2 days. You guys can go find me on Rumble, Matt Morris TV. All of my YouTube videos going forward, I am also uploading onto Rumble. So now it's, if you want to watch on Rumble or YouTube, it's up to you. But now I am on both websites going forward. And I have to say, real quick, I've been uploading my videos now on Rumble for 2 days. It's been going super well. It's great. So, so far so good. So hey, if you use Rumble, go check out Rumble. Anyway, I'm gonna take a look. There's a helicopter flying around. I'm gonna take a look at what is going on. On Rumble, my name is Matt Morris TV. Very same name. Exactly the same name. Whoa, Andrew Penning. Andrew Penning says, thank you, Matt, for Down to Earth Media. I am new, but I would like to make a donation. Keep up the good work. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a vet, and this could be civil war if we don't lock it down. I agree, and like I said, we all hope it does. Well, at least I'll speak for myself. I hope it never goes that way. We do not want that. You're right about the drones. I worked on them. It's, you know, I used to be at least a big-time gamer. We have this word meta. There's like different metas, different eras of warfare in this case. You know, back in the medieval days, you had the knight meta where everybody's wearing steel armor. You had the crossbow meta, the bow and arrow meta. You had the mounted cavalry meta. Now we have the drone meta. Now it's the drone meta. And I think it sucks. I think the drone meta is the worst, lamest warfare meta ever. It's terrible. Drones suck. They've ruined everything. Drones ruined everything. I don't want anything to do with it. And thank you. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. You had the spear meta, the halberd meta. Yeah, right. Going back through the history books. Thank you very much. Thank you. Big time. That's huge. Thank you. We are in the drone meta. And Pop, we definitely do not want a civil war. That's why Republicans have been so reserved. You know, I'll tell you, like... Let me say this. I think by nature of having Trump back in the White House, the odds of a civil war actually have gone down. You know, maybe Trump being back in the White House, we have a little bit of a pressure release. You might have some instances like this, what we're witnessing now, but... maybe that's what we need. We need to, you know, solve these issues, solve these bigger issues, on kind of like smaller scale instances like this. Whereas if we had another 4 years of Joe Biden or 8 years of Kamala Harris, things just keep on boiling up, and then you really do have a terrible outbreak, a really bad situation pops up. I hope not. You know, they say don't bottle it up. Don't bottle it up. That's exactly what was happening. And Genevieve, you don't see an alternative. Well, hey, I hope you're wrong at least. I hope you're wrong. You know who would love the United States to have civil war? You know who is praying every night before bed? Please, let America break out into a civil war. You know who it is? China. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, every night he says his nightly prayers. Please, let America have a civil war. Please, God, let them have a civil war. We don't want it. It's not good. It's not good for us. It's not good for the world. It's not good for anybody. Not good. Okay, I'm taking a look on Twitter here. What is going on? What do we have here? Breaking: Democrats are now calling to, quote, hang Donald Trump around his neck. There's no way they said that, really?
So what does that mean? Democrats should lean into this. And by the way, let's remind voters of one thing. Donald Trump is the reason we are here. Last year, we had a bipartisan effort to fix the broken border, and Donald Trump killed that effort. For the first time in 40 years, we actually had an agreement, and Donald Trump killed it.
Bull, dude, it is insane that they are still trying to gaslight the American people over this bipartisan border bill. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's this guy NC player in the chat calling me a soy boy because I don't want a civil war. Yeah, dude, you're so badass. Wow, man, you're so cool. Dude, you are so alpha. You're so badass. You wanna have a civil war where millions of people die? Dude, you're badass. Yeah, I'm such a soy boy. Because I am anti-war, because I'm a pro-peace person. Yeah, man, you're so badass. Totally cool. Unbelievable. Get lost. Screw you. Unbelievable. We got a badass over here. Now, what? Okay, hold up. I'm taking a look around. Let's see what Stephen Miller... What does Stephen Miller have to say about this? Where is... There it is. Okay, no update from him yet. Nothing yet. Are people being arrested? Honestly, barely. Yeah, barely. So far, we have like a total of maybe 40 arrests. Breaking large-scale street fights are breaking out. Let's take a look at this.
Taken off. Is it because they're fighting? Yeah, so that's the guy. Okay, so the guy there on the left, the bald guy that is being hit, I don't know if he's an agitator or exactly what happened, but whoever he is, the crowd is not fond of him. And that was the same guy that they were just kind of fighting with.
It's because, this is the American flag guy. This is the one guy that had the American flag.
With earlier, and now for whatever reason, it's pushed over to this area here at Temple and Judge John Aiso Street. And it looks like they've got him pushed up against that kind of guard shack or that parking shack there. And I can't tell, but it looks like he's bleeding. He's bleeding from the head
from
now.
the ear or
They're
something.
throwing things at him. We've seen people punch him. So I don't know exactly what's going on. You know, this happened once or twice yesterday too, where the crowd kind of fought amongst themselves. But really not.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, we're seeing them with these flag poles, and we know that those poles can certainly be used as weapons.
Yeah.
It looks like some of the folks there are trying to protect that man. He seems to be trying to get away from the crowd, but there are some that seem to continue to go after him.
And Mike, in this ramp, where does this ramp
I believe this is
into?
a courthouse. Judge John Aiso, let me just go look here on my map, but
it really is poetic. The year is 2025. In downtown Los Angeles, if you have the audacity to wave an American flag, you will be beaten to near death outside of the courthouse, and nothing will happen. And nobody will be held accountable on the steps of the courthouse in 2025. If you dare to wave an American flag, you'll be beaten almost to death by a mob of violent illegal aliens. That is the current state of the country. That's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of indicative of what's going on. You've got a group of people that wants this to remain peaceful, and you see that group of people trying to stop this fighting from happening. And then as we lose the chopper picture here for just a second.
And that's that. Wow, great. Yep. Mostly peaceful, though. Generally peaceful. Totally nonviolent. Okay, I'm going to find some more stuff here. You know what I haven't said today? We've been live now for, gosh, I don't know how many hours, but if you are new, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. That really is a big deal. Subscribe to the channel. It helps a lot. And another thing, if you guys would do me the favor of following on Twitter, here is a link to my Twitter account. That is perhaps the best way to stay up to date, everything that's going on, all of it. Follow that account. That helps a lot. Thank you. And also subscribe here on YouTube. And that's my basic request. Thank you. What a crazy day. I mean, you guys can tell. Am I tripping out? This crowd is getting bigger. We've been staring at this crowd now for, I don't know, 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. It is growing. More people are showing up. They are coalescing here. I see a lot of Mexican flags. I see a lot of upside down American flags. Really, I see a lot of Mexican flags, really. Oh. This is us. This is America. That's where it is. Right here. This is us. This is America. We have been invaded. We have very clearly been invaded. And then if you say, hey, listen, I think this is maybe not acceptable. It seems like we've been invaded. What do they say? You are a right-wing conspiracy theorist. You are a crazy far-right, you know, propaganda right-wing conspiracy theorist. You're insane. They're telling you not to believe your own eyes. Listen, this is, listen, America wasn't always like this. We always didn't have tens of millions of military-age, young, illegal alien men, cartel gang members, whatever, burning down our cities, waving foreign flags. America was not always like this. This is actually a pretty recent phenomenon here. Doesn't have to be like this either. We could do something about this. We really, if we wanted... If we really wanted, we could do something about this. President Trump could do something about this. They want to call him an authoritarian? All right, have it your way. Okay. All right, then. I'm going to have to find a new feed, because these are just identical, so I'm going to try to find something else here. Let me take a look. What is going on?
See, this is
KTV something. I will, put this over here. Close, close, close. Okay. What is this?
It looks like that is the ones causing problems.
Yeah.
Hey, look at all the little scooter boys. I don't know where there is. He's gotta yell, I can't hear this. Huh? Look who's coming our way. Look right behind us. See, this kind of shit. See these guys walking down the street right at us?
Yeah.
That's what's going to cause problems. You
Yeah.
guys ready for this?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, yeah.
See the guys behind me?
Yeah, I do.
Watch their asses.
I kind of don't like having the random, like this random dialogue here, because I'm scared that they're going to say something bad that's going to like get me in trouble here on YouTube. So, we can have the video, but maybe not the audio. We'll do that. I'm going to try to find another broadcast also. What do we have? Los Angeles live. Deport them all? Yes. Yep. True. True. Is that the Associated? Yeah, it is. Okay. We have ABC 7. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, we have good feeds. Okay. Let's get some breaking news here. Oh, hey, folks, we have some breaking news here. Guess what? Breaking news as of 60 seconds ago. President Trump is deploying another 2,000 National Guard troops into Los Angeles, bringing the total to over 4,000. That's in addition to 700 U.S. Marines that are currently en route at this very moment. A total of 4,700 troops are about to be on the ground. President Trump is done screwing around. California National Guard. So right now, keep in mind, there are not 2,000 National Guard troops on the ground. Soon there will be. Right now, there are only 300. So at the moment, once again, there are only 300 National Guardsmen on the ground at this moment, but more are on the way. 3,700 more, and also 700 Marines. Okay. Here's some National Guardsmen. There you have it. Yeah, that'll be a show of force. That'll be a lot of people, a lot of soldiers. It's a lot of people. Los Angeles on fire. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm going to keep taking a look around here. What is going on? Draining your resources. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. Any taxpayer money that President Trump has to spend in order to clean up the mess the Democrats have made, fine, do it, blank check, don't care. I don't care. Listen, the reality is, the very unfortunate reality is, all of these messes that the progressives have made in this country, it's going to cost money to clean it up. We're not going to deport 50 million people for free. We're not going to bring back law and order to our streets for free. We're not going to lock down our border for free. It's going to cost money to clean this up. But it has to happen. It has to happen. It does. And I wish, you know, I wish there wasn't a mess to clean up, but there is a mess to clean up, and it has to be cleaned up. It does. Gosh, that's a lot of them. Wow. Look at that. Jeez. Hey, we have a... Folks, we have a pretty bad news update this time. I want to show you something here. So, yesterday, do you remember the police officer who was underneath the overpass and there was a rock thrown at his head? Guess what? Here he is. So much for your mostly peaceful protests. This is an LAPD officer that had a rock thrown at his head yesterday. Look at that. He probably scrambled his brains, got a concussion at a minimum. Not good, man. Really not good. They need to identify whoever threw that rock and do something about that. Gotta stop this. Gotta shut this down. Not good. Felony? Definitely. Definitely. Absolutely. Mostly peaceful protests. Yeah, Michael. Yep. 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 I'm getting really hungry, man. Holy smokes. This is terrible. You know what I'm craving right now? Panda Express. It's so unhealthy. It's so bad for you, but man. Man. Man, Panda Express sounds really good right now. Man. Oh well. Hello, hey! You're tuning in. We are live. We are live right now. Gavin Newsom is suing the Trump administration. This is a manufactured crisis. He is creating fear and terror to take over a state militia and violate the U.S. Constitution. Really, Gavin? Yes or no? Does anybody think that Gavin Newsom has actually read the Constitution? Yes or no? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. He's violating the Constitution. Okay. Okay. I'm browsing around Twitter. Yeah, everybody says no. I'm taking a look at Twitter trying to find some updates here on the ground. Oh, we might have something interesting here. What is this? LA rioter getting paintballed by tear gas. Okay, I don't want to play music. Hold up, let me mute that. Yeah, he's getting blasted, man. That's gonna... Ooh, man. They just brought him down to the ground. Yeah. That's what happens when you get shot by... Who knows how many? Gosh, I don't know. I think this green smoke, that was the tear gas canister or some type of gas canister. And then I think he got hit by a bunch of like rubber bullets or something. You can see. I don't think it's paintballs. He's getting hit by something though. Who knows? Who the heck knows? Fafo, yeah. Yep. Okay, taking a look around. Guys, this is day 4 of this. 4 consecutive days, and by the way, every single day it has gotten worse and crazier. Believe it or not, there are more people out here today on a Monday afternoon, going into evening now, than there were Friday, Saturday, or Sunday afternoon, evening. So every day, going into Monday now, there are more and more and more people out here. Part of me, I guess I was naive. I was like, man, on Monday, yeah, it'll die down. Monday? No, who has time to riot on a Monday? Gotta go to work. Nope. Work? Yeah, good one. No. Nope. Now it occurs to me, you know why these people don't have to work on a Monday? It's because they are collecting benefits. That's why. It's because, actually, in a weird way, folks, guess what? All of us, we are paying these people to be out here. We are subsidizing their riot. It is our taxpayer money in the form of benefits being given to these people, many of whom I'm assuming are illegal aliens. We are subsidizing the riot right now. So everybody say, great, that's awesome. That's just great. And we have Dave Harvey. Another great stream. It's good to see your channel grow so fast. It's growing faster than I can even keep up with, but I'm very blessed. So thank you, Dave. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a little bit nuts. You know, I'll tell you guys kind of a funny little story, a little personal story here. I love my mother a lot. I'm very close to my mom. My mom, however, is very far left. I'm from the Portland, Oregon area. That's where I was raised. My mom, she is a progressive. And so we have our debates and we butt heads, but it's always loving, and that's fine. That's how family is. So it's over the last 7 months I've been doing my very conservative political commentary on YouTube, and it's been very successful. And she's like, yeah, I'm so happy for you. Yeah, sweetie, I'm so happy for you. That's really good. That's really great that you're becoming a prominent conservative commentator. That's my boy. That's the way that it goes. It is funny. We have funny conversations. Okay. Now, give me some breaking news updates here. Give me some updates. Oh, I appreciate that, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Yeah, we are on totally different ends of the spectrum. Now, my wife, I was lucky. I was able to find a woman who is... It's hard to imagine. My wife might even be more conservative than me. I don't even know if that's possible, but it is the case, so I'm lucky. I'm blessed. I found a very, very traditional, very old school wife. Kamala is quiet. Yeah, let me take a look at Kamala Harris's Twitter account. What is she saying? What does Kamala Harris have to say about this? Kamala. She released a statement yesterday. We saw that yesterday. Pretty much the Democrat narrative is that all of this is Trump's fault. all of the chaos, all of the riots. Can I speak English? Blah, 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 blah. All of the chaos and all of the riots, the Democrats are just blaming on President Trump. President Trump did this. It's unbelievable. Why would he do this? President Trump is making everybody riot and burn the city. President Trump is causing all of this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Very clearly, the Democrats have not realized that nobody is buying their bullshit anymore. Nobody believes them. Nobody is buying this incompetent, progressive narrative. They have totally lost the support of the American people. And good. Good. That's a good thing that has happened, but they are losing it. They are losing it. You know what? Here, let's take a listen to what Stephen Bannon is saying. I haven't heard from Bannon in 4 days. What does Bannon have to say about this? Okay, let's take a listen.
Ben Berquam, what are you hearing about additional and further ICE raids? I think they should have come out and announced, hey, we're going to do two. If this is a baseline, we're going up 2 or 3. The only way to win here is to double and triple down. The media, and the left-wing apparatus and deep state that run this country want us to blink, want us to back down. This is why President Trump continues to double down. But unlike 2020, we got to deliver the goods here in the summer of love. It just can't be tweets and talk. It's got to be action. President Trump was thwarted then by Milley and Esper, who basically, to me, committed treason. I don't know why they're not being investigated by DOJ already or by the Pentagon, at least Milley, in some sort of military tribunal. They thwarted him in June of 2020. We know that Bill Barr thwarted him. So I had people around him who were not loyal to him, not loyal to the Constitution, thwarting him. He doesn't have that this time. Let's rock and roll. I also want to say now, Stephen Miller is a godsend to this country. I've known Stephen since he was a very young man. Stephen Miller has always said since I've known him, and I think even before when he was a young man, and I mean a very young man, almost a boy at Santa Monica Junior High School, the middle school, that the battle for America was going to take place in Los Angeles. He has felt this in his bones. He's from L.A. He's one of that magnificent crew of Andrew Breitbart and Alex Marlowe and Stephen Miller and others that all came from kind of West L.A.
It's happening.
And it's amazing.
It is happening.
This kind of fire-breathing conservatives that have come from there. and Andrew always said
You know what? This is maybe even my case a little bit too. Some of the most radically conservative people, radically traditional people, make America first type of people are conservatives that are coming out of these radically progressive areas. So I grew up in the Portland area. We're talking about conservatives coming out of East LA. Can anybody else relate to this? Because you have to witness firsthand every day when you're growing up, when you're a young adult, you see this is what happens. This is what happens when radical progressives are running the show. When these people get to run society, and you have to witness it and experience it personally every day, firsthand, up close, your face is being shoved right in it. And you realize, listen, this is what it's like. This is what's going to happen to the rest of the country if these people gain control. If they gain control further than just LA or Portland or Seattle, this is what's coming. And so, like he's saying, some of the most conservative, most traditional people come out, interestingly, come out of these really radically progressive areas. It kind of radicalizes you, I guess, a little bit. I don't know how to put it, but yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Battle for the future America is going to be Los Angeles. He was talking culture. Stephen Miller's talking in the streets. And this is where it's going to happen. And Stephen Miller, I'm telling you right now, we didn't have Stephen Miller. He is the mastermind of the domestic policy, and he's mastermind of shutting down the border and giving President Trump all the tools that President Trump can use to actually execute, and that's what President Trump is doing as commander-in-chief. Also, Stevens, there's a lot of talk about, Elon Musk. I think you might have heard something here on this show once or twice. And Katie Miller, who was fantastic in the first term, married Stephen. They're a power couple. If you think Stephen Miller's smart and tough, he's about half as smart and tough as Katie, the wife. Known her a long time. She is a total and complete hammer. And hey, people saying, oh, well, she went to Elon Musk. Listen, thank God in this republic, we've got somebody like Katie Miller that can manage the insane asylum that is Elon Musk.
Okay, we have a video coming out of CNN here. I'm already mad. What is this? What are we saying here?
And I've noticed, Brianna, we all live on our phones these.
I'm going to turn this up a little bit. Hold up. Crank the audio.
Brianna, we all live on our phones these days. We're all scrolling through social media. You've got to be careful at a delicate moment like this to look at the timestamps, look at the dates, look at when things are actually posted, and if they're really from the situation they're purporting to be. A lot of these algorithms are surfacing hours old or even days old content. So you might be looking at a video of something, wondering what's happening in LA. It's actually from 2 days ago. That's, it only matters because it can give people a false impression of what's actually happening at a moment of unrest. And I've noticed, Brianna, we all live.
Unbelievable. Do you guys understand what he's saying? That is just unbelievable. Yeah, so that burning car, those assaults, the videos of the assaults and the officers being attacked by violent rioters, that doesn't matter because that might have happened 75 minutes ago. That's in the past. That's not what's going on in Los Angeles. That car that got blown up, that happened 2 hours ago. That's not a big deal. Dude, really? Also, I thought they got rid of this guy, Brian Stelter. I thought they fired him because he was a freaking idiot. Brian Stelter. I thought they canceled this guy or something, man, because nobody likes him. I don't know. God, CNN. There you have CNN. A lot of people out here. The crowd just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay. Give me some updates. Oh, here's an update. Former CIA Director John Brennan is now pushing for a coup. I gotta hear this.
General John Kelly, it's what got him to speak out ahead of the election for the first time ever in an interview. There's also a red line for Mark Esper, Trump's.
You thought CNN was bad. Now we're taking a trip to MSNBC. Let's go.
First Secretary of Defense after Secretary Mattis left, as well as former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley. There were confrontations in the Oval Office with Trump and Stephen Miller about doing just this. We're 120 or 30 days in, and he's now crossed that red line. Where are we heading?
Nowhere good, Nicole. It should be a red line for everyone. That's not to deploy U.S. forces domestically here. It's clear that Donald Trump is tearing this country apart. He's pitting American citizens against one another.
Donald Trump is tearing the country apart. What about the 20, 30, 40, 50 million illegal aliens that the Democrats allowed into the country? Do you think that is maybe causing a little bit of strife or chaos or drama? Is that contributing to any of this? No. It's only Donald Trump. Donald Trump is entirely to blame here. Lenny Jones says, Matt, that idiot Stelter makes millions of dollars a year, so here's a little for you. Just ordered Panda from... Man, now I'm jealous. Panda Express, that sounds so good. The orange chicken, the Beijing beef. I'm craving Panda Express. Anyway, hey, thank you very much. Yeah, no, you're right. All of these talking heads in the media, guess what? They're making millions of dollars a year to spread their radically progressive bullcrap on live TV. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And thank you.
The National Guard men and women who have been deployed to the streets of Los Angeles, they're citizens of California. I'm sure they don't like the idea that they have to fulfill their obligations as National Guards people, despite the strong recommendation of the governor and the mayor not to do that. But Donald Trump is determined to have this confrontation and provoke confrontation. And that's why just listening to Mike Johnson basically say it's okay to deploy U.S. military forces domestically here against American citizens. I mean, just after 120 days or so of this administration, I can just...
Is anybody else? I'm just so sick of the gaslighting. I'm so sick of the emotional manipulation. I'm so sick of the lying. I'm sick of the gaslighting. The Democrats opened up our border and facilitated a direct invasion of over 20 million illegal aliens, many of whom are violent cartel gang member terrorists, human traffickers, child smugglers, drug dealers, fentanyl dealers. That's not a problem, though. None of that is an issue. The only issue now is when President Trump gets into office and tries to clean up the mess that the anti-American Democrats made. Then now we have a problem that Donald Trump tries to fix the country, tries to fix the problems they created. Now suddenly we have a crisis. Now suddenly we have drama. Give me a break. Give me a freaking break.
You know, imagine where it's going to go over the next 120 days and over the next 3.5 years. And I'm hoping that there's going to be individuals of principle in the Republican Party who are going to say enough is enough. But, you know, I've lost faith in so many of them who have just been willing to give Donald Trump everything he wants. Again, irrespective of law and order, irrespective of the Constitution, irrespective of common sense, and irrespective of what keeps this country together, which is the people that keep us together. And again, I think Donald Trump is going down this road intentionally, again, to try to provoke these types of confrontations that's going to go nowhere good.
By the way, okay, who is this old guy talking? Former CIA director John Brennan. This guy was in charge of the CIA for years. Also, I have a super chat here. Nice air conditioning unit. I got the same one. You're from the country of California. Did you get it at, I think I got this at Costco. Costco? Great. We love Costco. Thank you. Thank you very much. Super chat from Precious Gem. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Claire, Donald Trump thinks this is a winner for him. He's happy that this is what is on our air. He's happy that we spent an hour on it and we plan to cover it in the next hour. But what he seems to have lost sight of is that the military is much more popular than he is. And there is no one in the military who thinks this is something they should be doing.
I was never in the military, so maybe I'm totally out of touch. I'm sure a lot of you guys were, a lot of you ladies maybe also. I would guess that a lot of people in the military are actually totally on board with what Trump is doing. We actually, speaking of the military, we have an update on the Marines. So the Marines are making... Oh, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Looks good. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you very much. My lovely wife. Now, anyway, the Marines are making their final preparations here. They are getting ready. They're gearing up. They're kitting out. They are coming soon. They're located at Camp Pendleton right now. I would speculate that these guys in the military, they're probably totally on board. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go clean up the streets. Let's go clean up the mess. Let's go shut this down. That's my suspicion, but I don't know. I don't know. So you guys got to let me know. That's my guess, though. Ooh, what is going on here? Everybody, take a look down below. Something going on in a car. There's a guy climbing out of the window. We have a bunch of police... motorcycle guys coming through here. Where are they going? What is going on? Who the heck knows? Anyway, yeah, 700 Marines are coming to Los Angeles soon. Very soon. Who knows? Any minute now. So what the heck is going on? Now the car's moving. I don't know. I'll show you guys my dinner here. My wife is a very good chef. I'm lucky. What is this? Oh, my green screen thing is messing with it. Anyway. Oh, it's salmon with couscous and some broccoli. Salmon, couscous, broccoli. Great. Okay. Well, I'm going to turn this up. I'm going to start picking apart my dinner here. Now, man, guys, every time we look back at this crowd, it just gets even bigger. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to close that here. What is going on? I think there's a lot of conflict going on these streets in Los Angeles here, on the ground. So maybe while I eat my dinner, I'm going to try to find some news broadcasts we can flip on. Maybe Fox News has something here. Let me take a look. Yeah, I might put this on here for 5 minutes and try to super quickly eat my food.
Now, violent anti-ICE rioters wreaking havoc in LA.
Hold up.
Lighting countless vehicles.
Hold that thought. Who are these guys coming in? Right, everybody, look right down below. What is going on? We have some, are those the Marines or maybe some more National Guard soldiers? I don't know. There's like a little convoy here of some type of armored vehicle with a bunch of guys. Oh, they're getting off. Okay, well, give it a minute here. What is going on? What are we doing? There we go.
We're going to call it unlawful assembly right now. Why? Although they are peaceful, nothing.
I wish the helicopter here would zoom in.
They're breaking the law right now.
I want to take a look at what's going on.
Street. They're not allowed to block the street, so that they're going to use that to clear off the street.
Yeah, maybe these armored vehicles are going to try to push these protesters out. Could be the case. If anybody has a helicopter feed, an aerial feed of
the streamer Ike Mile just tried
what those guys are
to
doing.
cash at me too, and that'd be nice. So I don't know what's wrong.
I'm
with
looking
Cash
around.
App.
That's kind of the most exciting thing that has happened here in the last couple minutes, but we don't even have a feed of it, so trying to find it.
Thank you, Future Mom.
Oh, I got one here.
Everybody was trying to. Hey, thanks, brother. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, so this is where we're at here. So we are looking bottom left corner of the screen for this big update. Now, what is that thing on the back of this police truck? We have these, I don't know, these reinforced police trucks. I'm not even sure what you would call that. Anyway, the point is things are happening. Something's happening. Soonish. Female vet here, she says, send him in. Send in the National Guard. Well, you know, wow, yeah, there they are. Just right down the road. Look at that. I think they are. I think that's what they're about to do. I think they are getting ready to push all of these protesters out of the way. Right now, they're in front of this, some federal building. They've been perched up there for hours. Seems like they're getting ready to push him out. So we will see what happens. But you know, this is kind of the case. They're not even really making arrests. They're just herding or maybe corralling these people around the city. They push them over here, then they push them over there. Then they push them over here, then they push them over there. They're not even really detaining or arresting anybody. All right. That's LA. Your wife takes good care of you. Yeah, I'm lucky. I found a good one. Lucky. You know, I actually met my wife, I don't know, maybe 6 years ago, playing World of Warcraft. I'm not even kidding. We were playing World of Warcraft. It's an online video game. And now we have almost been married for 5 years. Almost 5 years. And 2 kids. Maybe more soon. Who knows? Maybe 3, 4, 5 kids. Who knows? Someday. 2 so far. What I want to see is these, I want to see these people get pushed out, though. What is going on? What is going? Everyone is being recorded by AI. Yeah, you're probably right about that. That's probably true. You're probably right. Okay, so I thought maybe something crazy was happening. Nothing crazy is happening. I'm going to put on this Fox News report, and I'm going to try to super quickly eat my dinner, okay? Just for like 5 minutes.
Now, violent anti-ICE rioters wreaking havoc in LA.
Real fast.
Lighting countless vehicles on fire as they rebelled against federal immigration raids and attacked police officers and federal agents. You can see here on this exclusive video provided to Fox, rioters are chucking large rocks at incoming federal vehicles, putting their lives in danger, shattering glass, huge holes in the windshields. And the violence only got worse from there. Rioters were lighting fireworks and aiming them directly at law enforcement officers.
That was last night.
Optics are astounding. Here are rioters waving the Mexican flag high in the air while parading the flame-ridden, smoke-filled street. And as they wave these Mexican flags in the air, rioters were also burning the American flag.
Mm-hmm.
Burn it down! Burn it down!
I know this is a whole free speech, First Amendment thing. I don't care. I don't give a shit, man. This should be a crime. Whatever, First Amendment violation, okay. We can make an exception. Burning the American flag, we can make an exception for this.
But on cue, the left is referring to the events as peaceful.
Uh-huh.
The vast majority of protesters there have been peaceful.
We see peaceful protests launching in Los Angeles.
We're seeing these mass raids happening in areas that are peaceful.
It started peacefully. People were there to protest. They're there to protest the mass deportations that are happening. And so it was peaceful.
Now the Trump administration is vowing to put an end to the chaos. DHS posting these photos and saying, quote, order will be restored. And President Trump is warning that the U.S. won't take it.
When they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
You know what just occurred to me? Ladies and gentlemen, it is Gay Pride Month. And you would see so many Mexican flags out here. Do you folks think the Mexican flag is the new Gay Pride flag? It is Gay Pride Month. This might as well be a Gay Pride rally. You got all these flags. It might be fair to say, given the time of year, that the Mexican flag is the new Gay Pride flag. That might just be the case. Maybe that's what they're doing out there.
But Governor Gavin Newsom is vowing to fight back, calling on Border Czar Tom Homan to go ahead, arrest him.
Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, bloviating is exhausting,
Please.
Governor. Well, Border Czar Homan responded this morning on Fox and Friends that if Newsom breaks the law, he just might.
Then the reporter asked him, well,
could Governor Newsom or Mayor Bass be arrested? I said, well, no one's above the law. If they cross the line and commit a crime, absolutely they can. So there was no discussion about arresting Newsom. And so, you know, what he's done, he's failed that state. He waited 2 days of that city burning and people getting hurt, officers being assaulted before he made any declaration of an unlawful assembly. He's late to the game.
Guy, there's so much to unpack here, but it can become relatively simple when, as Tom Homan says, so essentially California communities were strengthened. They were weaned of violent illegal criminals, and then certain communities started fighting back violently. The police there, the LAPD, per the chief, became overwhelmed. And when Trump stepped in to help, apparently the governor says, we're going to sue you, and all of a sudden is on the side of, I guess, take your pick, illegal rapists, violent rioters. What's next?
So we were covering this live on the Big Weekend show last night, watching these pictures, these aerial images that were disgusting to watch. And it was breathtaking, frankly, to see virtually every Democrat in the country come out and say, this is mostly peaceful.
We have an update here. Let me take a look. Hundreds of heavily armed Los Angeles sheriff deputies are now arriving to the area near the ICE building, and they have brought some firepower. These are still LA sheriff deputies, though. This is not the National Guard. This is not the Marines. Let's take a look. There they are. Yep. Yeah, that is the cavalry there. That's a lot. That's a lot of them. Jeez. They're coming out. And you know what these are for? These big white vans, you know what those are for? Arresting people. These are mobile prison cells. Good, good, good. There you have it.
Or just straight up peaceful. And the rioting is the fault of Donald Trump and ICE. It is so insulting. And you mentioned the fact that they were burning American flags while waving foreign flags. I've seen some people on the left on social media sort of tepidly saying, you know, that isn't helpful. That's not a great look or optics. We shouldn't really be doing it that way. No, I think they should exactly do it that way because it's honest. The people who are burning things, the people who are burning our flag, the people who are assaulting our federal officers, that is exactly the look that they're going for because it's what they believe. This is not a PR problem for them. It is a problem for the United States of America. And if the Democrats think that they're going to win this dispute and this debate by blaming all of this on Donald Trump or federal law enforcement, I think that they are deeply deluded.
And there's
Okay, let me run through some super chats here. I think I'm getting a little bit behind. If aliens exist, they are darn sure not going to interact with us. They see how we treat each other. I'm sure they can only imagine what we do to them. Well, aliens do exist. We have maybe 50 million of them in the country right now, and we got to do something about that. Hey, thank you. I get it. Thank you, though. Thank you. And this is from Sid. How do you feel about just outlawing the burning of national flags, good or bad? I'm open for it. Listen, listen, if you want to burn the flag of Venezuela, I couldn't care less. I'm an American living in America. I don't want to see people burning the American flag. If somebody wants to burn the flag of Madagascar, I really don't care. I'm going to be honest. It's an American thing for me. That's where I'm at. Now, CNN. And by the way, thank you. Thank you very much. CNN is chiming in here. I want to hear what they have to say again.
Sure. Well, we have been calling for protesters to protest peacefully. That is their constitutional right. The vast majority of protesters have been peaceful. There are always a few bad actors. And yes, we think anybody who commits property damage ought to be arrested and they ought to be prosecuted. But to send in federal troops or Marines when there isn't a war atmosphere or war circumstance going on is just... it's beyond the pale. I mean, it's authoritarian flexing.
I'm going to give a nuclear take. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I make some of you mad. I don't know here. President Trump deploying the National Guard and the U.S. Marines to the streets of Los Angeles right now today. This is the most justified military deployment that any American president has given or has issued since, I don't know what, World War II. Seriously, I want you to think about that. Trump deploying these military service members to the streets of Los Angeles to put down this insurrection going on. This is the most righteous, noble deployment, if you can call it that, I'm not sure, since in 80 years. Genuinely, think about that.
It's not making anybody safer. Local law enforcement has said they can handle the protests. It's no different than when a team wins a national championship and people get overexcited and they overturn vehicles and light them on fire. Local law enforcement is prepared to handle those types of situations. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, CNN. Wow. Love it. Thank you.
Still cowards at the heart because they're still wearing masks while they do all of it, while they ride motorcycles and injure police officers, Kaylee, while they are violent and don't have the heart to say, well, yeah, I do speak the truth and here's my face behind it. I also note, Kaylee, that, of course, the vice president weighing in, calling this also peaceful. This statement here. I am appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. But guys, not appalled by the violence. Wait for what she's appalled for. She's appalled by the deploying of the National Guard, which is a dangerous escalation meant to promote chaos. This administration's actions are not about public safety, she says. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. But Kaylee, I want to juxtapose this.
Hey, real quick, about a half hour ago, there was a white car that was firing paintballs. We saw this guy. So now there's a manhunt because so this person in the white car that had the paintball gun was actually shooting at the National Guardsmen outside of the building we've been hovering over all day. They were shooting the guardsmen with a paintball gun. And so now there's a manhunt, I guess, to find this guy. We have a video here. Is this it? Yeah, there he is.
So that car's shooting at officers, shooting at federal agents, guys. This vehicle here.
Or is he shooting at protesters?
Or protesters. No. Yep.
Nuts. So anyway, now there's a manhunt for this white car here because, as you just saw, they were blasting the National Guardsmen with the paintball gun. So there's that, I guess. It kind of looks like what is going down on the street here? What are we doing? It seems like the police officers here are maybe making some moves. I'm not sure exactly what though. What is happening? I'll try to find some more on-the-ground updates on Twitter here. By the way, one more time, if anybody is new here and you have not already, do me a favor and follow the Twitter page. Follow the Twitter page. That helps a lot. Thank you. And also subscribe here to the YouTube channel. That also is a very big deal. So thank you all very much for tuning in today. I think we have, gosh, I don't know what, 10,000. We have over 10,000 viewers. Wow. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. They hurt. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Okay, what is going on? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard from Michael Moore, perhaps the nation's biggest donut enthusiast. Michael Moore, Trump might be deporting illegals. Trump might be deporting illegals who could, quote, cure cancer or stop an asteroid. Yeah. You know what? Hey, you know what, Michael Moore? That is a risk I'm willing to take. I think, you know what? I'm comfortable taking that risk. Let's just get rid of all of them, get them all out of the country. It's okay. Guys, we have a standoff here. Look over here. We have a big time standoff. What is going on? Pay attention now. Yeah, look, what is going on here? A lot of the protesters are moving over to where these police officers are, kind of in front of the overpass just down the road. And I wish I could find an on-the-ground take. I don't think we have any audio right now. Ah, there we go. A little bit. Really, honestly, man, I'm just sick of hearing Spanish. If I never had to hear Spanish in my life ever again, I would be totally content. No me gusta mucho. Adios. Cállate la boca. Same, yep. You know what really just like maybe reasonably aggravates me? When you have to call into some telephone service line, whatever, call into the bank or whatever, press 1 for Spanish. Press 2 for English. That just, man, really gets me. Hate it. Hate it. I hate doing that. Hate it. Press 1 for Spanish. Press 2 for English. Okay, wow, folks. I'm going to take a quick 90-second break here. Once I come back, I actually do have something very interesting to show you guys. So I'll be back here in 90 seconds, and then we have something big to talk about. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen. I'll turn this up.
It's gonna pop soon. Crown Vic, burn it, baby. Go home. Go home. Walk out. Thanks, buddy. Oh, you flipped it around. Gotcha. Oh, there we go. There it is. All right. These people are, let's just keep moving a little bit. Hey, how are you doing? Oh, sure. You got earplugs?
Okay, here.
Oh, that's nice. No, I don't need earplugs. I'm cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. Something actually really breaking I want to share with you guys. Insurrection. Why is the former managing director of BlackRock and president of the Teachers Union organizing a nationwide protest during the Army's celebration of its 250th birthday? Morris Pearl and Randy Weingarten are part of a coalition of 200 far-left NGOs planning a so-called nationwide day of defiance on June 14th. By the way, what is that, 5 days from now? It's this upcoming Saturday. With USAID funding no longer available and Act Blue effectively neutered, Democrat NGOs are panicking and hope a nationwide protest can capture the hearts, minds, and more importantly, the wallets of millions of Democrat donors. So this really is the big image here. Coalition of Democrat NGOs sponsoring a nationwide protest on the Army's 250th birthday. So I suppose every black dot or blue dot here is where they are planning on having a protest. So pretty much just all over the country, pretty much everywhere. Pretty much nowhere is safe from these people. Great. Perfect. Perfect. The creator was a Reddit user. The creator of the protests? Wouldn't exactly be surprised, I suppose. Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, what else is going on? So, hey, listen, folks, this upcoming Saturday, you think it's bad just in Los Angeles. Wait 5 days until Saturday. Then it could be really bad. Turbo, hi Turbo. Hey brother. Okay, here. I am scrolling through Twitter here trying to find some more breaking news updates for us. Goodness. Who here wants to see the stupidest post of the day? Maybe of all time? This whole fiasco could make Gavin Newsom president. How delusional are these people? How delusional are all of these idiots on the far left? They actually think that they are winning the optics battle. They actually think that Americans are like, yeah, wow, Trump is evil. Man, Trump is a fascist. Ah, man, I'm going to go vote for Gavin Newsom. I'm voting for Gavin Newsom now. I'm a Gavin Newsom supporter. Really? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, be ready to grab this tripod. Just hang out. I just want to stay frosty in case people start like running this way. Here comes Cowboy.
Cop cars inbound. What is going on? All right, folks, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are the odds that once things get dark, about 3 hours from now, that this just goes crazy? 10 being incredibly likely, 1 being not going to happen. I think we're talking an 8 or 9 or 10. There are a lot of people tonight. There are more people on the streets tonight than there were Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday is going crazy. It is a crazy Monday. Now, here's something very weird. Go ahead and mute this here. Somebody found this Craigslist advertisement on Craigslist. I'm going to read this. Looking for the toughest badasses in the city of Los Angeles. Private. Seeking extremely tough, brave men for a new crew that I'm building. Compensation $6,500 to $12,500 per week. We are forming a select team of the toughest dudes in the area. This sounds kind of gay, I'm going to be honest. It is Pride Month. I don't exactly know where this is going. I don't know what the deal is. This unit will be activated only when the situation demands it, but you get paid every week no matter what. High pressure, high risk, no room for hesitation. We need individuals who do not break, do not panic, who do not fold under stress, and are basically all around kick-ass dudes. So I don't even know. Do you think this is this a left-leaning thing or a right-leaning thing? I don't think any person on the right is typing like this. I don't think they're typing. I don't even know what to think. I don't know what to make of this. This is just freaking weird. I don't know. But hey, if anybody here lives in LA and you are a super tough guy, if you're a tough dude, then you could be making $6,500 a week at a minimum. Okay, so maybe there's a job opportunity. You think it's from the left? Okay, there you go. Could be fake also. Maybe it's fake. Who knows? I'm looking for the toughest guys. You got to be a real tough guy. Only tough guys. Weird. Either way, weird. Should Antifa be designated as a terrorist organization? I thought they already were, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, probably yeah. Probably yeah.
Dog sign, get me. Dog sign, get me the fuck out of here.
Chris Morris, hey, thank you. Also, oh, I apologize, Miss Burt. I missed your super chat, Miss Burt. That was a couple minutes ago. It must have been. Thank you very much. That's very kind, very generous. I appreciate that a lot. Miss Burt, 1964. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That's huge. Michael. My guess is the uniform for that is buttless chaps. It is Los Angeles. It is Pride Month. I would not be surprised. You are probably right about that.
I think stuff's going down over there.
Where is the stuff going down? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is a clip from late last night. This is MSNBC. What are they saying here?
Because obviously violence and assaulting or going after police in any way is not welcome here at all, and certainly would not help the Democrats in any way, because it will just it will be the president turning the tables again. At the same time, it's tense in Los Angeles. Right. It's extremely tense because it almost, some would say, and there is reporting and analysis that says that there's almost a goading that's going on here in a city that has a thin line, as Andrew pointed out, has staffing issues and is stretched to the limit.
Yeah, there's a... Okay, I have a quick question. Is it possible as a civilian to buy one of these gas canister launchers? Because it just seems really fun to fire one of those safely in a safe environment. But man, every time I see one of these officers in the LAPD fire off one of these gas canisters, I'm like, man, that looks really fun. So maybe it's not legal though. I don't know. So maybe I can't. But hey, it seems cool.
Reason why
it's cool.
Trump and his lieutenants are keeping this up on TV and social media, because they want this fight. If this immigration story is about taking kids on the way to high school or day laborers in front of a Home Depot who are trying to make a buck, then this is not a great story for the folks who are doing that. If this is about people...
Pause. I have to say, if you're just an innocent illegal alien day laborer who's going to Home Depot, the fact remains you are an illegal alien invader. I don't care if you're not actively dealing fentanyl or trafficking humans or part of MS-13. If you're just a peaceful, run-of-the-mill illegal alien, I don't care. I don't care. You have to go. You have to get out. Ideally, you self-deport. Ideally, you get yourself out so things don't have to get physical, but even if you are run-of-the-mill illegal alien, you're not, you know, you're not hurting anybody, whatever, you still need to go. Get the hell out of the country.
Waving Mexican flags, lighting cars on fire, and dancing around for cell phone cameras, then that obviously favors the people doing the immigration crackdown. So, yeah, this is an administration that is much more focused on politics and PR than I think any administration that we've seen. I don't think that's a huge statement to make. That is their focus. You know, every White House has a political focus. It is effectively the entire focus for this White House. And by the way, it starts at the top. You have a president who is online doing kind of color commentary in a way that is almost detached. It's almost like he's somebody passively watching this on TV, which he is, instead of actually running the country. And I think it starts at that. And then you have everybody else around him.
For the record, he is currently running the country. Not perfectly, okay, Trump is not perfect, but let's be real. President Trump is running this country better than any president. Hold up, that's actually a great thought. Okay, guys, actually, this is outside of Trump, who is the previous best president? Who's better than Trump? Like, you know, okay, you might say Reagan. Was Reagan better than Trump? No. No way. No way. No way. Was Reagan? No. So, okay, you got to go back even more. Was Carter? Was George Bush Sr., Clinton, Obama, Biden? No, 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 no. So you got to go back. Nixon? I think Trump is better than Nixon. Who's if you go back through the history books, who's better than Trump? I don't know. You got to go way back. You got to go pretty far back, I guess. I never really thought about that.
DOJ, DOD, who's in this kind of competition to one up the other to show the principal how tough they can be too. And I think that leads us to where we are today.
That's often true for the Trump presidency, where he acts as a bystander and sort of comments as things are happening rather than trying to influence events. But his rhetoric, though, could have some consequences here.
Rather than trying to influence events. Trump is influencing this. He deployed National Guard, 4,000 now, 700 U.S. Marines. We are influencing. We are done. The days of sitting idly by and watching the country deteriorate and become a third world hellhole, we are done doing that. It's over. We are fixing the country. Jefferson. Jefferson is my favorite president. God. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Jackson. I misspoke. Jackson. President Jackson, you were the GOAT. You were the best president ever. Andrew Jackson, wow, what a president. And you know what I love? Which presidential portrait does Trump have hanging right next to him in the Oval Office? Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson is President Trump's favorite president. Andrew Jackson is the GOAT. Andrew Jackson... You know, no offense to we love Washington. Okay, no offense. Jackson was the greatest of all time. And then Polk came after, right? Wow. Man, we used to have some real crazy presidents, some real good badass presidents. Trump is back, but anyway, I guess it's kind of depressing to think about. We've had a lot of bad presidents. We've had 50 something presidents now. Guys, we've had a lot of bad presidents in our country's history. We've had a lot of bad presidents. Show the photo. Okay, let me try to find the photo here of that. I'll show you guys.
I don't think there's anything to gain by sticking around.
Oh, here's a good photo. Right here. All right, folks. This is President Trump in the Oval Office, and who is right next to him, overlooking his shoulder, everything he does? President Andrew Jackson. President Andrew Jackson, the legend, the greatest of all time, looking down on President Trump, guiding his every decision. Do it, Donald. He's saying, do it, Donald. Deport all of them. Take them out. Get them out of the country. Donald, it is the spirit of Andrew Jackson. Donald, can you hear me? It's me, Andrew Jackson. You need to save the country, Donald. You are this country's last hope. You need to do it. The spirit of Andrew Jackson. Only you can do it. The legend.
Yeah, I don't. All right, yeah, I don't. This is. I don't think she expects us to stay the whole time. Yeah, no, and this is starting to get. It's starting to get, more and more of the, just that.
Okay, I'm looking on Twitter. Give me some breaking news here. What do we have?
And the thing is, if somebody throws them at us and we go down, the rest are going to bounce on us.
You guys will like this. Mexican President El Presidente Claudia Sheinbaum stated just moments ago that Los Angeles, quote, wouldn't be what it is without Hispanic migrants. She's right. Ladies and gentlemen, she is right. She is completely and totally right about that. Going on to say, they migrate out of need and necessity and send resources to their families from there. Fun fact, I talked about this in my video that I uploaded earlier today. 5% of Mexico's GDP is remittance money that Mexicans in America are sending back to Mexico. That is to say, 1 out of every $20 in Mexico is being sent from the U.S. back to Mexico from Mexicans that have entered our country. Some legally, some illegally. But, and by the way, this value, the total yearly American to Mexican remittance value, it's around $65 billion. $65 billion of American wealth is sent from America back to Mexico. Mexicans in America sending it back to their friends or family members down in Mexico. $65 billion. It's 5% of their yearly GDP. It's nuts. I feel like, hold up, I feel like some things are happening here. We have some, what is going on here? There's a mass movement. Oh, okay, police officers are pushing these people back. We're moving, yep, get him out of here. Man. I wish I had a better angle of what's going down on the street there. Oh, I mean, hey, maybe it's just, maybe it's that. Maybe we have it. Push him. Just push him. Just push him. El Presidente Claudia Sheinbaum. By the way, President Trump's big, beautiful bill, it imposes a 3.5% tax on remittances going to Mexico. So
Hey there, Carolina, you up?
Ooh.
Yeah, we've got some activity here. They're throwing things.
Oh yeah, guys, ladies and gentlemen, it is starting. It is beginning. Look at that woman is just straight up assaulting these officers. Oh, look at that. She just smacked the officer in the head with her purse. Absolutely brazen. Wow. So, arrest her. So maybe you should arrest her. So maybe she should be arrested. Or not, whatever.
Copy that.
And so it begins.
Copy that. Copy that.
I appreciate it, thank you. On everything, thank you. I I need everything I need. Get to the line for that. Thank you.
Man, dude, these officers are being so peaceful and so courteous. They are being so incredibly gentle with these rioters. They are showing so much restraint and mercy with these people.
More tents here along Los Angeles Street. You saw that crowd start to disperse away from those front steps about a half hour ago, and now things have gotten a little bit testy as the crowd moved towards the LAPD skirmish line, towards the 101 freeway. LAPD was quick to push back, have reinforcements behind them with arrest teams, now moving them further south along Los Angeles Street to keep them away from the freeway as they prepare to give that official dispersal order. Now, it may have already been given. I cannot tell you for sure yet, but we know that they are preparing for that because they have taken a few objects to their face shields. We just saw moments ago somebody, a young woman,
We're moving again. We're pushing. You know, for some of these people, it's almost like their hobby is just being a perpetual civil nuisance. Their entire life, their entire personality is just being annoying like this and showing up to riots and aggravating the police. That's their personality type. It's like, man, I've got other hobbies. I like to read books and go hiking. I've got other I don't want to spend my Monday afternoon rioting in downtown Los Angeles. I've got stuff to do. You know? Interesting choice of hobbies. Some are getting paid, yeah, no doubt. Some are, yeah. Yep. No doubt. I just want to see the Marines. So we don't know, by the way, are the Marines going to show up tonight or tomorrow? We don't know. We were given a 24-hour timeline for the Marines arriving. So they might not actually make an appearance tonight. We don't know for sure.
I was just going to say,
I'm going to try to find a new
reiterate that this started as a protest that at its peak, I think, was maybe about 800 people strong in front of
yeah, this is... this is a good stream here.
What you're looking at here is a fraction of what we started with. This was
perfect.
An entirely peaceful protest up until about the last few minutes where they started to have these confrontations. And now you have the tit for tat.
What are those blue things on the ground? What are those?
Interaction between law enforcement, mainly the LAPD, and those protesters who are not so quick.
Recreational outrage, yeah. You know, they like to say...
Where the peaceful protest...
What am I hearing here? They like to say, you know, people that really don't have any serious, genuine problems in their own lives, they just go and start creating problems out of nothing, right? So the fact that all of these people living in Los Angeles, one of the most expensive cities in the world, by the way, that they're down here rioting or protesting, it really just shows that they don't really have many other problems in their life. If you had actual other issues, problems in your life, you wouldn't be down here on a Monday afternoon, you know, instigating the police.
I think they will try and contain them. And
can I do this here?
Front of that federal building. That shot you're seeing, that crowd on the top box, has all been moved to the right, not directly in front of the federal building. Look at the people too, Alex, with the umbrellas there. I've seen a few people with umbrellas. They're trying to protect themselves or arm themselves against...
Which is something we saw quite often at UCLA when we had those anti-Israel activists. They used umbrellas as part of their defense posture as well.
Umbrellas.
And in that situation, what we saw was law enforcement stood around until they made the decision, we're not taking this anymore. And they, you know, when we've seen in the past, when law enforcement has time to mobilize and come up with a strategy and really want to do something, they usually can make it happen. And right now, they are allowing this to happen. They're allowing a lot of these folks to try to say what they're going to say and try to do this as peacefully as possible, even though I'm sure many of them are annoyed that people are screaming at them in their faces. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, right now the crowd is...
Yep. Life is good super chat. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in.
Police are rushing up over there.
All of you.
They're coming
Thank
up
you.
where we are.
Thank you, guys.
I'll see. We're gonna get up here. Police are coming up where we are at the...
I think we just lost Matthew's signal as things
We're
get a
losing
little
Matthew.
hairy there.
But right here, this is the area in front of the federal building. Police have made it clear that they are moving that crowd out of the front of the federal building where the National Guard has been staging.
Christina Gonzalez, what's
happening? Yeah, they've been there
where
for
you are?
hours in front of that federal building.
All right, so what's happening is that I am on the ground level. You see Matt, he's right above us. I'm right at the ground level. People from this area are actually going to the other end where we were at to bring that crowd over here. They're asking them to come here to take over this corner here at Temple and Los Angeles.
Real quick, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, as this is all unfolding, if you enjoy the show, please make sure to subscribe to the channel, to this channel here on YouTube. It helps a ton. I am now officially on Rumble as well, the very same username, Matt Morris TV. And one more final basic request. If you have not followed on Twitter already, that would help a ton. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to it. Sorry.
Back off. And you see that it has an effect. Some people do move back. Others do not. Careful, careful as people run at us.
The police department is on tactical alert and in a state of partial
All right,
mobilization.
Christina, thank you. We now take you to a live press conference with LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell.
Communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also
Things are heating
implemented
up here, folks.
Partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, you know, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have
the
mayor standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means LAPD officers are being carried over on their shifts to work. What you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California and a lack of coordination with that. And what really stands out to me, Alex, too, we talked about the LAPD has decades of experience in dealing with situations like this. Now, some around the nation or President Trump may say, well, we've seen what happens in LA when there is unrest.
Yeah, look at this picture.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. And that's Bass's point that she's been making. Okay.
We have breaking news from Tom Homan. Take a look.
They can't impede our enforcement efforts. They can't put hands on our officers. They can't knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens from us. I said, so if they cross that line, they're going to be prosecuted. And the question was, well, how about Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? What if they cross that line? I says, they'll be prosecuted too. Haven't they said for the last 4 years, no one's above the law? They cross the line, we'll seek prosecution. You and I would be held accountable. They prosecuted President Trump. No one's above the law. That's what they said. Either is the Governor Newsom. If he crosses that line, we'll simply ask the Attorney General.
Yes or no? Has the line been crossed? Yes.
To seek prosecution. It wasn't a threat. No one threatened to arrest him. But if he crosses that line and commits a crime, he's no better than anybody else who will seek prosecution.
Absolutely. This is also happening just in the last 2 minutes here. Whoops. Happening now, hundreds of protesters are currently gathered in front of the federal building where for the first time National Guard is being used in coordination with law enforcement. This is why we can't have nice things. Okay? We have too many people like this that are just super eager, overly eager to just destroy and deface and vandalize everything we have. I don't know. It's like, man. God.
We have 2 minutes before they push us out of here. I have intel. 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes until flood is deployed on us.
Just leave. Just like, what is the point? What is the end game? What is the plan here? Do they have an objective? Because it seems like they're just getting herded around by like a bunch of cows. They're just getting pushed around from, you put them over here, you push them over here, you push them over there. There's no plan. What is the point? Go home. It's a Monday night. You can go watch Monday Night Football or something. I don't know. I guess there's no football right now. But you know what I'm like? Go do anything else. Go do literally anything else than just stand around here like a freaking idiot doing nothing. I don't know. Where was our feed here? Here it is. Okay.
South Bureau, but during this incident is the Day Watch Incident Commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions, Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that and needed additional help would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the The National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the
snipers up on the roof
Army
up there.
National
Look at that.
Guard in doing what their main mission
National
has been
Guard snipers,
identified
looks like.
as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites, though? Do you feel that makes it any different on the streets?
You know, I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety, but to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, how are you avoiding we'll take two more questions and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit and being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
sure.
explain?
You know, I'm randomly reminded of a phrase I like a lot. It just popped in my head. You get what you tolerate. I love that phrase. You get what you tolerate. And the reality is, we have tolerated this behavior, these type of people. We have tolerated this for way too long. And now that's why we have it. That's why we are getting this. This is because for decades now, we have tolerated this. That's why this is happening. And so now, for the first time in decades, we are actually trying to do something about it. Thank God.
Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from
Right.
it. I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. After having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know their LAPD, one of the divisions had put out that there's some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Right. Oh, headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Chief, but any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention of that if things had continued. At this point, any thought of curfew?
Yeah, I know. We're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right.
So just to be very clear, we saw this earlier. Right now, there is looting. This is yesterday and the day before and now going on now. There is mass looting taking place all across Los Angeles because right now, all of the LAPD, they've been recalled back to this area where the riots and the protests are, which means the entirety of Los Angeles outside of this one area is totally unpoliced. So right now in LA, what that means, it's a bad time to own a convenience store, a little, Quickie Mart shop, a 7-Eleven, whatever. It's a bad time to own a little business like that because you're having hooligans, a bunch of hooligans, breaking in and stealing things and, Oh, we have Mayor Karen Bass here.
That have taken place today, or a vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. Guatemala. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point, she actually saw him moving into a detention facility. But since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared.
Did anybody ask about any of this?
She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around. But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal.
That is what I voted for.
To maintain your legal status.
That is what I voted for.
So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet.
Get them out.
And they will fall out of status and then subject to arrest. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now. And I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning of this administration,
what do you mean nothing warranted them?
We were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals,
50 million illegal
people
aliens
who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living.
You got to go where the illegal aliens are.
They're
at Home Depot.
So that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be, so that it doesn't interfere with the business.
They probably got Home Depots in Mexico,
These are not
though.
the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen.
We've been watching it happen all day.
There has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because We want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city. Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided. We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging.
Hearing there from Mayor Karen Bass and the Chief of Police of the LAPD as we continue to watch protests in downtown LA.
We're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Channel 13. Our coverage continues on Channel 11.
We're fortunate in our city to have a well-established institutions that promote and fight for the rights of immigrants. They have protests and rallies.
Welcome to the Fox 11 News at 6. I'm Alex Michelson. We are following breaking news coverage. More protests in downtown LA. The mayor of Los Angeles now speaking about it. Let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
Many times not even connected to the major protests, takes the opportunity to create havoc and commit vandalism. And I will tell you, it infuriated me, but it also just saddened me to drive through downtown right now and to see the level of obscene graffiti all over buildings. And I just say that anybody that does that, don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be.
I do not support the rights of illegal alien invader immigrants. Whatever. No, those people do not deserve rights in America. Get them out.
Be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot of videotape. There's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government. And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up the questions. Whoa.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, we didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding two buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
Escalate.
Have you been in contact with President Trump or anyone from the administration? And if you could speak to him, what would you say right now?
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we need the National Guard, we can do it in their normal circumstances, which is the request is made local and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
And have you been in contact with the administration?
I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
Right here, this Rex and then Robert.
You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past 2 years?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas, that's where I saw, the flashbangs.
Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are being looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals, as you're calling?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered.
By the way,
and I don't
Serge,
know of
thank you for
anybody
the super chat,
that
by the way. Thank you
identifies
very
with
much.
them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer
And
that
frickin'
was
Brian, thank you as well.
out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, you know, put out a word and on social media it draws a crowd.
Mayor Bass? Mayor Bass, I think a lot of people in this city agrees with you, and I'm sure appreciate you speaking up for them. I'm wondering, would it be more powerful if, you know, they got a chance to be lawyered up, you know, to fight back against the fact that they're being detained potentially against their violating their civil rights? You know, is there anything that you can talk about you know, providing legal representation? For example, the city of LA just approved the budget with money for legal representation for immigrants, and so and that felt like an uphill battle, and more probably maybe needed.
This woman is asking if we can provide illegal aliens with taxpayer-funded attorneys, by the way. So they can file lawsuits against, so that the taxpayers can fund illegal alien lawsuits against ICE agents. That's what she wants. These people are freaking insane.
Of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds, whether or not there are resources to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But would it help negate what Trump is trying to do? You know, trying to deport people, like in a very indiscriminate fashion, seemingly.
Right. It will help to negate it when people have legal help. Yes?
Mayor, if I may, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, you know, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement over time?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make the case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem, and the problem was not happening on Thursday.
We're going to go here and then we'll leave. When it comes to the solutions, the administration has claimed that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered...
What they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids. And when it comes to working with them, would you be considering to give them a list of the violent criminals and particularly focus on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue from all the representatives we talked to on the congressional level, 30 days. So what can then we expect, or what can you tell both the immigrant population, the city population about what...
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population and other Angelenos, I'm going to do everything I can to keep people safe. And the population of all of Los Angeles needs to know that we will stand with them. We're not going to allow our city to be divided and picked apart. And but, you know, what you also described is, who knows? Yes, maybe 30 days, maybe longer, maybe shorter. How many raids in a given day? Where are those raids going to take place? Who are they looking for? None of that is information that we know. And again, this kind of atmosphere, it creates a chaos in our city. People not sure whether they should go outside, whether they need to stay inside. We did not need this. There was nothing happening in the city that warranted what we're dealing with now.
Down in front, and then we're going to end.
Yeah, only 5 million illegal aliens. Maybe 10 in the city.
Is there any indication
That's
that
it.
they will take direction from their emergency management center?
They're the federal government, absolutely not. And I hear that the Marines are on the way. I don't know if they really are. You know, I know that there was a post from the administration congratulating the National Guard for bringing peace before they even arrived. They weren't even here. But they were being congratulated for solving the problem, coming in and saving the day that didn't need saving.
They did.
How are you
They
getting
did.
information about
God bless
who is
them.
coming in? I mean, a lot of us are getting it from Twitter. Is that where
God
you're getting
bless.
yours?
I'm getting it from you.
We're going to end right here.
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, I know you had mentioned that there were 5 raids in our area today and 1 in the city. Do you have any more information about, where they occurred, especially here in the city?
No, the one I know of happens to be happened to have taken place at near my grandson's school, so I know of that one. But no, I don't know. Claudia Aragon is the director of our Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Yes, we are working closely with the Rapid Response Network, and we are getting the data with them. So as they compile that, they work with us, and as you know, it's very much ongoing. So usually we check back with them at the end of the day. So as unfortunately as it happens, they don't tell us, and it happens probably as we speak now. So we'll check back with them at the end of the day, and hopefully those numbers don't go.
Because I think the fear is,
Can you come to the mic,
are they
please?
just willy-nilly, grabbing people?
Oh, do you want Claudia to come to the microphone?
Claudia, do you mind
Yes.
coming to the mic? I'm so sorry, just so you can And those 5 raids were from today?
Hola, Claudia.
Correct.
And where was one by what school?
Hey, look at the bicyclist over here, guys. What's going on?
She said that one of them was near her grandson's school.
What part of that?
I don't think we were.
LA. But I think there was a question that
I guess the question is, so there's 5 raids today. Where, if you're not being able to pinpoint ahead of time, how do you then respond and or set up or get people prepared if there are going to be more?
Well, it's not necessarily about preparing them, per se, now. It's our office, along with our community partners, have been unfortunately preparing for this moment, previously, for decades, through the Know Your Rights campaign, as you all know, with the red cards. And doing those campaigns, you all have been working with these community partners for decades, and this is the moment that a lot of them had been working with. This is the second time that this administration comes around, so unfortunately a lot of these partners really just activated this portfolio, and this is what they know how to do pretty well. And it's not really about preparing them, it's about bringing back that particular part of their portfolio and educating them about their rights, and really having the element of the recently arrived part of the immigrant population with the migrant buses in our region, and really,
They refuse to use the word illegal. Illegal is not a word in their vocabulary, at least when they're talking about immigrants.
Know what their rights are, and and letting them know that we don't know when the raids are going to happen, and that's why it is important for them to know their rights and for them to understand what their rights are and to be prepared. And education is key, and that's really the only way they can air quote arm themselves, unfortunately.
All right, we've been listening to LA Mayor Karen Bass, and we are seeing a lot of activity on the ground right now. We've got reporters, including on this bottom right-hand corner. You're seeing lots of activity right now. Is that Matthew Seedorf's picture? That's Laura Diaz, who's joining our coverage for the first time. Laura, I don't know if you can hear me yet. Laura, what's happening? It seems like there's... we'll give you a moment.
We lost our feed over there, looks like.
It appears that there's a lot of activity happening right there, and people are on the move as we get that
Seems
mic
like things
ready
are
to go.
escalating.
Laura, what's happening from your perspective?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Whoa, Laura, whoa. Okay, real quick, there was a super chat. Michael P., Attorney General Pam Bondi is on FNC with Hannity now, citing federal law and prosecution for rioters assaulting local police, including spitting on cops, with up to 5 years in prison. Okay, that's good. I'm sure within about a half hour on Twitter, we're going to see those clips pop up, and then we will double back and take a look at those, okay? So I'm sure we'll see those here pretty soon popping up. Another super chat here from the Big Kahuna. Aloha. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, thank everybody here for tuning in tonight. This is... Whoa. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at this. Thank you guys very much. Make sure to subscribe. Find me on Twitter. Thank you very much.
And I hope that we will be heard because our city is trying to move forward. And I believe that the federal government should be supportive of us moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just all right, you have been listening to a live press conference from Mayor Karen Bass saying stop the raids. It's creating fear and chaos in.
Yeah, we are not going to stop the raids. The Trump administration is going to double down, triple down, quadruple down on the raids. In fact, there were over 12 raids just today in Los Angeles area, 12 different ICE raids. They are picking up in pace, in fact. They are not going to stop them.
But it's an effort to try to control the crowd. And I think not get this to spill out any further than it is. But that's what I've been witnessing over the last hour. We've seen people carrying signs. You know, we hear expletives. Some people are peaceful. Some people are really fired up and doing things they shouldn't be. At one point, heaving bottles, rocks. And then they kind of back off and they kind of go back on their haunches and wait to see what's happening next. So that's what's happening here at this hour, Alex and Christine.
So that the bottles and rocks, that to you is the crescendo that you're talking about.
I mean, it's assault on an officer.
Yeah, that's what caused the LAPD to have to step it up on their end.
Yeah.
And, you know, get people to move back. And there's any number of ways you can do that, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. What the hell am I looking at?
Today, here in Los Angeles, agents of ICE raided 15 different neighborhoods. They raided an elementary school. Think about the age of the children that means. 6, 7.
I bet this person thinks a lot about children.
8. The parents had to flee, just up and running out. The principal tried to announce that it was a drill. It was clear that it was not a drill. The principal locked down the school, and the children remained at the school crying and screaming and clinging to the teachers because they didn't know whether they would have a mom and dad when they got home. You can believe whatever you want to believe about immigration policy and who immigrants are, but this is not how you do it. This is violence.
This is exactly what I voted for. Yes. I don't care where they are, Home Depot, high school, whatever. I don't care. I don't care where, workplace, job site, apprehend them, detain them, deport them, get them out of the country. Wherever they might be, in the church, in the house, in the whatever, I don't care. Detain them, deport them. Yes.
Trump has admitted ICE is made up of January 6th insurrectionists. It's the Proud Boys. It's the Oath Keepers. After the election, I was wondering, where did they go? After the inauguration, I thought they're awfully quiet. They got their way. They got their boy in office. Why aren't they gloating? Why aren't they parading in the streets? They were getting their equipment together, I think, getting their balaclava.
So generally on the right side of the aisle, we don't have like pride parades type stuff like they have on the left. We just get to work. We don't have time to have these, like, to put together parades and floats and, you know, do this whole thing that they do over there. The reason why is because, one, we have jobs, and two, when it's time to get shit done, we just go out and get it done. That's how we do it.
Was to cover their faces while they oriented themselves in their new job working for ICE. I don't even think it was official. Certainly Congress didn't approve any of this. They don't have badges. They don't have identification. None of the conditions that government employees, federal government employees, are supposed to adhere.
Okay, I'm done. I've seen enough. I'm sorry. I've seen enough of that. Stephen A. Smith just weighed in on how the Democrats, namely Gavin Newsom, are handling this. Stephen A. Smith.
Why the hell are you playing right into the hands of Donald Trump?
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly what they are doing. Yes.
Because I got news for you. On this particular issue, as it involves migrants, immigrants, those who are undocumented, dare we say illegal, in the United States of America, he's winning on this issue. There's a reason he won the popular vote. There's a reason he won the Electoral College vote. There's a reason he won every swing state. There are people within the United States of America that want our immigration crisis addressed and want the situation resolved somehow, some way. And the person that seems eager to bring a resolution to the table is President Donald Trump. Now, others may challenge that because they may say we had a bipartisan agreement when Joe Biden was in office that Donald Trump convinced the GOP to nix because he wanted to use it as an issue to favor him during the election. Well, damn it, it worked.
By the way, this bipartisan border bill was the biggest load of bullshit ever. You guys know that I actually read the entire bill. That, supposed bipartisan border bill, what that border did was codify 5,000 illegal immigrants coming into the country per week. Like that was a part of the bill that they were going to explicitly allow. I think it's 5,000 exactly illegal aliens per week. And then anything beyond that, then they're going to do something to stop it. Okay, that bill sucked. Also, I don't buy the narrative that President Trump shut down that bill. I actually don't think he did. But if he did, thank God he did. I don't think he did. But if he did, thank God, because that bill would have been the downfall of this country. It would have allowed, like 1 million illegal immigrants per year into the country. And as it would turn out, you actually don't need this bipartisan border bill to fix the border, as we now know, because President Trump got back in office and within a week, the border was shut down. No bill. Guess what? All you had to do, was just enforce our pre-existing federal immigration laws that we already have them. We already have all the laws we need to shut down the border. Surprise, the Democrats just weren't enforcing them. They intentionally opened up the border. It wasn't an accident. The Democrats are not stupid. It wasn't an accident. They weren't sitting there, oh man, oh geez, all these illegal aliens are coming across the border. Ah man, they did it on purpose. They were sitting there going, yes, perfect, yes, bring in another million, bring in another 1 million illegal aliens. This is all part of our plan. That's what the Democrats were saying for 4 years. It wasn't some accident.
It worked. And I got news for you, Governor.
Okay, so that's that. Okay. Fetterman has chimed in with all of this. Senator John Fetterman says the Democrats have lost the moral high ground by not condemning the Los Angeles riots. Good point. I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstrations, and immigration, but this is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos. My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement. Whatever you think of Fetterman, this here is correct. That is totally true. And same for the Stephen A. Smith clip we just watched. Cannot type anything against S. Soros or YouTube. Is that true? I feel like I see people talking about Soros all the time, but I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Stuff is happening right now, folks.
Local police felt that they weren't capable, but you just heard Chief McDonald, the LAPD police
Get this
chief.
guy off the
You
screen.
heard the county sheriff talking about how they have the resources and they are perfectly capable of dealing with this. And what I'm worried about are this. I'm worried about the thousands of people who you've seen come out who are very peaceful and exercising
get all these
their
people
First
off
Amendment
the screen.
rights.
Put on the
I'm
riots.
afraid of an escalation, having Marines who are wonderful officers, amazing, brave, soldiers that have volunteered to defend our country, but are not trained in non-lethal combat, who are not trained in crowd control the way that local police officers are. I don't know what the coordination is with those Marines and with our local police.
I'm trying to find a good aerial feed. I'm sorry.
The last thing any of us want to see is innocent, peaceful protesters somehow seeing this escalate and being put in any kind of danger.
Why don't you show us that picture one more time for a second so we can get a good shot of it. So what are we looking at here?
This was the protest that I believe was yesterday. There was a lot of SCIU members, union members, and they were protesting the arrest of David Huerta, the SCIU leader. There were thousands of people on the street peacefully protesting against the ICE raids and against the arrest of David Huerta. And they were peaceful. They were exercising their First Amendment rights, as our Constitution, guarantees. And like you, I hate to see people creating the kind of chaos and danger that we've seen with some individuals burning cars, throwing rocks. That's, like I said, completely unacceptable, and it's harmful to the cause of these other folks who are marching and assembling peacefully and exercising their rights. And those people who are creating that kind of danger to police officers and to protesters
German in Idaho.
should be
Hey,
arrested
thank you.
and held accountable.
Dankeschön.
Congressmember Laura Friedman, thanks so much for sharing your views and staying up late for us tonight in Washington. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to get a different view from Congressman Kevin Kiley in a moment, but with this breaking right now, we want to go back to our colleague Christina Gonzalez on the ground.
I don't want to hit you.
Christina, you're up. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay, let me, sorry about that. I was trying to position myself. So what is going on here is that we are continuing down Los Angeles Street.
Yes.
The pace has definitely picked up with
Ladies and gentlemen,
these officers moving the crowd
as they
back.
say,
We're passing
shit
First
is going
Street at
down.
this point. We're passing LAPD headquarters, where they actually had some damage last night. And at this point, they're asking us to move to this side over here on the sidewalk, because what they want to do is take the square of LA and First Street and secure it. At this point, you've probably lost about 1/3 of the crowd that we originally had. And they are saying to people that at this point, if they continue, they're going to get arrested. So they're starting that process. We've seen a couple of people get picked up. This is what's left over
Arrest all of them.
the crowd. We can probably go around this side. Do you want to go over here to this side behind the officers? Let me see if we can give you a better point of view. And these are, you can see the non-lethals that they are carrying. Let's see. No, we can't get on that side right now because I got to stay on this side of the officers. I cannot cross this officer's line. But you see behind them, there's about maybe 30 people. And on this side, on the right, there's a few more.
Evan, that is my lovely German Shepherd, Laika, back there. She's 9 years old. Can you see her back there?
Into 4 different sections, 3 sections.
That is Laika, the 9-year-old German Shepherd, taking a nap.
In that way, diminishing the
Thank
number
you.
they have to deal with in one particular front. So they now have 3 fronts, one along Los Angeles, one along First Street, and then on the other side of Los Angeles.
Almost 10 now, wow, almost 10.
Wheelies back here, not leaving.
That guy's up to no good. Look at that guy.
I think you can.
Looks like he's maybe got a gun under his shirt. Look at that. Walking around like that. What's that guy doing?
And I don't know if, as they were moving the crowd back, let's see if you can see there's vehicles going down the street there. Those were people who were kind of driving into this without knowing. So what they're doing now is we're moving past this area. Let's go back here to the side. And they're going to do their formation to try to push that side of the crowd away onto the other street. Again, this is a way of diluting the crowd into smaller numbers and securing an intersection. That way, they don't have everybody just on one side. Here comes the second line. We may be asked to move back. Which way, sir? Which way do you want us to move? This way? Okay. Oh, that way? Okay, sir. Thank you. So they're now putting us with the people, which may be interesting, but now you have a formation. What they will do is this is the formation that's going to deal with the guys with the motorcycles and so forth.
It is heating up.
Sometimes they want us behind, sometimes they want us in front. You see on the other side of First Street, that's the group with the flag. And that's the group that you had over there. So
I don't want to jinx it. God forbid this happens. That being said, I am shocked that we have not had a mass shooting here. God forbid, we pray that does not happen. 2 nights ago, there was an officer that got shot. I think he might have passed away. Terrible situation. I am shocked, given how insane this situation is, that things have not actually gotten worse than how they are so far.
All right, we will get back to Christina when we can get our signal established again. We want to check in quickly with Laura Diaz as well.
Yes, Alex and Christine, I'm standing here on the corner of Main Street and Temple. And so we're right across from LAPD headquarters. What you've seen happen is that the crowd has moved south.
Nuts.
They've all now gravitated to this corner. Some people are still driving around in vehicles going in circles. Others are on foot. Some are on bicycles, but there's just kind of a sense of milling about the city, if you will. So this is what we're finding at this hour, that people are just kind of walking around, taking in the scene.
These
Some
people
are
just
taking
so
time
stupid.
to express their opinions. Others, seem very angry, but it's really a mix of people out here. Some people are actually, selling stuff to drink and like that. We just heard, I think, a flash bomb go off. So they're trying to control the crowd. If they get too close to the police, then they're put in a position where they have to get the crowd to walk back. Usually what happens is they ask them to do that first.
Nice
and
umbrella.
if repeatedly, though, don't respond to that command, then eventually law enforcement is put in a position to have to get people to walk back so that they don't get overcome by the crowd. I apologize for that bad language. Some people walk by, I can't control what they say. But so that's the scene right now. But we are standing in front of LAPD headquarters. I remember when it was built and Bill Bratton telling me how proud of it he was because of the glass. He said it was the people's police and that it would be transparent, and he thought it would be a place of hope for people. I'm sure if former Chief Bratton is watching now, what he's seeing is all of the law enforcement here and the people demonstrating in front of police headquarters. We're not far from City Hall East. We are basically at the seat of government where we are right now. We just walked down from where the federal building is. We're now by City Hall. Not too far from here is the county seat. So what we are seeing is we're seeing the assembly of people here, and they're all expressing themselves, some in a very animated way, others in a more dignified way.
Things are getting animated. That's
Laura
right.
Diaz reporting live as we hear them.
Sorry, you have people on the roof up there throwing things down on the cops.
Thanks to Laura and
look up on the
hopefully
roof.
Her. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. We'll just move on. From
What happened to that guy?
We look at those pictures there. We're also awaiting. In a moment, we're going to hear from Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley.
Are those, dare I say,
his perspective
Koreans
on all of this? We've heard the Democratic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Koreans on the roof.
It's interesting
maybe
to hear
not.
the
Maybe
Republican
not.
perspective as well. It looks like there's a bit of movement
False alarm.
at the top of that screen. Now we're going to bring in Kevin Kiley, who is the congressman who is joining us live right now. Congressman, thanks so much for staying up late with us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Your big takeaway from all that's going on.
Well, it's horrifying what we've seen, the chaos that has been unleashed in Los Angeles due to the reckless policies of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, who have, first of all, were complicit in the Biden border crisis where millions of people came into the country.
So you can see they were in that shop looting. They were looting
then
that
they've
shop
adopted
there.
sanctuary policies which directly stop ICE and federal immigration authorities from being able to arrest the most dangerous of these folks in custodial settings, in jails, forcing them to conduct targeted operations within the community. And that's what ICE was doing, standard operations targeting people who have criminal convictions or existing deportation orders, the same thing that administrations, Democrat, Republican administrations have done. Barack Obama deported millions of people, and yet you had the likes of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, as well as state-funded NGOs, by the way.
Live chat. Never let anybody try to tell you that Barack Obama deported millions of people. No, he did not. During the Obama administration, they redefined what a deportation is, such that anybody that they apprehended at the southern border and then turned around and sent back into Mexico, they counted that as a deportation. Very different than Donald Trump's deportations. Donald Trump's deportations are ripping people out of the United States interior from Omaha, Nebraska, or from Los Angeles, or, up in Pennsylvania, whatever. These are actual ripping people out of the U.S., shipping them back down across the border, not apprehending them at the border and turning them around. Barack Obama had almost no deportations, in fact. False narrative, fake news.
Your response to that argument?
Well,
remember, Alex, the sanctuary law only applies to criminals. It's a special protection for people who not only came to the country illegally, but also have committed a crime. And it says that we're not going to honor a detainer request from ICE. So that is the least disruptive, safest way to do immigration enforcement when it comes to these people who are sort of at the top of the list and have criminal histories and are considered threats to public safety, is to simply transfer custody within a custodial setting. And the sanctuary law prohibits that very thing from happening. And so that's why ICE is forced to do these targeted operations within the community. And so I think that argument is just completely without merit, especially when you consider the fact that it's the sanctuary policy itself that serves to entice.
Matt Morse, new to the channel. Are you ex-military or work in politics? Wasn't sure the why behind the creation of the channel. I have no qualifications. I'm going to be honest. I am not ex-military. I've never worked in politics. I'm just very well-read, I guess, and passionate. Politics, American history is kind of my personal passion. Maybe a little bit autistic. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm just a very passionate guy. But no, I don't have any paper credentials. I hate to say. I have nothing. I got nothing for you.
The open air drug markets in San Francisco. He said, I'm sending in the guard there. And so clearly this was a situation that required reinforcement, but the governor refused to act. And so the president, as commander in chief, it is his prerogative. He has the constitutional authority. He has the statutory authority. When you have actions like this that are targeting federal officials, that are actively interfering with the ability of federal officials to do their job and to carry out their operations, then he has the authority, and he made the decision as commander-in-chief that this was what was necessary to protect public safety and to restore order.
What do you make of this back and forth that we're seeing right now, which seems to be intensifying between Governor Newsom and President Trump?
Oh, you're right.
Governor Newsom saying, arrest me, to Tom Homan. President Trump suggests...
Okay, real quick, we are going to check in on Texas developing anti-ICE / Free Palestine / LGBT... They're checking all the boxes. It is an anti-ICE protest, a Free Palestine protest, and an LGBTQ rights protest, all combined into one, going on in Austin, Texas right now. Okay. This is Austin. Uh-huh. Seems pretty civil, to be honest. But who knows? It's getting dark. Things always happen after dark. Who knows? So far, they've got the Hitler mustache, Donald Trump thing. Classic. Anyway, seems pretty restrained right now, I guess. We'll see what happens.
Situation. Like, I'll give you one example. Apparently someone posted a photo of cars on fire.
Thank you.
And Newsom felt the need to log on and respond that, oh no, this is an old photo. This isn't from LA, but there were actually other cars on fire in LA. So rather actually attend to that situation, the real threat that our community was facing, he was engaged. He's been trolling Jim Jordan. He's been, just doing basically everything he possibly can to try to turn this situation to his political advantage and to save face. You probably saw, maybe I even saw you post this, that he's now sending out fundraising emails and texts saying, oh no, they're going to arrest me. You need to contribute to my PAC. So, I mean, it, I guess, strikes me as
Shameless.
Someone who has kind of become even more unhinged than usual, but is simply not up to approaching this situation with the seriousness that it requires. When that's what his priority is, rather than actually managing the situation, restoring public safety, that's what he's spending his time on. And I think that's a great concern. It should be a great concern to Californians, but I think a lot of people are thankful that at the very least some people are willing to step in and try to do the right thing here.
And of course, he does have a team that I think manages a lot of his social media. I don't know how much of that he's doing himself, but so I understand the point in terms of the priorities. So in terms of where do we go from here? You know, as well as I know, that a lot of the people that are really problematic are these anarchist types who are just out to cause problems. And we see them at event after event after event. What should happen to them?
Okay, I have something funny to show you guys here. This is the LAFC, the LA Football Club, and they decided to do a little bit of virtue signaling here. They made a big post on Twitter. The Los Angeles Football Club believes that the true strength of our community comes from the people and the cultures, and they make up the tapestry, beautiful, diverse city, blah, 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 blah. And then they posted it in Spanish also. Okay, and so somebody responded to this. This is on the LA Football Club website. No person, regardless of age, may enter the stadium without a ticket. So, just to be clear, the Los Angeles Football Club has a more stringent vetting process to enter the football stadium than California imposes on illegal aliens entering the city or the state. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, great. Excellent virtue signaling. Let's get back to this.
From other states, I imagine, what are people saying to you about what's happening in California?
Oh, certainly. I mean, people are saying, what is going on with your state? They say, we knew things were bad in California from the perspective of crime and public order and many other things, but they're like, this is something that's absolutely beyond the pale. And no one is buying this narrative that Gavin Newsom is trying to concoct, that somehow it was the arrival of the National Guard itself that caused the problem. I mean, you've been reporting on this the last several days. The Guard didn't arrive until yesterday, and you know what happened well before that.
But in fairness, President Trump also claimed that the Guard solved the problem before the Guard arrived. So that wasn't exactly great either.
Well, I don't know what that reference was, but the fundamental issue
he put out a press release saying, thank the Guard for doing a great job, and they didn't arrive for 6 hours after that.
Well, that actually, I mean, if true, just serves to confirm the point that I made, which is that Newsom's attempt to somehow make this seem like it was the arrival of the Guard that caused this problem is absolutely false. The president decided to act because of how out of control things had gotten in LA. In fact, I just saw he put up something saying that, we were fine. There was no problem until Trump got involved. I mean, you've been reporting on things in LA, not only the last few days, Alex, but would you describe the city as an oasis of peace and harmony? I mean, no, the city has had huge problems with lawlessness, with law and order, with crime, and a whole host of other things. And now people across the country are seeing that in a very vivid way. And so I think that's kind of to your question, like, what are people saying back in DC? They're saying, wow, California has really gone off the rails here. These are not the sort of scenes we want to see in our own cities and in our own states. And so my message would be, then make sure that you don't have the sort of policies that California has had. Don't have an open border. Don't be sanctuary jurisdictions. Don't let criminals out of prison early. Don't fund NGOs that are, going around trying to incite lawless behavior. And don't use the sort of incendiary, inflammatory rhetoric. A lot of this lawlessness.
Well, Congressman Kevin Kiley, thank you so much for sharing your perspective. What I love about this show and this station is we get to hear a lot of different perspectives and people get to make up their own minds. So we had Governor Newsom on last night.
To be very clear, Americans already have overwhelmingly made up their mind. The overwhelming majority of Americans wholeheartedly agree with and endorse President Trump's ongoing effort to deport every single last illegal alien from this country. This is what Americans voted for. What you're seeing right now, this is what Americans voted for. If anyone was under this false notion that deporting 50 million illegal aliens was going to be easy, or it was going to not be a little bit rough around the edges, I don't know, maybe you were delusional, but listen, folks, our country has been getting invaded for 50, 60, really since the 1960s, I would say, since 1965 specifically, maybe before that. Well, I mean, no, it was in the 1950s. They carried, in 1954, they carried out Operation Wetback. And in the 1920s, they had Occupation Alien, whatever it was called during the Great Depression. But anyway, this has been a problem for 100 years, okay? Let's put it that way. And Americans overwhelmingly voted for this, and this is exactly what it looks like. This is it. It is happening now.
Security detail said to us that they think perhaps this is being orchestrated. And, in this year, in this time when everybody's on.
This is a good point to make, actually, too. I tweeted something out like this earlier today. Most certainly, we do have some paid agitators in the audience here in the crowd. They're being paid to be here. They're agitating the situation. Folks, do not get it twisted. The majority of these people are genuinely just third world illegal aliens. If you're like, man, how are people behaving like this? This is how third world illegal alien invaders behave. This is par for the course. This is status quo. It's not that all of them are being paid. Some of them are. This is just typical behavior for criminal illegal aliens from the third world. It's not exactly confusing. Operation what? Operation Wetback. That, by the way, that is a real government operation that was carried out, I want to say, in 1954. Operation. It's not even a slur. Like, that is just, there's a Wikipedia page. This is a real thing, where they deported hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens back in the 1950s. In fact, as far as I know, I think the slur derived from this operation. So I think this is the origin of that slur, if you can call it that. But anyway, no, this is a real thing that happened in the 1950s. That is what it is. It's not even controversial to say that.
Most of the group seems to be people of color. And some of them are law-abiding, and some of them are crossing the line, wanting to antagonize law enforcement. And that's when it escalates at that point. If something is thrown at one of these officers, they have the right to retaliate, and they're exercising that right. Now, just right now, we saw one of those riot vehicles. I believe that our cameraman, Elliot, is following that movement now, heading down Spring Street. And I think this is designed just to let people know, hey, we're here. You can peacefully demonstrate, but if you cross that line, there's a price to pay for it. So that's what we're witnessing right now. I don't hear anybody screaming or yelling. It's really kind of calm.
Where are we pushing these people to? You know, we are corralling them again. We've done this 6 times today. We're pushing these people out. Where are we going? Are we just hoping that they slowly peel off and disperse individually, or what? Do we have a destination here? I don't know.
Of it. I don't even know how invested they are in the cause on one side or the other. I think they just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, it reminds you of so many instances, you know, even on the freeway sometimes when there's a crash, people slow down because they just want to see what's happening, and there's a human instinct. Not that I'm comparing this to a crash, but I'm just saying that there's a human instinct sometimes to see what's happening as well. All right, Laura, thank you for that. We have spent so much time focused on downtown Los Angeles, but there are other communities in Southern California where there have been protests, including in Santa Ana. Let's show you some of this.
Oh, okay. This is good.
Don't attack the cars. Do not attack the car.
This was
perfect.
Quite a scene here where protesters attacked a vehicle and then blocked the pathway of immigration vehicles. This was Lou Correa was there, and he landed from Washington. Democratic congressman says he was shocked.
I'll say it again, folks. We don't have to tolerate this. America does not have to be like this. America, just a couple decades ago, wasn't like this. This is not how our country has to be. The majority of the time we have had this country, it wasn't like this. Our founding fathers did not give their sweat and their blood and their tears in order to create this country as it is now. We have got to stop this. We have got to put this down. We've got to put an end to this. If it means that we have to deport 10 million, 30 million, 50 million people, then so be it. We have got to get these people out of the freaking country. This is a problem. Massive problem.
National Guard folks in Westwood tonight as well. So look at this. This was some video from earlier that was pretty startling to me. And you see this. These are boxes of masks being handed out, and a lot of folks seeming to just grab them like candy. These look like they are bionic face shields, which we looked at their website, is basically recommended for machinists and auto body shops as a way to protect one's face. I don't think
what are they wearing?
We expect to have a lot of cars coming in for repair work tonight. So that sort of seemed like the thing that you would have as a precaution if you were planning to or getting ready to potentially have some sort of conflict with law enforcement.
Yeah,
hopefully
sure does.
that doesn't happen tonight, and something like that isn't needed. As we see this particular crowd on the move, some of them holding Mexican flags, many of them covering their faces as they're on the move.
Okay, new rule. This is a great idea. If you are caught publicly waving a non-American flag, you immediately get deported to that country. If you are waving a Palestinian flag, you are immediately apprehended and deported to Palestine. If you are waving a Mexican flag, you are immediately apprehended and deported down. Even if you're not Mexican, you are guess what? You're going to Mexico, and we're not letting you back in. This would overnight solve a huge number of issues, almost immediately. This was yesterday. You're looking at this car here.
Pick somebody up, and instead, they were torched. And as you know, when you have an electric vehicle, the lithium-ion batteries are especially flammable, and those flames are hard to put out, and so they basically had to let these things burn in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, which became a picture that was used all over the world as sort of the image of what's been happening in downtown. This is what was left of those vehicles, literally a pile of just total destruction. And they're cleaning that up today. But if you want to have a Waymo in downtown, it's not going to happen, at least for the foreseeable future.
It's over.
As an understandable precaution for
the Waymo
that
days
company.
are over.
Back live now. It looks like we are, I think, near the federal building, and you see a police line there. And it has been interesting watching the police in action over the last hour. It's been clear part of their strategy has been to separate out these protest groups into smaller groups, which are easier to control, and then to get these folks moving away from some of the targets that they're especially want to protect. Get them moving away from the freeway, away from some of these federal buildings, and it seems to be working. And the crowd does not have as much power when it is smaller. And when you have more law enforcement, obviously, than you have.
Just real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I want to put on a video for you guys. Folks, this is what Los Angeles looked like in 1951. You'll notice there are no criminals, there are no violent thugs, there is no graffiti or litter on the ground, cars aren't being blown up and detonated, officers are not being assaulted and having their heads bashed in by blocks of concrete. Everything is peaceful. There's no civil strife or drama. This is the country we can have. We just have 50 million too many illegal aliens. If we get rid of the 50 million illegal aliens, we can have this again. We can have total serenity. We can have beauty. We can make the country great again. This is how it used to be. Not anymore, very obviously.
Tonight, let's hope so. It's obviously important for people to be able to be protected when they are expressing their First Amendment rights, but if they do commit crimes, it's also important for criminals to be held accountable, and that includes being arrested and be prosecuted, not only to be put to justice, but as a sign to everybody else that sort of behavior is not okay. So as we walk through the streets of downtown LA, we appreciate our camera guy getting his 10,000 steps and then some as he walks with these demonstrators, these protesters, who this group has been largely peaceful that we've been seeing. So we've also had kind of a crazy day in terms of a back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsom. We talked about that.
You know, speaking of that, now we have a couple clips of Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi went on Fox News about a half hour ago. What is Pam Bondi saying about all of this? Let's take a look.
Federal officers. The Molotov cocktail cases that you've seen, we've charged one, more to come, 3 outstanding. The looters, you saw they began to loot last night, going into 7-Elevens, going into drugstores. Typically, you don't charge those. We do under federal law now. Under the Hobbs Act, we are charging robbery. You loot a business in California, you are looking at maximum of 20 years in prison.
Okay, listen, that's great. That's all great. Pam Bondi, are you actually going to do this? Pam Bondi, you talk a lot, but you don't do a lot. So you know what? I hope you take this seriously. I really, really do, but I'm not exactly optimistic about this.
You spit on a federal law enforcement officer, no more. As President Trump said, you spit, we hit. Get ready. If you spit on a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to charge you with a crime federally. You are looking at up to 5 years maximum in prison. The cinder block case, Sean. Remember that case? We have breaking news right now. The case where the guy was breaking up the cinder blocks and he was throwing them at police cars. The federal officer had injured his hand. He was wearing a mask. The FBI has identified him.
Whoa.
Bill Escalating, our incredible U.S. attorney out there working with ATF, DEA, and the FBI have been doing a remarkable job. That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house as we speak.
Whoa.
And he has been identified. See his face. He is going to be on, his name is Reyes. He is going to be on the most wanted list. You have broken the news. His face is out there right now. That's him. He has been identified by great police work by the FBI. So you can run, you can't hide. We are coming after you federally. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you.
I hope so. I hope so. We have a super chat here from Cats Rule. Best riots coverage in all of YouTube. Mainstream media is beyond ridiculous. Well, that's true. I don't know if I'm the best, but the mainstream media sucks. Glad to have someone with patriotism and common sense covering this insanity. God bless America, and God bless President Trump, and God bless this entire audience. God bless this entire community. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get back to the live coverage real quick and see what's going on.
Waters on the Fox News channel. Here's some of what he said tonight.
Well, what would you arrest him for?
Well, look, I was interviewed by an embassy reporter. He asked me about the protesters. So look, they got the right to protest, but they can't cross that line. They can't impede our enforcement efforts. They can't put hands on our officers. They can't knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens from us. I said, so if they cross that line, they're going to be prosecuted. And the question was, well, how about Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? What if they cross that line? I says, they'll be prosecuted too. Haven't they said for the last 4 years, no one's above the law? They cross the line, we'll seek prosecution. You and I would be held accountable. They prosecuted President Trump. No one's above the law. That's what they said. Either is the Governor Newsom. If he crosses that line, we'll simply ask the Attorney General to seek prosecution. It wasn't a threat. No one threatened to arrest him. But if he crosses that line and commits a crime, he's no better than anybody else. We'll seek prosecution.
That if the governor commits a crime in terms of impeding an investigation, which is what, by the way, they say that David Huerta, the head of the SEIU, they say he did that. Obviously, he's...
As far as I'm concerned, just by nature of operating and maintaining a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state, which is what California really is, that is a federal crime. I think that every single Democrat left-wing politician that has been maintaining and facilitating sanctuary city, sanctuary state policies, they should go to jail. That's my opinion. That it's absolutely traitorous behavior. It is. It's 100%.
Let's go back now to Laura Diaz.
Shut him down.
Our reporter on the ground. And it feels like the temperature's a bit cooler at this point, Laura. And it seems like part of the reason of that is because the LAPD has separated the crowd a bit.
It was actually the Sheriff's Department earlier. I'm going to take this out of my ear because I'm getting feedback. It was the Sheriff's Department earlier that told the crowd to disperse. And in the process of doing that, people did start to move back. The thing is, if they're ordered to disperse and then they act on it, then they're not breaking any laws. And, you know, my detail here, our security detail, pointed out to me that this all seems to be very well orchestrated. So people know that if they move and they just go a couple of blocks over, they're now not violating any laws. So that's what you're seeing now is this group on the move as they head from Broadway headed now towards the freeway. And as long as they're moving, they're not in violation of that order to disperse. So it's all been quite interesting. A lot of the signs that we're seeing, you were asking me earlier about the group, the signs that we're seeing, they seem to be heavily manufactured, as though someone paid money to create the sign.
That's weird.
It's not like I would go into the kitchen and scrawl a sign. It's you know, it's better put together than that. So it's kind of an interesting point about who may have paid for that.
That is weird.
We see shirts too that are. We see shirts too that are somebody spent some money on. So that's the scene right here across from the Hall of Justice. We'll continue to update you from downtown Los Angeles.
Someone should look into that.
Reporting live. Sending it back to you, Alex.
Laura Diaz, thank you so much. And it is, when we saw those masks that were being handed out, it's clear somebody's paying for that too. So there is a bit of organization on this. And by the way, before we go, we want to show this. Do we have this image from Matthew Seedorf? Okay. We've just, if you check out Matthew Seedorf's social media, the rock thrower from Saturday's violent crash in Paramount has been identified. We'll have more on that later on tonight. We are going to pause our coverage for now. If anything major happens, we will jump back on the air. A reminder that we have news now on Channel 13 every night from 8 to 10 p.m. And then we are back here on Fox 11 every night.
Okay, we have a big time super chat from, whoa, I'm lagging. From Sledgehammer, $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Wow, thank you. I'm an ex-combat pilot, and now I do FDNY inspection and came 30 years ago in this great country. Guess what? I waited for the paper for 8 years and then come here and have great life. Had 3 jobs when I got here, slept 2 hours only for whole year and then 2. Well, it sounds like you did it the right way, right? It sounds like you did not illegally sneak into our country, invading our country. So, hey, props to you. That's great. I think this goes without saying, but ew, gross. Ugh. What the hell are we looking at here? I just want to get that off the screen. So, but yeah, there's a very big difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration. And thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Now, that's a big time super chat. We have another clip here from Pam Bondi, who adds a little bit more context to all of this. Let me take a look here.
What we're going to do is we are going to enforce the law regardless of what they do. Look at it out there. It looks like a third world country, and it's not. It's the United States of America. We are not standing for it. Donald Trump won't stand for it. And something else tonight. Look at all those great men and women in the LAPD. We are going to protect them. If they will not protect them and prosecute people that abuse the LAPD in terms during a civil unrest under 18 U.S.C. 231, we can prosecute federally people who assault state law enforcement officers with a maximum of 5 years in prison, and we are going to do it. We are going to prosecute them federally. If California won't protect their law enforcement, we will protect the LAPD and the sheriff's office out there. Not only that, we have 9 open cases right now and more to come on assaulting federal officers. The Molotov cocktail cases that you've seen, we've charged 1, more to come, 3 outstanding. The looters, you saw they began to loot last night, going into 7-Elevens, going into drugstores. Typically, you don't charge those. We do under federal law now. Under the Hobbs Act, we are charging robbery. You loot a business in California, you are looking at maximum of 20 years in prison. You spit on a federal law enforcement officer, no more. As President Trump said, you spit, we hit. Get ready. If you spit on a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to charge you with a crime federally. You are looking at up to 5 years maximum in prison. The cinder block case, Sean. Remember that case? We have breaking news right now. The case where the guy was breaking up the cinder blocks and he was throwing them at police cars.
Okay, so we heard that. I'm trying to get some new live feeds back up on the screen here. Well, that one is down. Just when I find a good one, then it goes off. So I'm looking for some good aerial footage here. I thought I had some good aerial footage, but I guess not. Okay, well, I'm looking again. Trying to find some more here. So give me 1 minute. Los Angeles live. Get some audio maybe. We've got something. Okay. And in the meantime, hey, reminder, if you are tuning in and you enjoy the show, then hey, every single time you subscribe to the channel, I really appreciate it. It does help a lot. I think I have a good one here, folks. Oh yeah, we're back. Okay. We're going to do... Well... Why don't we try this? Okay, there is some aerial footage. No, in the last, gosh, 3 or 4 days that we've been covering these riots, I think we have, this channel has gained 7,000 or 8,000 subscribers. We have a lot of new people. A lot of new people tuning in lately, so hey, I really appreciate it. Yeah, just about. I appreciate it a lot. Everybody, welcome to the channel. And we are just continuing the coverage here tonight. Yeah, we probably another 2 hours or so, something like that. And I'm gonna, you know, 2 of these I think are not so good. I'm gonna try to find some more. Let's see. Try KCal. So this is KCal. That is KCal. We have that one. This is Fox 26 Houston. This is Crux. Those two I don't really like those ones. So I'm going to try to find something else. Let's see here. Funding from Soros funded a bunch of stuff for today. Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. 100%. They are losing control. The radical progressive, the Soros-backed NGOs, they are losing their grip on the nation. We are, I mean, I would say, successfully pushing back. But I'm looking for a good live stream. Not a lot of aerial footage right now. Really. Trying to find something. Oh, you know what? Maybe I... Oh, this might be good. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead. This is IRT Media. I'm gonna put that over here. Okay, folks, I think we're set up. I am going to take a 90-second break. I will be right back, and then we are continuing. And we have another 2 or 3 hours. Look at that massive collective of people. Look at that. Okay, once again, folks, it's not even dark yet. And you know when the sun goes down, 1 hour, 90 minutes or so. Look at that. Arrest. Right there. Big time arrest. Guy in the yellow jacket. What was he doing? You love to see it. You love to see that. You love to see it. Okay, folks, I'll be right back in 90 seconds, and then we'll get back to it, okay? I'll be right back. All right. Wow. We are still going. This just goes on and on and on. We are still in Los Angeles. Well, so this is actually Santa Ana, and then these other two live streams here are in Los Angeles. It seems like what the LAPD is trying to do is kind of separate people, disperse them, break up the crowds into multiple smaller, more manageable crowds. I wonder, I didn't see what this guy in the yellow jacket, what did he do? We saw him get arrested, detained a moment ago, but what did he actually do? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Now, purportedly, there are more National Guard soldiers on the way. U.S. Marines maybe on the way tonight. We're not sure. Maybe they might show up tomorrow, the Marines. We got to see, but this is day 4. The last 3 nights, we have seen that once things get dark, there's always people get a little bit crazy. So who knows how this is going to develop? You wore yellow. Yeah, wearing yellow is not allowed. Not allowed. This here is not... Okay, now it is live. Okay, do we have any audio?
Oh, sorry, Rudabay. We just heard that Michelle Gili can talk to us now. And Michelle, we've seen a lot of things happen since we last spoke with you. We noticed they did just take into custody this guy, this protester that was throwing projectiles at those federal officers.
He was throwing.
Who really became pretty upset with him. But now he's in custody.
Throwing projectiles.
Yeah, and it looks now like the crowd is mobilizing once again in front of the steps there at the Civic Center. I have been listening to some of the questions that you've had specifically about detainees as at the Orange County Women's Central.
There is something I do want to say real quick. I'm sure you guys have all seen the polling data. Back in 2017, only 35% of Americans supported President Trump's endeavor of deporting illegal aliens. 35%. This is 2017. Okay, folks, 8 years later, now it's 60, 65, 70 ballpark, mid-60s. So let's call it 65%. Okay, so folks, we are winning. Everybody talks about the culture war. We talk about the Overton window. We talk about the political paradigm. Folks, we are winning. More and more Americans are waking up and saying, listen, this path towards progressivism, the Democratic Party, this open border policy, accepting all of these people, it has made the country worse. It is making the country worse for Americans, actual Americans, and enough is enough. They have to go. And so I asked you all this question yesterday. Do you think these riots in Los Angeles are going to make President Trump's polling numbers go up or down? Up, up, up. That's what's going to happen. Most Americans, I would bet my career on it, look at everything that's unfolding right now and they say, I don't want this in my country. I don't want my country to become a third world ghetto trash hellhole. I don't want graffiti everywhere. I don't want cars being blown up. I don't want to see police officers get assaulted and have their heads bashed in. I don't want people taking hammers and smashing up concrete and then throwing it around. I don't want any of that. I don't want my country to be a third world ghetto. Nobody wants that, and that's exactly what we're all watching right now for the last 4 days. That is what is going on. I was going to the restroom a moment ago, and I was checking my phone, looking at my Twitter posts. Somebody said, hey, Matt, my favorite part about your stream is your hand movements. I never really think about that, but yeah, I guess I have crazy hand movements. I use my hands, I guess. Anyway, so it's captivating maybe for some of you. But anyway, no, nobody wants America to become a third world hellhole. And that is what we are watching right now. That is effectively what has happened to Los Angeles. We don't want that. Deport them.
For public safety.
Deport them.
And also to make sure that there is not vandalism or any sort of destruction. So I asked whether they might start shooting off pepper balls or the smoke bombs, and the officer who is in charge of the media there said, again, they are here for public safety and to make sure that there is not destruction or defacement of buildings and things in Santa Ana. So you see the situation here now. Things are loud but calm, and I predict that in a few minutes things are going to change, because that's what's been going on here for the past 3 hours or so.
You know, that's interesting, Michelle. I don't remember hearing about much activity out of Santa Ana yesterday, last night, and it seems like today certainly has been a different story. Maybe that's because of some of the raids that took.
We have some breaking news coming out of Austin, Texas, where there are also anti-ICE riots going on. Okay, so take a look at this.
Down from any of these cases. In fact, Homeland Security Secretary tonight on Fox saying they're going to arrest and charge protesters who are assaulting officers. So this is happening in real time, and it is the clash also, Caitlin, of immigration and law and order.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, just because LA police, the Los Angeles police, is not really going hard, folks, Texas, Dallas over here is an entirely different beast. Okay, if you think you're going to behave how you behave in Los Angeles over there in Texas, I don't think so.
Two of the main issues of President Trump all coalescing in this moment as people protest the methods of this administration.
And I also want to show what's happening in Austin. This is what's happening in Dallas. We also have similar scenes that are playing out, protests that are underway in Austin right now. Elliot, when you look at what's happening in Dallas there, I want to go back to that image that we were just showing. Obviously, things seem to be heating up there as you're looking at this scene right now in Dallas, where they are clashing with the officers. A lot of people are looking at this, and what I asked to Tom Homan was, is this going to be the new normal going forward in terms of more National Guard being deployed to other cities as well?
Well, and it all depends, quite frankly, Caitlin, on what happens with the legal challenges to this implementation of the National Guard. Now, look, there are circumstances where the president can federalize National Guard.
Well, it's nice to see that things are happening in Texas also. It's going better in Texas than it is in Los Angeles. That seems to be the case. Arrests are actually being made, it looks like.
They're being held at the Metro Detention
And Daniel, hey, thank you, Daniel.
Los Angeles, but, you know,
thank you very much.
Not even 100% certain.
I mean, I think the fact that Michelle has been reporting and asking authorities,
try to find some more of these
and
here.
They don't even know, I think that says volumes about this entire situation, and not knowing where people are being held, where they're being transported. In many cases, you know, people have children and they're separated from their children. So I think it says a lot that we don't know, and even some of the people in charge of these institutions and law enforcement agencies don't know.
And Santa Ana is a sanctuary city, so you would
sanctuary cities, woohoo!
More information, but this.
So what is this? Governor Gavin Newsom has a new update. 15 minutes ago. I
mean, it's again sober and serious moment. Meanwhile, can I just add, you know, and this is why I told the president, just get it over with. Arrest me. Move on. If you need some head to scalp, do it with me, but stop messing with these kids.
He wants to become a martyr so badly. In his brain, he's thinking, if Donald Trump arrests me, that is going to make me a martyr amongst the radical progressives, and then I can become president in 2028. He wants to be a martyr so incredibly badly. That's what he wants.
Kids, stop messing with 4-year-olds, kids in elementary school. We've got kids. We have hundreds of graduations down here. Kids are not going to their own graduations. Families, grandparents, here legally. Mixed status families in some cases. Scared to death to go to a graduation. People are scared to walk down the streets. It's not just Home Depots, getting their car washed. We have incidences. I didn't believe it because what was I thinking? I actually believed when they said this is not true. But then I saw videos. They're doing checkpoints, checking people's IDs. We've never seen this kind of deployment.
God forbid we check people's IDs. God forbid we make sure that people are actually in this country legally. IDs. Hey, Donald Trump, don't you know that IDs are racist? Don't you know that? Have you guys heard that? Voter ID, any type of ID, this is a racist thing that the evil Republicans try to do. It's unbelievable. Also, hey, Ed Morrison says, my wife says you and I have the same mind. Ed, honestly, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, is something happening here? Take a look. Folks, we have more police officers moving out, pushing out of this ICE facility now. They are on the move. I have something here. I'm gonna do that. That's good. Yep. Another arrest being made, looks like it. I'm going to take a look at Twitter and try to find some updates here. Okay, we have a new update from Stephen Miller. So Gavin Newsom posted on Twitter a couple hours ago. He said, "Do your job. We did not have a problem until President Trump got involved." That is from Gavin Newsom, which is a load of bullcrap, obviously. Stephen Miller responded 20 minutes ago. He said, "Didn't have a problem." Oh, hold up. Is Crux fake? Is this a fake feed here or what? Okay, let me come back to that here in a minute then. Didn't have a problem. Your state is a criminal sanctuary for millions of illegal alien invaders, cartel killers, foreign terrorists, transnational gangs, and insurrectionist mobs. Huge swaths of the city where I was born now resembles failed third world nations. A ruptured, balkanized society of strangers. When our courageous ICE officers fighting to rescue your communities came under violent organized attack, you and the LA mayor left them unforgivably to fend for themselves. When the rioters swarmed, you handed over your streets willingly to the rioters. You still refuse to arrest and prosecute the arsonists, seditionists, and insurrectionists. This administration is fighting to save the city and the citizens you have left to struggle and suffer. Stephen Miller just absolutely eviscerated Gavin Newsom. Now, what is this Indian woman saying?
We spoke about this. Their job will be to help the National Guard protect federal personnel and federal property. This all
Eric,
coming as the governor is now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The state is asking a judge to not only declare the call-up of the National Guard troops unconstitutional, but also they want the court to halt any future deployments. Now, we know that the governor and the president, well, they haven't spoken since Friday, but today the president backing up the idea of having the governor arrested for challenging the White House's mobilization of the troops. Meanwhile, local and federal leaders are criticizing the president for what they say.
I'm going to tune in here.
Blocking entrances to buildings or blocking driveways or blocking cars from moving. And any attacks against law enforcement will be met with a swift and decisive response from the
New York is having problems also tonight, folks.
For public safety and maintaining order in this city, and we will never abdicate that responsibility. I was on the phone all weekend with our federal partners. The message that I conveyed to them is the same message that I am conveying to you right now. At the New York City Police Department, we know how to police protests in a manner that maintains public safety and upholds the law. We have done so in thousands of protests over the last few years, and we will continue doing so going forward. At the mayor's direction, we have put plans in place so that if we do experience civil unrest of the sort that we have been witnessing in California, the full resources of the New York City Police Department are available and prepared to respond. We will maintain public order, and we will do it consistent with the law. I have tremendous confidence in the men and women of the NYPD who are expert in carrying out this critical work. I know that I speak on behalf of millions of New Yorkers who are grateful to them for their professionalism and for their commitment to service. Thank you.
Okay, that was Jessica Tisch alongside New York City Mayor Eric Adams outlining their approach and their strategy to how they will handle some of these demonstrations we have already seen in Lower Manhattan just today. And just a word of caution, a word of warning, you're going to be seeing, unfortunately, can't do anything about it, some of these vulgarities spray painted on the sides of buildings in all of these cities. And so we'll do our best. We are telling you that viewer discretion, yes, is advised, but you just saw one there. Can't do anything about it, unfortunately. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be diving still yet.
Okay, commercial break. What's going on over here? Nothing going on. I'm going to try to find another good live feed for us. This is Santa Ana. I'm going to get rid of that, I think. I'm just starting to stack up all my internet tabs here. I'll get rid of that one. Need to clean up my mess a little bit here. I'm making a mess. Okay, so do we have any other really good... Do we have KCAL up here? What is this here? That's not KCAL. This is Crux. Okay, you know what? I'm going to get this out.
It's pretty high, but so far no action, no actual physical confrontations that we have seen. You know, it's hard to know what the plan is here. You know, they've been taking them
We're back
down
in
the
business,
streets.
folks.
We were surprised, frankly, when they brought them through Little Tokyo, which is kind of a bustling business district. And now we're on kind of a more residential street where they've been kind of stopped for a few minutes now. So
the Marines have not showed up yet.
Crowd seems to be
they might not even show up until tomorrow.
And,
we got to see.
The force of police seems to be swelling. So we're watching that dynamic. Oh, watch. And now they're...
Oh.
I don't know what precipitated that running. There was no tear gas, which we usually see before they start to run. But something happened right there that made that crowd start running. I do see them on the left-hand side. They did take a young man into custody.
Good.
Or they detained him, rather, put him in handcuffs. Oh, and now you hear the bang. I don't know what's going on that's kind of precipitating this activity, this increase in activity here. But now we're on the move once again. So we're moving. Again, this is South Alameda. We are heading towards the Arts District. A crowd, you know, of maybe 100 or so people. It's hard for me to see. You guys probably have a better vantage point from SkyCal. But oops. And now, see, this is where it's going to get ugly again, because now they're throwing glass bottles. Now they're throwing rocks again at the police, water bottles, etc.
Yeah, what we see, Lori,
it's heating up,
is
folks.
we can see the crowd.
It is heating up.
A lot of them running, and we see officers.
Hey, John, thank you.
We see a projectile there. We see officers approaching quickly, and like they're moving them back to where we don't know, right? But that's what we notice.
Yeah, it's just interesting. You know, I mean, we don't, of course, know the police strategy, but like I said, we'd been all standing here for probably 15, 20 minutes, nothing going on except for a lot of yelling. And then all of a sudden, we saw the police kind of mobilize. We saw the crowd start to run. So, you know, we see this from time to time, and you can already see now it's kind of de-escalated, and well, you know, we've moved just not that far down the street, and once again they've stopped. So this is kind of a repeat of what we saw yesterday afternoon with these crowds as they kind of splintered off, and police had to kind of address the crowds in different parts of the city.
You know what, Laura, you were on the scene when during the BLM protests. So can you,
those were bad.
You know, just now, what's the difference here? You know, when I asked you before about is it organized, are there people
That's
that
right,
are
real
on
quick.
Megaphones?
So we have riots like this in Los Angeles, California, Santa Ana, California, Dallas, Austin, and it's starting in New York. Listen, folks, this is getting worse, and it's sweeping across the country. In fact, this is something that is kind of on the back burner here. this upcoming Saturday, so what is that, the 14th, 5 days from now, the far-left radical progressives are planning it's called No Kings Nationwide Day of Defiance. And what that is that they are going to set up protests or riots like this in pretty much every single major urban center across the entire country. So who here sees your town on this map? Every single blue dot is a protest / riot that these far-left radical... Oh, look at that over there. Look, we're making moves. Anyway, folks, this is just getting started. Okay, it's going to be a long summer. They are going to keep doing this. It's only June. Okay, they could do this for another 3 or 4 months. They've got time to do it. We are only getting started. Seriously, is this live here?
Deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point, she...
That's from earlier today.
You know, late teens, 20s kind
hey,
of crowd.
Deej, thank you.
And that in and of itself sometimes,
that.
you know, depending on the group of people, that creates a different atmosphere in that group of people. And that's what we've seen here today.
All right, I'm glad you sort of, you know, explained that, Lori, because I just remembered on the top of mind what happened during those protests, and I know you were there. So I figured you can sort of, you know, walk us through what's happening, and maybe it kind of makes you wonder if it's not, maybe it's social media that has really driven people to the sites where they are. But you already set it up for us that there doesn't appear to be really a lot of organization or particular leaders, so to speak.
And I will say in both those protests and in these protests last night, you know, at the end of the night, towards the end, you always seem to get kind of the agitators, right? The troublemakers who are not necessarily connected to the cause that brought the people out, but who are just trying to take advantage of a chaotic situation. We saw that in BLM, and we saw that last night as well with some of the unrest that happened, some of the tagging and some of the looting. You know, those were not people who I would consider necessarily connected to the cause that brought out the bulk of people over the weekend. They're just, you know, hangers-on who are trying to stir things up and use it to their advantage.
Lori, does it feel like the crowds have kind of come together? Because we've been looking at different pockets in downtown LA with various protests, but very geographically close to each other. Does it look like they're kind of coming into a unified crowd, or are they just in pockets around downtown LA?
I think they're in pockets around downtown LA, and I think that it would certainly be the strategy of the police to not allow them to kind of recongregate. This crowd, you know, we're way on the outskirts now from where we were yesterday. I mean, yesterday we were way further north towards the 101. We're heading towards the 10 this way and towards the Arts District. So I think they really are trying to dissipate them. I mean, it's difficult for me to know because I'm just with this crowd. But we have not seen them growing in number in terms of actually meeting up with other groups of protesters. I will tell you, I can hear here on the ground, I hear a lot of glass breaking, so perhaps things are escalating as they move further down towards the Arts District.
All right, our Lori
the crowds here are getting increasingly violent the later the evening goes. 2 hours ago, nobody was throwing bottles or glass or bricks. Now,
welcome you to an early edition of KCAL News at 8 alongside Juan Fernandez and Mike Rogers at the desk. Good evening, everyone. I'm Susie Sa. Again, we have been following these protests, continuing coverage here on KCAL News in various parts of Southern California tonight, not only in downtown LA, but also in Santa Ana.
Oh, is that right? So Crux never plays new footage. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
After immigration raids,
I'm going to remember that. Thank you.
Over the weekend as well and today. And Mayor Karen Bass with the city of Los Angeles saying today that she believes that there have been 5 at least known raids that have taken place.
Folks, we have a new word in our dictionary. The word is gimmigrant, a person who has come to a different country in order to reside there permanently, live for free, and receive all benefits paid for by taxpayers, but who has no intention of working or abiding by the laws of said country. When they don't get their way, they play the discrimination and the race card. Yeah, it seems like we have a lot of immigrants. A lot of immigrants around these days.
First time we're seeing in Orange County today, as we've been talking about another protest that started up in Orange County late this afternoon. Let's go live now to our Orange County reporter, Michelle Geely, who is live there on the ground to tell us more now. Michelle?
We've just been hit with smoke from the pepper spray. So let me go back to you guys, and we'll come back when we can catch our breath.
All right, Michelle, you do that. You take care of yourself and your photographer. Of course, situations we've seen over the weekend, Mike Rogers, of reporters and photographers being in the line of fire when it comes to some of these pepper balls and also the tear gas canisters.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, Tim Kimball's already been hit. Tim Kimball, Michelle's photographer, has already been hit by tear gas a couple times tonight. He actually got a pepper ball to his torso when all of that was happening. And I do want to update the situation in Santa Ana because that has been kind of evolving, and you can see they are still using tear gas. They pushed those people away from the federal steps where they were, and now they're pushing them actually towards the federal building. So we're continuing to monitor that situation. SkyCal is going to head back downtown. I also want you to know that there's now starting to be, as we look live now, this is again in Santa Ana here, as Michelle and her photographer Tim Kimball doing a great job and obviously pushing away far enough away from where the law enforcement line is. And you can see just behind that flag, that Mexican flag, you can make out the patrol car there on the right-hand side. You can see that line of police officers that is there trying to quell that crowd and push them back. Now, it looks like there is a mix of federal officers as well as local.
So we have breaking news. Who here remembers this fine gentleman from 2 days ago? This guy that was throwing rocks at police cruisers. So as of about 20 minutes ago, his house got raided by the FBI. They identified him. His house has officially been raided by the FBI. I didn't see if they had arrested him. Maybe he wasn't home at the time, but his house at least has been raided.
Looking at right now is people pouring water on their eyes. That is to get rid of and you can see the pain that they're in. I mean, tear gas is not a fun situation at all. Pouring water is your second option. Milk really is the best thing.
I don't know if he's arrested
to pour on your eyes if you're in that situation, but you can see these guys are just, you know, continuing to pour. But I want to point out, they've been tear gassed. They know how badly it hurts, and they're still in the area.
That's right.
Right? So these people are still wanting to protest, and I would say, with the exception of a couple of people in that situation, it has been fairly calm out there. There have certainly been people that have been kind of giving it to the federal.
Well, Cece, you know the craziest thing about all of this? Newsom actually believes that this is helping him become president. Newsom genuinely believes that this entire situation is making him look good in the eyes of Americans. And obviously that is incompetent, but these people are just completely out of touch with reality. They're clueless.
Dealing with all of this situation as Michelle and Tim Kimball try to walk back, and we apologize for the people that are less than happy to see our cameras there, as the situation is tense, it's heated, and there's a lot going on down there.
No doubt. And this is Michelle Geely's camera that we're looking at right now, Mike.
Correct.
And you know, throughout the day, it's kind of ping-pong between downtown LA and Santa Ana.
Right.
Things kind of get heated in downtown, things calm down in Santa Ana, then it's the reverse. And nightfall is not too far from right now, so a big concern with that.
Yeah, it's definitely the ebb and flow. And what's happening in Santa Ana, the reason we believe that it popped off in Santa Ana today is because there were raids in Santa Ana. Michelle had told us there was one at a Carl's Jr., one at a Home Depot, and that's how this all started on Friday when we had the raids in LA County.
That's right.
And there's Michelle. I don't know if she can hear us or if she's ready yet.
Michelle, are you okay?
Yes, sorry. Yes. That's a first for me. I apologize. I thought that I could run faster than the smoke, and that didn't happen, obviously.
Nope.
But two people here were so kind and just doused me with water, and we're good. Everybody seems to be fine here, but okay, they're pouring milk in a woman's eyes here. That was powerful and strong and unexpected, honestly, although it has been happening for the last several hours.
Unexpected.
But, it looked as though maybe there were some officers taking people into custody, and we were trying to kind of get a view of that. And then the officers started lobbing deep into the crowd, because we've kind of tried to keep ourselves farther back so we can not be hit with it. But they were throwing these projectiles, this less than lethal stuff, very, very deep into the crowd, so really not many people could escape it. Tim got hit again. Okay, here we go again. We're going to move. Okay. We're going to move back so we Don't get hit again. Because like I said, they're throwing very deep into the crowd, obviously trying to push everybody out of this area. Just to put it in perspective, people are running toward Ross Street. So this is Santa Ana Boulevard and Ross Street, right near the very, very large federal courthouse,
ladies and gentlemen,
the Reagan building.
I want the Marines. Where are the Marines?
So
we want to see the U.S. Marines.
To get people away from that one federal building where they have blocked the door.
This is a freaking war zone. Are you watching this? This is
trying
nuts.
To get out. And so they're trying to drive people into the center of town, which is kind of the historic Old Town district.
Michelle, we appreciate your reporting so much, but we do want you and your photographer to stay safe. So please, if you can get to a safer area for us, and we will come back to you. But as you can see from Michelle's picture, things getting pretty intense there in Santa Ana as protesters sort of walk back from the law enforcement agencies who are pushing them back from the federal building right now.
And there's that confusion, Susie. Was it a firework? Was it an explosion? Was it another round of tear gas? Was it the less than lethal weapons that are being thrown into the crowds there? Very confusing. So our Michelle Gillian, her photographer, they're going to move into an area that's a little bit safer. But you can see, as Michelle's talking about wanting to disperse the crowd, you can see where some of those orange barriers are and where the crowd is now. They've created quite a bit of separation between the federal building there and where these people are running.
All right, we have another reporter on the ground. Let's go to our Tom Waite now, who joins us live. Tom, where are you?
And Susie, we're just about a half a block away from LAPD headquarters. You can see it there just up the block. There's a gathering of officers just out in front. This is First Street in Los Angeles. Still a lot of people out on the streets tonight, kind of walking around, a lot of air support. We're not too far from Lori Perez. She's a few blocks down the street from us, kind of in an area, I think, where there's a higher concentration of people. There's still a lot of volatility here, you know, as this is kind of the area where a lot of some of the skirmishes between police and the crowd played out. Just a short time ago, I saw police having to use their less than lethal weapons. They fired some of those some of those objects back at protesters when they were being hit with objects, either water bottles or other objects that were being thrown. Sometimes plastic, sometimes glass bottles were being thrown. In fact, I was just standing next to a group of officers a few minutes ago when a glass bottle was hurled at them.
You're right about that.
Came very close to hitting all of us.
You are right about that.
So it's still a volatile situation out here. There's still a lot, there's a lot of anger here on the streets, and
a lot of anger. I'm angry that we have 50 million illegal aliens. What about my anger? Why do we care so much about the protesters' anger, the rioters' anger? What about the anger of the 70-something million Americans that just got done voting for President Trump 7 months ago in order to deport and get rid of all of the people that have invaded our country? What about the anger of over half of Americans that just elected President Trump and the House and the Senate and every single swing state? What about the anger of those Americans that are sick and tired and pissed off of our country being invaded by illegal aliens? What about that? And MS-13 gang members and Tren de Aragua and the fentanyl coming in and the human trafficking. What about our anger? Get these people out of the country. Well, these mostly peaceful protesters, they seem to be really angry. Who gives a shit? Get them out of the country too. Who cares? What is this? LAPD continues to push anti-ICE rioters down the street. What's up? Oh, wow. I gotta say, this is something else. So this guy just runs up on the LAPD. What are you thinking? What the hell are you thinking? Look at that. God, this is just something else. Well, hey, we hope that guy gets deported too.
Veal was. So a lot of those people were pushed out. They moved columns of officers in, started firing some tear gas and other non-lethal deterrent measures, and that kind of really broke things up. That was probably a couple hours ago maybe, and that really kind of broke up the crowd where we were. And now you kind of see them pushed down the block there. That's still on First Street, just down the street there, and that's kind of where everybody seems to be. That seems to be the largest amount of people that I've seen in the several block area that we've been walking around near City Hall. So that kind of gives you a lay of the land right now. You know, it's interesting because at times things seem kind of quiet, and then I think Lori Perez was just...
Little update here. The National Guard are now in the streets. The National Guard and the Department of Homeland Security are now in the streets of LA arresting people, and they are a lot more aggressive than the LAPD. Take a look.
But you can see for the first time we are seeing some significant movement. This is back in Los Angeles. If you're watching the right-hand side of your screen, the upper corner there, this is back in Los Angeles. And just like in Santa Ana, they had some people on the ground. So they are already in the process of detaining people. And I think that, you know, we can have Aaron Cohen's take on that. But we're going to take a quick break. You can see there is movement both in We're not going to take a break.
This is what I voted for. This right here is exactly what I voted for. I want to see this times 50 million.
There's a man, you can see him, who's been detained there, Aaron. There's something they want with these people, and they want to control this situation before it gets out of hand.
Trace, these aren't protests. These are precision-guided destabilization operations, in my opinion. I'm coming at this from the intelligence and counterterrorism lens. And the goal here is to collapse law enforcement's credibility, delegitimize the federal authority, and radicalize the next wave of violence. And they want this chaos in the streets. Pam Bondi's onto it. The FBI director's onto it. The DHS director's onto it.
Yeah, we've got some action here, Aaron. Apologize. I want to get back to Bill Malugin. He's live.
You can tell. The feds here, this is the National Guard. They are significantly more aggressive than the LAPD. And good. They should be. They absolutely should be.
There, he and Tommy Chu is his photographer. Bill, what are you seeing? Because we're...
This guy on the ground, he's probably thinking, wait a minute, you're not allowed to arrest me? Wait a minute, I thought this is Los Angeles. I thought I was allowed to do whatever I want without any, without getting in trouble or paying any price for it. Not the case. The feds are on the scene. They're shutting it down. No, it's over.
I just do social media. This guy's good. You're good. Good at what? I don't know, but I like it. I hear you. Well, I am kind of famous, I'd say. Oh, dude, all right. If you gotta say that, then recognize.
It's kind of famous. He's kind of famous. This scene right there is that scene down there. Same spot. Okay, we have two different views.
We've seen, and then these folks that kind of like mix in with the crowd, and maybe the first ones to throw a bottle or to throw out a firework, and then suddenly everything changes very quickly.
Very quickly, and yeah, I mean, I think the crowd that we're seeing, at least in downtown LA, Santa Ana was a little bit different, but at least in downtown LA, this is
Wolf's
the type
Watch,
of
you know how I
that the
feel.
mayor and the governor and all of those people have been saying.
You know how
this is
I
what
feel.
it should be. Express your First Amendment right. Be here.
Let me be blunt here, okay? I feel about this entire situation and the corrupt federal judiciary, all the radical progressives in the federal judicial system, all the illegal aliens causing problems in all of these cities across America. I feel much more radically about this than I can probably say on live stream. There are certain things I'm thinking about these situations here that I'm like, I'm not going to say that on a live broadcast because who knows? Maybe I'm breaking some rule. Maybe I get in trouble on YouTube. I don't know. But this is a serious situation. A situation like this, a very serious situation like this, it calls for and it justifies a very serious response. And as far as I'm concerned, we are not, this response here that we've seen, this is not serious enough. We need to be even more serious than this. We are Really, it's the LAPD. The LAPD, they are not handling this the right way. I think they should be more aggressive here. That's my opinion.
Seeing this, attempt to do any kind of mass detentions, mass arrests, all of this thing is this crowd is much, much smaller than last night and is gathering here at 2nd and Alameda.
Mike, you were saying, though, earlier today that LAPD and law enforcement out there, they're in a much better position than they were yesterday, right?
By far. By far for two reasons. A, they have a lot more people. And B, there are a lot less protesters. I mean, yesterday afternoon when I got into work, there was at least, I would say, 1,000 protesters down there. And the problem with yesterday is when that group was so large, they were in so many different areas. Sure. And LAPD could not get enough people in one area to deal with these groups. And so you had kind of these like factions of LAPD that were in different areas trying to deal with the crowd, but it was almost impossible for them to do because the crowd was so large and they were in so many different areas. But today, LAPD was much more strategic about it. They never let them get into Chinatown. They blocked that access off really quickly to keep them away from the 101 freeway, so they didn't have the issues with getting on the freeway, then the issues with throwing things at CHP and all of that situation. So they were very strategic about where they've been pushing the crowd today. And because of that, every time, and we've talked about this, every time they get to an intersection, the crowd starts to split just a little bit. On the left side of your screen is live pictures from SkyCal where it looks like a couple of those arrests are being affected right now. You can see two of those people that appear to be in handcuffs, 2 or 3 appear to be in handcuffs and sitting on the wall there. And who knows what they've been, you have some more sitting on the ground there. Oh, they're not in handcuffs though.
We will see
and who knows what they've been arrested for.
if things escalate when it gets dark.
All of that will be sorted out by
not be
the
surprised.
DA's office or the city attorney. But in large part, such a different scene than we saw last night.
Sure, and with all the help that the LAPD does have, Chief McDonnell also declaring that citywide tactical.
We have, as of 2 minutes ago, a breaking news update from Stephen Miller. He says, and I quote, "The political leaders of California and Los Angeles are siding with the insurrectionist mobs fighting to dissolve America over the heroes of ICE fighting to save America. The far-left insurrectionist mobs are fighting to dissolve America. The ICE heroes are fighting to save America." That is from Stephen Miller just a couple moments ago. And Lohash, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's a big deal. Thank you. Thank you.
LAPD makes the request to the sheriff. The sheriff makes the request to outside agencies, which happened last night, which we got in Pasadena, Burbank, Alhambra, Montebello, Torrance PD, all came in to support them. Then, if there is a need beyond that, then that is when the sheriff can go and ask the governor for the National Guard. The problem right now, though, is the National Guard has been federalized. So Governor Gavin Newsom doesn't have control over the National Guard. So even if our local officials wanted the National Guard, that's not an option for us right now because they've been taken over by the federal government and they are being used to block the federal buildings. As Mayor Bass pointed out, 2 buildings, one in Westwood and one.
There's a video here I think we should probably take a look at. So this is from about an hour ago. The DHS and National Guard just staged an epic takedown of a rioter in Los Angeles.
After they arrest them. So once we're done with this live shot right here,
we saw this.
That way. You see
the guy in the yellow hoodie.
California National Guard. Ooh, they're taking somebody down right now.
Right.
I don't know if they saw. Yeah, I don't know who those guys are or what they did, but you can see that appears.
So this guy was throwing, I think, incendiary devices about an hour ago at the police or the National Guard.
To be. Is that California National? If it says ERO on their back, that would be ICE. That stands for Enforcement and Removal Operation. I can't.
There you have it. Good. It seems like the later we go on in the night here, now ICE is getting directly involved on the streets. Now we have DHS directly involved. Now we have the National Guard getting directly involved on the streets. Good. The LAPD, the LAPD are, I don't want to say good for nothing, but they're not arresting anybody. They aren't. It doesn't even matter what the rioters do. The LAPD is refusing to do anything. The LAPD is good at standing in lines and I guess kind of corralling people from point to point, from location to location, but they're not really punishing anyone for doing anything.
They're not involved, and according to
now
state law,
punishments are going
it
out.
prohibits them from even really discussing it. So we talk about how the federal immigration officials don't give the cities and counties any warning. State law would almost prohibit our local officials from even accepting that information. That was a message that was relayed yesterday by either the chief, I think it was by Chief Jim McDonnell. So
Judy Girl, hey, thank you.
There's no coordination with that because there can't be under state law.
Well, and the governor and the mayor both said we have it handled. We don't need help from the feds.
And by the way, just really
it's under control. We have it handled.
To see a social media video of the Marines that have left 29 Palms.
Mary, thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Live in Desert Hot Springs and other areas that have said they've seen the buses start to leave. They've seen the Humvees start to leave. I've got a crew posted up on the 10 freeway so we can see them when they come in. But from what we can tell, they have left 29 Palms.
Within 2 hours or so, we maybe see them in the area.
Yep. All right. Well, as we've been talking about protests in Santa Ana and in downtown LA tonight, we have our reporter Lori Perez there on the ground joining us live now to tell us about the latest. Lori, what do you...
Steve, I really appreciate the time and work that you put in for our country. Who is Steve? Oh, you probably mean Stephen Miller? Stephen Miller. Got it. I was like, hey, my name is Matt. You're probably talking about Stephen Miller, I'm guessing. Yeah, no, we like Stephen Miller. We do. Maybe you're talking about Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon? I don't know. Who knows?
About the last 15, 20
True,
minutes.
though. Thank you.
As you said, not a lot going on here, but take
Wrong
a look
YouTuber.
at their backup here. This is all down this street. They have SUVs and armored vehicles staged. And then we did just note at the end of the block, LAPD has brought in their big white bus. And that's what you see sometimes at concerts or other situations of unrest. They use that because they start to make some arrests, mass arrests, and they load that thing up with people who they are detaining and taking into custody. So perhaps that signals what they're...
Take a listen to this.
The point Maria Elena, she wants to say
about this because they keep talking about illegal aliens. First of all, I don't like to use the word illegal. It is undocumented. Coming into the country without documents is not illegal. It's not a crime. It is.
It actually is. Actually, literally coming into the country undocumented illegally because you don't have your documents. It is illegal. It is a crime. I don't like to use that word, illegal. I like to use documents. Guys, you will notice, I want you to pay attention. You need to be very aware of this. One of the most powerful tools of the progressive left is controlling the language that you use. And they've been very successful, not as of late, we've been pushing back, but for years, for decades, they've been redefining words and saying, you can't use that word, you need to use this word. Okay? It's not illegal, it's undocumented. Right? It's not a man, it's a woman. It's not a woman, it's a man. There's no sex, it's called gender. Things like this. Okay? It's this shuffling of words and shuffling of definitions, this wordplay. It is one of their signature tools, and you cannot give them an inch when they try to do this. You cannot let them do this. It's one of their favorite things to do.
Excuse me. It is.
There was a tourist who got arrested in New York.
It is a misdemeanor. And
it's against the law.
It is
if
I
still go, it's a misdemeanor, but I broke the law.
It is a misdemeanor, just like DUI is a misdemeanor.
Just like a DUI? Is that her defense? Well, invading the country is just a misdemeanor. It's about as bad as a DUI. Hold up, slow down. I think a DUI is probably not that good. You probably don't want to have DUIs. Anyway, either way, it's a crime. It's illegal. We don't want you. Get the hell out. Period. That's it. How about this? How about the American voters, actual American citizens, people that are paying taxes and keeping this country alive? How about the Americans get to decide who comes in the country? Crazy idea, I know. What if the American people who pay taxes and maintain everything, what if we get to decide who comes in the country? Not Abuelita down from Mexico, who doesn't speak English. You don't get to decide. How about Americans get to decide? Novel idea, I know. We should do that. We should try it out that way.
No, the crowd size has stayed the same. Some chanting starting up at this point. Someone did just throw something over towards the officers. It looks to be like an empty spray paint can or something like that. But, just kind of on standby at this point.
Well, let's hope that doesn't change too much, Lori, because we know we saw it yesterday. We even saw it this afternoon where something very quickly happens and the crowd starts to run, or there's some sort of loud noise or something happens where people start taking off and running, and that creates a little bit of chaos. in the community there.
It's true, and you know, thank goodness that we have been seeing these peaceful protests, or more peaceful protests today than yesterday and over the weekend. You know, the reason why President Trump was saying that he brought in those national troops, those 2,000 National Guard troops, was because of the fact that things were getting too violent in his mind on the streets of Los Angeles when he saw those protesters in downtown LA starting on Friday. And then over the weekend, as we've been talking about, things really got heated in downtown LA as the crowds, as Mike mentioned, factioned off into different groups and went onto the freeway. There were different incidents of graffiti and just a lot of things that, obviously, local leaders here do not want to see. And as we've been talking about today, such a different picture today, and perhaps because of what local leaders have really been hammering on, just the fact that, this obviously has turned into a political situation with leaders.
Hold up. They're actually trying to make the argument that things are tamer today because of what the local Californian leaders are saying? Okay, all right. What about this, though? Alternative idea. What if maybe some of these protesters and rioters are a little bit tamer because now Donald Trump has deployed the National Guard, because now DHS is on the scene arresting people, because now the National Guard is marching through the streets we just saw arresting people, because now we know that any minute 700 U.S. Marines are showing up on the scene. Do you think that might be a contributing factor? Or do you think it's because Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass are up there saying whatever the hell they're saying, they're progressive bullshit? I think it's what Trump did. I think that Trump is successfully de-escalating the situation. That's what I think.
And we're going to bring you, of course, the very latest throughout the night here on KCAL News, and we hope you'll join us and stay with us.
I'm getting hungry again.
We're going to continue
all this
our
talking. I'm really working up an appetite. Maybe I'm getting fat.
These events are
Am I
very
fat? Maybe I'm getting
to everyone
fat.
here in Southern California and affecting so many people. As we've been talking about, many arrests made.
Yeah, I'm probably getting
detained
fat.
by ICE that was starting on Friday.
Whatever.
At various businesses in LA County. And we want to welcome you now to KCAL News at 8. And this is breaking news now at 8. Heightened tension spreading across Southern California as large crowds descend on downtown LA and Santa Ana to protest against ICE raids.
And here's the damage left behind by demonstrators: broken windows, graffiti. Crews cleared out and cleaned up to prepare for more unrest.
And a lesson in community and Southern California protests from a Compton business owner.
Good evening, everybody. Juan Fernandez along with Susie Sa and Mike Rogers on the desk. We begin KCAL News at 8 with breaking news tonight. Protests continue for a fourth night following ICE raids around LA.
KCAL News reporter Tom Waite live tonight in downtown LA. What's it looking like out there now, Tom?
I'm going to channel over here.
Same thing going on there. Let's listen.
And for a while, that spread back. And there was about a 5-minute window where everyone was off the road, but we keep seeing this now where
Dallas,
some people
Texas
come
over here.
and go, and it really hasn't been fully clear for quite some time. We have seen some protesters equipped with gas masks on their face, but we have not seen any gas deployed out here at the protesters, but some of them have said they are certainly ready in case that were going to happen. We'll see. We see a lot of people just out here with some.
Okay. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, $100 super chat in the live chat here. We have, this is from Wolf's Watch. Thank you very much. He says, I live next to Olympia up in Washington. Because of the LA police not cracking down immediately, this insurrection is going to keep spreading. As an ex-cop, bounty hunter, and veteran, I'm totally ashamed of the LA police force. You're right. It is going to spread, and it already is. We're looking at footage from Dallas. This is live. It's happening in Austin. I haven't checked. I would bet it's happening in Portland and Seattle. That's my sneaking suspicion. It's happening in Los Angeles, of course, and it's also happening over in New York already. Now, I'll show you this, folks. This is something to be aware of. This upcoming Saturday, June the 14th, 5 days from now, the far left radical progressives are planning to do exactly what they are doing right now in Los Angeles. They are planning on doing it pretty much every single town in the country, every single city in the country. Okay, so every single one of these blue dots, there is a planned protest / riot similar to what's going on in Los Angeles happening 5 days from now on this upcoming Saturday. So when you say this is only getting going, this is going to spread across the country, guess what? You are right about that. And thank you for the big super chat. Thank you very much. You are absolutely right. Regrettably.
Talking about the socialist movement and making a case for his political beliefs. But again, for the most part, this protest about ICE deportations will keep you updated on what transpires here in the next little bit. But for now, Clarice, I'll send it back to you.
All right, and David, you said that police have described this as an unlawful gathering, and they've given them a timeline in order to disperse and get out of the street?
I'm going to link.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. The thing is, they have been saying that for about the past
there it is in the chat.
20, 25 minutes or so right now, and they keep saying you have 5 minutes. They're saying it right now again. You can hear from the megaphone. This is declared an unlawful assembly. You are required to disperse. Yep. They're talking about how you can go to jail. They're talking about how you can receive fines if you stay out here. So
what is Chingra Migra?
And again, it's quite common for officers not to act in that 5-minute window that they normally give. They want to have, you know, a grace period for people to get removed. But it does seem like we're getting down to the wire now where something might happen if people start to not clear the streets.
All right, David, you're going to continue to monitor the situation, and we know you will get back to us.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Chingra
Migra. What does that mean?
Protests continued today in Los Angeles, and California's governor condemned the...
All right, we're going to step away from that. We thank our colleagues there at Fox 4 Dallas. This is what we do here on Live Now. We can rely on our friends there all across the country in these affiliate markets as these stories are playing out live, raw, and uninterrupted. We're going to do the same, though. Let's move out of Dallas. Got to get back to Los Angeles here. Fox 11, they're back on.
That was actually a trap. Every single person in the live chat that successfully translated that message, your usernames have been submitted to Tom Homan, and you will be deported by the end of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
On the West Coast, 10 o'clock there in Dallas. In the meantime, though, like I said, let's go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles with their breaking coverage.
Daughter of a judge, that she was taught to stand on the right side of issues, and that's why they were here today. But coming back here live again, we're at Temple and Spring, and right now it is very quiet. Every now and then, you know, words will be exchanged, or a bottle flew just a moment ago. It was a water bottle, but for the most part, it's quiet. As we pan over, Elliot Mendoza is now showing you the police detail. They are on the choppers and they're going through.
Folks, this is my wife in the chat, Plathy. This is my wife. She donated $5. That's my money. That's Sweetie. That's our money. My wife just donated $5 to ask if I would like a sandwich. Yes, I would. I would like a sandwich. Yes, I would. Wow. What a great life. Really, what a great life. What man can say he's had his wife give him money to ask if he wants a sandwich? Although it is our money, we share the money, but still, hey, yes, I would love a sandwich. That sounds delicious. Yes, sweetie, thank you.
There are some 10 police departments here represented, I'm told, from nearby communities, as well as the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department. And of course, we know the National Guard, too. So there is a heavy presence. I have seen, for the most part, that people are law-abiding. They're following the direction. When they get the order to disperse, they disperse. There has been the occasion, as we saw earlier today, when I first arrived on scene, that people were not taking the order. And at that point, you know, the department, the Sheriff's Department, took measures to try to get the group to disperse, because they can't have those large groups swelling upon them. That's when things get out of control. So once again, it's been that ebb and flow, but certainly a huge number of law enforcement from various departments, various levels of government on scene here in downtown Los Angeles.
Ricky, yeah, well, I mean, we do have National Guard in every state in case things do get crazy. Hey, Michael,
Susan, are you trying to talk to me?
Yeah, I just said it seems like a fraction of the number of people that we had seen before.
That's
We're looking at this live shot, but I don't think this is this the same
And
location as
thank
Skyfox?
you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we are looking at a location via Skyfox. It's different from where Laura is. Laura, where you are, there's like a fraction of the number of people than had been around you before.
Jeez. Jason
Correct.
W.
People were on the move. In fact,
has
Elliot
just
and I hiked
gifted
probably a good
20
2 miles.
community
We were
memberships.
hiking with them,
Thank
trying
you,
to see where they
Jason.
were
Thank you.
headed. But the crowd is dispersed.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
right now, I mean, there's only several dozen people here, and they're pretty quiet. Now,
This chick down here, right there, she's like a chihuahua. She's down there. It's like, you weigh 85 pounds. You are 5'1". You weigh 85 pounds. You think you're badass. You're wearing the freaking Palestinian headdress, whatever it's called, and you're just yapping, blah blah blah, yap yap yap. You're not gonna do anything. Just shut up. Shut up. Good Lord. Little chihuahua.
Right now, what the action is, there's probably action somewhere else, guys. I can't be at all locations at one time. They have broken it up into several different groups to make it die out.
Twitch Prime. Yeah, remember to Twitch Prime. Yeah, true. Wow. I'm gonna head over here.
We saw the National Guard there in front of the federal building today.
All right, we're going to go live now to Fox 11's Ed Blascos. He is live in Boyle Heights near Mariachi Plaza. What's happening there, Ed?
Mariachi Plaza.
Well, Susan, there is sharp reaction coming in. They had a rally a little earlier. We're also getting sharp reaction from the very top of city leaders when you talk about a doubling down of law enforcement moving in here. More National Guards members, up to 2,000 more of the National Guard, along with hundreds, about 700 U.S. Marines. They are expected to have boots on the ground here in the city over the next 24 hours. As you can imagine, since the governor says we don't want them, and the folks here at an early...
Call me Karen.
How you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case.
I'm going down here.
What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings. They're guarding the federal building here
so this is
in
from
downtown,
earlier today, actually,
and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively.
The Southwest. And from the city's top cop to a lot of the other side of the story here, the protesters earlier at Mariachi Plaza, a couple hundred of them showing up with their signs denouncing ICE and also targeting the president for bringing in the National Guard, for bringing in now the U.S. Marines. Very upset about all of this, saying that it's the last thing they need to bring peace into the city.
Need the Delta
and
Force.
Interestingly, for the first time since
we
I've been
need the
covering
Navy
all of this
SEAls.
since
We
last
need SEAL
Friday,
Team
Mayor
6,
Bass
Delta
herself,
Force.
the target of some of the criticism. Actually, a lot of the
We
criticism.
need the Army
rally,
Ranger
the
Delta
folks here
SEAls.
saying,
Is what we need.
Saying, you know, the mayor
we need
all
all
along
of
said
it.
we're a sanctuary city, and then look what's
Deploy
happened
them.
to LA
Deploy them
over
now.
the last couple of days. So strong reaction, but really the target for a lot of these folks, the National Guard and the Marines. Listen to some of this.
And what do they expect? They brought the National Guard in, and now they want to bring in the Marines? What do they expect? That we're going to lie down? We ain't scared.
He comes out and sends 700 Marines and National Guard. That. We're going to come out and fight against this injustice that's happening on our people.
We need SEAL Team 1776 is what we need. That's the only way.
Defend us. We will defend ourselves. Our street. Whose street? Whose street?
Now live, that is the chant that they carried as they left Mariachi Plaza, walked several blocks down to the Hollenbach station of LAPD, and then they marched back over here. The group has splintered, has really broken apart now, but I got to tell you, dozens of them, and we had maybe 200 when this thing was really going strongly. They moved down across First Street, heading to the bridge. Presumably, many of them said they were heading back over to the Federal Detention Center in that area along Temple and Alameda to continue with their protest, the resistance, as they say. As far as those Marines coming from 29 Palms, ladies, you know where that is. It's all the way out off the 10, the high desert. They're out toward Palm Springs. They're expected here sometime tomorrow. Certainly we'll get a rude welcoming from a lot of the folks here in this crowd, saying if they want peace, it's the very last thing you want, U.S. military personnel and the National Guard.
Indeed, and Chief of Police of the LAPD, Jim McDonald, mentioned that he didn't quite understand what the National Guard's responsibilities and abilities would be, and even more so the Marines. He's very confused about that, and again, at this stage says, we didn't ask for that. We didn't ask for the Marines to be brought in. So, Ed Lascos, thank you very much. And for those of you...
talk about the chief.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to make a point. I thought you were going to ask a question. I was making a point about the chief who was out at that press conference about a couple hours ago, saying it really creates a huge logistical problem trying to communicate when you have the Marines coming in, LAPD, and they're on the...
Okay, whoa, slow down. Sorry, I was making out with my dog. I apologize. What is going on? All these super chats are coming in. What the heck are you guys doing? Grandpa Barney with $99.99. Hi, Matt. Just tuned in. Are you gaining weight? Your cheeks are looking puffy. Yeah, I've gained 57 pounds since yesterday's broadcast. So it's bad. I've had I had a lot of ice cream. It's bad. It's really bad. Grandpa Barney, good to see you. Good evening. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for the massive super chats, plural. Thank you. Wow. We also had $10 super chat from JBX Basehead. I thought not long ago about what 3 years. Wait, what? I thought not long ago about what 3 years ago it was BLM streets. Yeah, that was 2020, maybe 2021. I forget. Just a couple years ago. You have these riots, these far left radical riots every couple years. It's kind of something that they do. They love to do it. Thank you. Wolf's Watch with 100. He said, Matt, this one is to honor your wife. I was married 3 miserable times. That's not funny. I'm sorry you had to go through. That's terrible. Miserable. You are so lucky, Matt. You will go far because beside every great man is a great woman. She's rare these days. You know what, King? They weren't good enough for you. You don't need them. You're better than them. You don't need those ex-wives. They don't deserve you, okay? You're better than them. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much, Wolf's Watch. Hey, King, put your crown back on. You don't need them. Thank you very much. That's huge. That's huge. Thank you. Shell Angel, we need to make a line of merch with all these new terms. Also, be careful calling in the Delta Force and SEAL Team 6. That's dirty talk to me. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, folks.
Worse than dogs.
I appreciate that a lot.
We treat dogs better than what ICE is treating or Trump is treating our people. So we need to stand up and speak up for the people that don't.
She's right. By the way, I do care about my dog more than I care about illegal aliens. Guilty as charged. I'm not even going to try to deny that. That is true.
We people stand for each other and we are not going anywhere.
Elizabeth, what do you want from your local leaders? Are you disappointed in the way that they have responded to this, or are you happy with the way they have responded?
I am definitely disappointed because I should not come and just take everyone and anyone at any time of the day. People are out there working for their money, working to support their families, going to schools because they're also invading schools. So this is unacceptable, and people need to put everything together and step up for the community, step up for the country, step up for our country, because if no one steps up and people start getting deported, then we're all going to pay the consequences. Let me tell you, everyone's going to pay.
You are getting deported.
Have you had any friends or family members impacted by these raids?
No, thank God I haven't, but it hurts. It hurts. My heart is in pain to see everyone suffering like this.
If you could speak directly with ICE, what would you say?
You guys need to use your humanity and common sense. Immigrants are not criminals. The real criminals are out there. In fact, the real criminal is in the White House. And no one has stopped them, right? No one has stopped them. So let's get the real criminal out the White House.
And you brought the whole family, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let me show you again. This is a relatively large crowd. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Mad. Yeah, she's mad.
And a lot of the folks here, obviously, responding to the raids that took place earlier today. They were seen at many different locations here in the city. What are your names, ma'am?
Hi, my name is Paula.
Paula? And you are?
Quinn, her daughter.
Her daughter. Okay, so describe why it was important for you to be here tonight.
Oh, first and foremost, I'm here for all the people who have been illegally snatched off the street in our county and across the country. I'm also here representing all those that cannot be here for them by themselves because they're afraid. I'm also here because I'm third generation California grown, and my parents already fought this battle twice in the 30s, in the 50s. My dad used to get stopped every day on his way home, have to show ID, just as racist harassment because we moved into Montebello as opposed to East LA where we started out. So I'm here just to represent all those people who have come before me and all those people who can't stand for themselves.
You know, there are some folks who will say, well, they're here illegally. What do you say to that?
Give them a legal path, and I'm sure they'll follow it. Make sure that it's timely.
Don't
make
want
them
them.
wait decades. Don't make them have kids here
We
so
don't
that
want them
families
here.
are in jeopardy of being split.
We don't want them here legally or illegally. The point is, we don't want them. We do not want them. Legal, illegal, doesn't matter. We don't want them. That is really what this is.
So that's why we're here in the streets, and that's what we're doing. We're speaking for ourselves.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. And again, this is...
Isn't that telling? Like, as far as Democrats are concerned, the solution to the illegal alien problem is to just make them legal. Oh, they think it's like a matter of filing paperwork. Listen, this is more than a legal status or paperwork issue. This is a people issue. This is a human issue. We don't want those people. We don't want those humans in the country. Whether or not, oh, well, I have an idea. Why don't we just make every single illegal alien, why don't we just give them legal status? That'll fix everything. We don't want them here. We don't want the people here, regardless of whatever else.
Bell, Cudahy, Southgate, Vernon, Bell, and Linwood are speaking out.
This is what it was always about. It was always about creating chaos. It was always about creating fear. It was always about trying to make us hide.
We see the fear of our families, and it's so emotional and difficult to see all this.
Miles Elementary was graduating at HP High School. Very quickly, rumors started spreading that ICE was outside. The auditorium erupted into chaos. Families that were supposed to be celebrating one of their child's achievements, a milestone, was turned into a horror and terrifying experience with the fear that they might not be able to spend the next day or continue to be a part of their family.
These local mayors are urging residents to stay calm and report any ICE activity, either on social media or through the Rapid Response Network in Los Angeles. They're also reminding community members to know their rights.
If ICE comes to your door or your car, you have the right to not open the door until you see a judicial warrant signed by the judge. You also have the right to remain silent and speak to an attorney prior to. We also ask that you do not sign anything until you speak to your lawyer and they are present with you.
All of these Democrat politicians that are aiding and abetting illegal aliens, big problem, big time problem. You are giving legal counsel. You're helping conceal and hide illegal alien invaders from federal immigration agents. You got to go too. You got to go. Okay, there was a super chat here. Us Trump voters went after the problem government workers one day and are the worst. These left go after random people and Cody's every time and are the peaceful ones. Half don't even know why they there. I think you're right. Yeah, about that. Yeah, true.
The city
and
of
thank
Los
you.
Angeles.
Thank you.
You're talking about the southeast part. Paint a picture of the demographics, some of the communities that you were talking about, because people think of Los Angeles.
And you know, a lot of them are
like
paid to be
there's
there.
Whittier, there's Huntington Park, there's
A lot of them
Cudahy.
are being paid to be out here.
Oh, there are so many small communities, all within LA County, right? And so there are many diverse families.
You know, okay, I feel like maybe I'm coming off kind of like a dick or something. I don't know. Listen, guys, my fatigue level is capped out. I have maximum fatigue. We were talking about this earlier. You know, in 2017, 8 years ago, only 35% of Americans supported President Trump's goal of mass deportations. Now it is like 65% of Americans. Two-thirds of Americans are like, all right, we tried it out. We tried the mass immigration thing. We tried opening up the borders. We saw how it played out. It doesn't work. These people have to go. I am up to here. I don't care. I don't care what sad story you have. I don't care if you've got 9 kids and they're all crying and they're just like, listen, I don't care. Go do that in Mexico. I don't care if you have 3 grandmas and they're all like, I don't care about your illegal immigrant grandma. I don't care about your illegal alien kids. I don't care if you've been in the country for 19 years. I don't care. Get the hell out. Get out. My fatigue is maximum. Okay, maximum fatigue. Every single one of them has to get out of the country. Go home. Go home. The jig is up. The free ride is over. The invasion has come to an end. Go back to your country. I don't care about your sob story. Get out of the country. That's where I'm at right now. So I'm sorry if I come off like a dick or an asshole or whatever. I'm up to here. I'm up to here. There is a direct one-to-one correlation between illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, and crime and violence and vandalism and trash being everywhere. And if I leave my house, I'm surrounded by people that speak Spanish. I'm sick of hearing Spanish. I never want to hear Spanish again. I never want to have Spanish graffiti on the pavement if I go downtown. I'm sick of all the fentanyl coming in the country. I'm sick of children going. I'm sick of the 300 children that have gone missing over the last couple of years because they're getting human trafficked. I'm sick of the crime. I'm sick of the gangs. I'm sick of the MS-13. I'm sick of the Trendy. I'm sick of all of it. Get them the fuck out of the country. So I'm sorry if I'm a dick about it. I've had enough. I've had enough.
This so that we can show you how police are.
Now I'm just going to eat my sandwich.
So I was just reflecting on how peaceful that protest was there in Whittier, and here you see things have escalated in Santa Ana. Now, Gina had talked about different ICE activity and raids happening at locations in the southeast part of LA County. Santa Ana is in Orange County, and you can see quite a police presence there. Obviously, some kind of actions are happening that police felt like they had to. Right there, you see people confronting officers right there. So Santa Ana, not sure. It's a pretty big department, Susan. Not quite sure if they're seeking backup from other departments in Orange County or the Sheriff's Department.
Right, and it's key that we are seeing that some of the protesters are agitated and they are yelling at the police officers. And who knows what prompted this arrest here, but he has the flexible handcuffs on, and we'll look.
Looks like they've detained 2 or 3 people there. And you can see the crowd. Obviously, they're trying to take pictures, document quite an agitated situation here in Santa Ana. Not surprising, given the nature of the issue at hand here, that we are seeing this kind of commotion in another part, not just the city of LA.
Well, that's the other thing, is that sometimes we focus so heavily on one spot that what happens is we don't know about other areas where perhaps there are some other kinds of demonstrations. Yesterday, we spent so much time on downtown LA when, in fact, Gina had been at a protest in Pasadena, which one could say was successful in that they were protesting the fact that ICE agents were staying in a couple of hotels in Pasadena, and lo and behold, apparently, according to Gina's report, the hotel said, perhaps you, the ICE agents, need to leave because it's a distraction for the other patrons, the other visitors in that hotel.
Up here?
So that didn't get a lot of attention. Now we're in Santa Ana. We thought for...
Here's my fatigue level. I'm a vet, Gen X. They messed with the kids. They messed with our tax money. And now I'm in perimenopause. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. I have to Google that. Perimenopause, get out, I'm armed. Yeah, there, yeah. Yeah. Give me, I mean, hey, maybe I'm over the top here. Give me a 1 if you agree with that whole little tangent I had. Maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe I'm alone on this one. Give me a 1 in the chat if you feel the same way. If your fatigue level is up to there.
And this is right here in
That's
Santa
where I'm
Ana.
at.
People are there on a loudspeaker.
Brady,
they have
thank
their
you.
signs. You can see there's been spray painting on the wall there.
Chris agrees. Thank you,
LAPD
Chris.
had a huge show of force taking a stand. Huge amount
These
of
are
officers
identical
there,
streams
making
here.
sure that the freeway was not taken over yet again as it was over the weekend. The sheriff's department is in downtown LA, so fairly calm and quiet at this hour in downtown LA.
This is live in
This
Texas.
perhaps is more of an elevated situation here with less of a show of
That's a lot of ones.
Not
Okay.
as many officers, at least from this point of view, can't see a broader picture. But once again, we're seeing police in that skirmish line trying to keep protesters in a certain area of the downtown Santa Ana area. This is most likely near the Civic Center where the courts are and the police department has their headquarters. Okay, now we're getting a slightly wider shot. And about how many people do you think are there, Christine?
Hard to tell because we don't have an aerial shot to really get a feel for that, but you can tell that crowd is quite animated there. They apparently have not needed to
I want to find a
in
Los
a
Angeles
backup
feed here.
department
Because that
or
one there is
agency
Texas.
From this shot here. Don't know if this is the only day that there's been protests in Santa Ana. There is a large Latino community in Santa Ana, so it's not surprising that there would be activity in the streets here and people calling out the ICE protest, the anti-ICE protest that we're seeing here.
ABC 7.
Yeah, I just heard something that suggested there was a flashbang, but
that is the order that has been given, and these
somebody in
officers
the
are making
crowd. It
sure
doesn't-
that they do it as quickly and cleanly as possible. But one after another, bottles are being thrown from that crowd towards the officers who are effectively moving this crowd back.
This is live. It says it's live.
And we will see what comes of this. It looks like a demonstrator got behind the lines, have now been taken to the ground. We'll see if they're taken into custody or whether they are pushed back. It looks like they had taken the helmet away from one of the officers.
I don't
so
think
that person
that's
now
live.
being dragged. They are not
seems-
going to
it
take
seems
this
too
person into
bright.
custody. They're just dragging him
It's getting
back
darker
into
now.
the crowd. But that person had breached the line and had apparently taken the helmet from one of those officers. The officer yanked it back, put it back on his head, and a fellow officer dragged that person back into the crowd.
Oh, this is what I want.
Again, you talk
This is
about
perfect.
restraint, someone who had breached the line there, not being taken into custody.
Perfect. Okay, great.
We say maybe a couple hundred, maybe a couple hundred people come out, at least from this perspective.
Susan, I'm looking at a report from the Orange County Register, which is the big newspaper there in Orange County, where
Okay.
Santa Ana is in Orange County.
Okay,
And they are
we had
reporting that there were ICE
a
raids
super
in
chat
Santa
from...
Ana, ICE activity across
Guys,
the
my
city,
computer is kind of lagging out.
Home Depot,
I think I have too many screens open right now.
commercial area in the Orange County area, in the Santa Ana area. This was
Super chat from John. Thank you, John.
yesterday.
Thank
I
you,
have
John.
this right
Thank you.
here. Fountain Valley agents were reported near a car wash and a fast food restaurant. That is from the Orange County Register. That could be the reason why you see so much emotion here at this hour in Santa Ana, because they've had a series of their own.
We have this guy, Viva Mexico Cabron, in the chat. Listen, buddy. Listen, Hermano. You had better pray there was never another Mexican-American war. You know what happened in the last Mexican-American war? The reason why we have California and Arizona and New Mexico is because you guys got dominated. America pretty easily conquered the entire northern half of Mexico. And look it up, 1848. We marched all the way down to Mexico City, your capital city, Mexico City, halfway down, all the way down. The American flag was waving at the Capitol building in Mexico City for weeks. And then you know what we decided to do? We said, you guys can have it back. Out of the graciousness of our hearts, we said, you know what? You guys can keep it. You had better pray. You had better stop testing us. You had better pray that there's never a Mexican-American War version 2, take 2. Because maybe next time we won't feel so generous. We won't feel as generous as we did in 1848. We let you keep half your country. Maybe this next time, maybe we won't feel so generous. You better watch it. You better watch out.
People, there's a strong police presence, but it doesn't seem as out of control as what we experienced yesterday and last night.
So apparently this demonstration has grown over the evening. And again, talking about those ICE raids yesterday in Santa Ana, reports are, again, this is coming from the Orange County Register, that there were several people, a dozen people detained outside of that Home Depot on Harbor Boulevard, and several others being detained throughout the day. You talked about day laborers waiting for work at the Home Depots that we see from time to time.
Terry Blackwood.
That apparently was indeed the situation in this case here. So not a surprise that you would see protests in Santa Ana here.
Santa Ana is also the seat of Orange County. There's a lot of, that's where the Orange County supervisors, they meet in the Santa Ana Civic Center. So it's also, okay, some kind of action there. That's is that the LA camera? Everybody, yeah, from Skyfox, it's the LA camera. Something occurred that forced a smaller group to take off. And you see that police officer with that high-powered flashlight.
Really strong.
That is a strategy as well. That's a warning. Get back. It's not comfortable to look into that very strong light. And when we saw that group sort of run away from the corner, we don't exactly know what triggered it. Okay, so once again, your larger shot is Orange County. The smaller one up in the corner would be downtown Los Angeles. But again, this time, Christine...
Guys, by the way, real quick, my computer here is being kind of weird. Like, it's kind of lagging a little bit. So if my live stream just dies suddenly, I'm kind of worried about that, okay? So things are getting kind of weird on my computer. So hopefully things are going to be okay, though. We have... Excuse me, Stefan, thank you again. We had another one from Michael. General Winfield Scott for the win. There you go. Thank you. Sorry, I've got the burps now. I need to burp myself. Daniel Crawford with the 10 said, "Hey, Matt, it's gluten-free tendies. Hey, dude, yo. Long time. I hope life is good. Seems like only yesterday we were watching Hardcore Heroes and glorping out, and now here you are with 10K viewers killing it on YouTube. Life goes in weird ways sometimes. That's the way it went. Thank you. I hope life is good, brother. Good to see you. I see Drunken Sailor. The only Mexican army unit that was worth a damn during the Mexican-American War was St. Patrick Battalion, mostly Irish deserters from the American Army. I think you're right about that. Yeah, I think you're right. They generally just did not do very well. Laney Davis. I went to high school with a girl named Laney Davis. Did we go to high school together? Probably not. Cowboy, and by the way, thank you. And Cowboy Up Texas. People need to look up and learn the difference between detained versus arrested versus deported. Yeah, these new news broadcasters, they're using a lot of these words kind of interchangeably. You're right about that. They are different. Thank you.
My apologies. This is Santa Ana right now. We are watching Santa Ana here.
Folks, things are heating up, it looks like.
We had word
sure
from
does.
the Orange County Register of ICE activity, quote, people detained in the Santa Ana area yesterday, leading protesters to come out to the streets.
You are right, Lenny. A barrel behind every blade of grass. That is right. Now, by the way, fun fact, anytime you guys are having a gun debate with your liberal cousin or whatever, since the 1970s, so now 50-something years, American gun ownership per household and American gun ownership per capita, per individual. So holistically, American gun ownership has been actually decreasing for 50 years. Guns are becoming less common per household and per individual for 50 years or more. Yet somehow, I don't know how, who knows, gun crime is going up. It has been going up. In fact, really, it started going up in the 90s. Do you think that might have something to do with the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of violent, illegal, alien, criminal, cartel gang members, etc.? Do you think there might be a correlation? Gun ownership going down for 50 years, gun crime going up since the 90s. What changed? What happened? What is the difference? That's so weird. Fewer guns, more gun crime. Something happened. I don't know what happened. Weird.
A little too close to police, or we've seen them, if there's an agitator, somebody at the forefront, they tend to pull them out. All right, so here we go.
So there's the police going step by step, closer and closer. Not sure if that smoke canister was thrown by police as a way to do a little crowd control. Now we're seeing things being tossed by the demonstrators. That's not going to go
Yeah,
over
Lainey,
well.
we probably didn't go to high school
because
together
a lot
then.
of these police
Unless you got held
officers,
back
they've been paying
for like
attention to
25
what
years.
occurred in LA. So they are going to be operating on the idea of we got to do what we need to do to make sure that things don't degrade as they did in the city of in the downtown LA area. I do want to point out, apparently my mic was down, that the city of Santa Ana did validate and say that ICE was in the city to conduct their enforcement actions, and that the city wanted people to know, the residents to know.
So, folks,
that
like we said here,
the city of Santa Ana is compliant with the State of California Values Act.
like we said here, it is starting to get dark on the West Coast here. The sun is going down. It's 8:38 p.m. right now, and things are getting a little bit silly. A little bit, not silly, crazy.
Demonstrators are on the same side, but in the world where they're just trying to make sure that the crowd doesn't get out of hand, then the police will indeed conduct themselves and strategize to make sure that the crowd stays either calm or disperses. And
the Marines might not show up until tomorrow. We were given a 24-hour window. Might not be tonight.
Fireworks and cherry bombs and whatnot that are distraction.
And you had mentioned that it has been harder to cover all parts of Southern California because it is a very big territory. In case you're watching from elsewhere, we cover Los Angeles County, Orange County, Ventura County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and sometimes we drop into San Diego, and sometimes we go north to Santa Barbara, and yeah, exactly. So a lot of areas to cover, but according to the Orange County Register, ICE has been active with their activity detaining people.
Also, a little side note about that gun conversation. In 1968, I think is when fully automatic assault rifles were banned. You couldn't buy them. You could the old ones got grandfathered in, but I think it's 1968 fully automatic were. No, I'm sorry. Dyslexic. 1986. 1986 is when it was. And so, I don't know, fewer guns per household per person, and the guns are like kind of less deadly, I guess, because now they're not fully. I don't know. Yeah, what happened? I don't know. Still, though, gun crime goes up. What's going on?
It has to do with the LAUSD superintendent talking about how he wants to protect his students as well as the school workers and the parents, too, especially on these 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, where there are so many graduation ceremonies planned.
Breathless,
and one
breathless,
of the things
breathless.
that was mentioned in his news conference came from board member Nick Melvoin, who represents West LA and part of the San Fernando Valley. He said, if you think that this doesn't affect everybody in Southern California, you're wrong. And then he mentioned the fact that he had seen a video of one of the students from a school in West LA where the little boy was crying and hysterical because his father was arrested at a car wash in some area, not his hometown, like Whittier or something like that. And all of a sudden he's gone. All of a sudden the little boy has no father.
Then
and so
whose fault is that? That is the father's fault.
Said that this
Go
is not
back to
right.
Mexico.
That people need to stand up again.
If you don't want to be separated from your children, then don't illegally invade another country. I feel like I'm living in Crazy Town. Is this a complex concept? Is this a hard to grasp concept? Go back to whatever country you came from. Don't illegally invade ours. Once again, I'm sick of the sob stories. I don't care about your I don't care about you being separated from your dying grandma up in America because you both illegally, invaded. I don't care. Go back to wherever you came from. Get out. And then you can go be with your kid and your mom and your grandma and your abuela and your Dio and your tia, whatever. I don't care. And all your hermanos in the biblioteca. You can go visit the piscina. I don't care. I don't speak Spanish. No hables. No hables español. Go to Mexico. Get out of America. That's how I feel. Go home. The jig is up. Get out. Go home.
Of security around the graduation venues in order to make parents feel like they were safe enough to be able to come to the school or the graduation venue to witness something that is such a big moment in a child's life, and that would be graduation. He also went on to say that he advised all the principals of LAUSD schools that they should make access into the venue as quick as possible so no one is like sort of milling around where they could be vulnerable to.
Dude, what is the, oh wow, we have one illegal alien 7-year-old Mexican kid who's crying in America? Man, wow, you've convinced me. I guess we shouldn't have immigration laws. Wow, hold up. You're telling me that an illegal alien kid in the country that shouldn't even be here got his feelings hurt because his illegal alien dad got deported? Wow, I guess we shouldn't have borders. I guess we shouldn't even have a southern border. I guess we shouldn't have immigration laws. Wow, you have successfully pulled at my heartstrings. You're right. We shouldn't even have borders anymore. Good point. Like, does anyone really buy this? Who cares?
An escalating situation here in Santa Ana compared to downtown LA. Again, this is the Orange County area, and this is the Civic Center area. You can see quite a number of officers there. And I say escalating only in that there is a lot of activity right now. Not so much in downtown LA, although we are watching a pocket. But we should also know in downtown LA, a huge number of LAPD officers were out tonight with their vehicles and the Sheriff's Department. So right here, it seems to be, Susan, fairly peaceful.
Fairly peaceful, but every once in a while you hear some kind of concussive, cherry bomb or smoke bomb or something that clearly is coming from the group as opposed to police. So again, what's interesting is the city of Santa Ana, where we're looking at now, they did basically say, yes, we're well aware.
If you're an American citizen and you commit a crime and you go to prison, you will be separated from your children. That's right. Child separation. It's unbelievable. I know, it's unbelievable.
In any way, the ICE agents. But here they are. They're in a standoff. It's almost as if the demonstrators are demonstrating against the wrong agency. Because these police officers are not participating in helping ICE agents.
Let's keep in mind that they have declared an unlawful assembly and are trying to clear the Civic Center area on this Monday night coming up on 9 p.m.
Yep, they need to disperse once that legal order is given. All right, let's go back to Laura Diaz. She's in the little Tokyo area. Are you near the Japanese American National Museum, Laura?
The Japanese American National Museum.
Second and San Pedro, and of course, this is an area where people love to dine out. Please. Trying to get a little control here. People love to come here and dine out, but right now it is the focus of a protest. People very upset about immigration policies in this country that they consider to be unfair. So earlier we heard a lot of noise coming from this side of the downtown corridor. It's actually
here's a crazy random fact you guys probably don't know about me. I was actually born in Japan. My parents were teaching English in Japan, in Tokyo specifically, in 1993. They lived in Japan for probably 4 years. And then my mom got pregnant. So anyway, I was born in Japan in a hospital in Tokyo. Both of my parents, of course, are Americans and whatever, but I was born in Tokyo a long time ago. It's true. So technically, I'm Japanese. I am Japanese. Watashi wa Nihonjin or whatever, I guess.
Coming through.
I'm a real Japanese person.
Coming down right here on 2nd Street in the
White
heart
Samurai.
of Little Tokyo, where, as I said earlier, people love to come and dine out and have a good time. But right now,
Leave.
mood is serious.
Do I need to go
People
back to
try to
Japan? You got me.
Their word out
I'm getting
about how
deported.
they feel about the policies that the Trump
Back to
administration
Japan.
has put
Oh
forth.
no.
And so we've watched as the group has moved from the corridor of government now to an area that's known more for having a good time. So right now, still a lot of people gathered on both
Oh, I
sides
didn't know
of
that,
the
Lenny.
street.
Huh.
And we've not seen any
Thank you, by the
real,
way. Thank you.
altercations between anybody. It's sort of a standby mode at the moment. Christine?
There must be like some kind of a skirmish line, though,
And also
Laura,
boxing.
in front of you, perhaps in front of you, maybe in back of you as well. Maybe that's what the sirens were coming towards you.
Yeah, I think it's actually in back of me. It's hard for me to see over all the crowd, but I do believe it's back there. And we can see the hue of the lights. You know, you can see that
Getting crazy.
imprint on the walls.
Laura,
and occasionally people will yell. Sometimes they'll cheer.
Yeah, we know that Little Tokyo is south of LA City Hall, so they're kind of in that greater downtown area still.
You know, Japan, I guess, in one way is actually smarter than America. Japan doesn't just give Japanese citizenship to everybody that is born there. So I was born in Japan. I am not a Japanese citizen. I never even had an opportunity to become a Japanese citizen because they don't have something as stupid as birthright citizenship. Guess what? In order to be Japanese, you have to actually be Japanese. Like there's no stupid rules about, you actually have to be a Japanese person in order to be Japanese. So even though I was born there, I'm just an American. All I am is an American from day one, not a Japanese.
This is all spontaneous.
My passport does say Tokyo, though. That's true.
Listen to some sound that I got a little bit earlier. People telling us why they thought it was so important to show up here on this particular day. Let's listen.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, to be completely honest.
Just tell me what's in your heart.
I don't like seeing people get ripped from their homes. You know, I got neighbors.
He's crying.
And no person is illegal.
Oh my
right?
God.
Nobody should be, the family shouldn't be torn apart.
Oh my God.
Well, I hate just about everything that Trump is doing in like all areas, including in this area. I feel proud to be a California, live in California, and I feel like
this poor little boy's
Trump's
mom is
policies
insane.
are antithetical to what we believe in, especially with immigration. I think that we're a country of immigrants, and it's just cruel what he's doing. It's cruel. It's unnecessary. It's not good for our economy.
Oh man.
She had a young son with her. I was hoping we could hear from him as well because he was quite poignant in his comments. He was the one who said to his mom, we've got to get downtown. We must have our voices heard. Hopefully we'll get that to you in a later live shot. Right now, the decibel level is picking up. It's getting louder.
It's over.
People
We're
are
cooked.
chanting. I can't hear what they're saying
Are we
now, but I
cooked?
know earlier today they said we're not going to leave. That's what they were chanting. So people are blowing horns.
It's over.
They're waving flags. And they're just generally
Keith, thank
wanting
you.
to be heard. And I can see the LAPD, I can see the lights over my shoulder. But so far, people are not in each other's faces. They're just expressing themselves loudly. And from what I can see in my limited view, they're doing it in a law-abiding fashion. There has been no order to disperse that I've heard.
I love the big Mexican
Christine
flag
and
behind
Susan?
her. Yeah,
All right.
excellent.
Thank you, Laura. We're going to check back in to the Santa Ana situation.
Excellent.
There is a
They're
live
definitely
look
not
at
invaders,
anti-ICE
though.
protest there.
Yeah, we've been following this situation throughout the later part of this evening as
This is
we have been
Fox.
downtown
Fox,
all day today
something.
covering the protests there. Santa Ana, as we've talked
You know,
about,
I haven't
has
looked at
had
Twitter in like
its
an hour.
own
Let's see what's going on
ICE
Twitter over here.
activity, quoting the Orange County Register. Several locations listed there of ICE
What is going on?
detaining people and going to different locations. And we keep hearing about the Home Depot.
Oh wow, check this out. Okay, LAPD just surrounded a group of rioters and told them all of them are under arrest.
The police just said we're all under arrest.
Wow, they did. They're surrounded. Hey, you were told to disperse. You were given a warning, and you didn't do that. course, she's like melting down. She's crying. Matt, I thank you for all of your coverage during these riots. We can see your frustrations and exhaustion, so be sure to take care of yourself. You know, I'm just a humble Japanese guy. I'm just trying to... I just figured that you know, as a Japanese man, I needed to rise up and tell you guys, you know, what America needs to do as a humble Japanese guy. No, thank you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You too. Thank you.
Civilians and demonstrators, but that firework that suddenly exploded right in front of police officers, that is quite suggestive of illegal behavior.
We haven't seen tear gas being used. We haven't seen the officers using the rubber bullets to disperse the crowd. To my knowledge, from our shot at this point in time, it looks like whatever they're doing, they're able to push that crowd back to wherever they're trying to get them to go. We heard from the...
Another one of these. Can I show you this? Okay, this is a rioter just spit on the police and then instantly got lit up by police munitions.
If I had to estimate, I'm really bad at estimating people, dude, but 10, let's say there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
Told you I won, nigga! Told you!
Oh, over 200 something bucks or something. Like 200 dollars, sorry.
I
Over 200 bucks.
Do it, homie! That's it all, hurry!
Need to see more of that. We want more of that. Oh, we have some armored vehicles showing up. What's going on back there?
Susan Hirasuna, also Christine Devine, as we continue to cover these protests all around Los Angeles County. You were watching some there, not only in downtown Los Angeles, but also in Santa Ana as that.
I mean, like, dude, it's gross. I don't want to get spit on by some, like, homeless Antifa crackhead. Dude, gross. Ew. Yeah, yo, arrest him. Light him up. Hit him with the rubber bullets. That's disgusting. That's nasty.
About the use of Marines. He says U.S. Marines serve a valuable purpose for this country, defending democracy. They're not political pawns. The Secretary of Defense is illegally deploying them onto American streets so Trump can have a talking point at his parade this weekend. It's a blatant abuse of power. We will sue to stop this. The courts and Congress must act. Checks and balances are crumbling. This is a red line.
Oh, shut
and they're
up.
crossing it.
Checks
He says,
balances.
Wake up. So in the meantime, obviously things are quite tense in many locations, not only in and around Los Angeles, but in places like New York, like Dallas, and elsewhere here. Also, we're getting kind of a first look at these Marine deployments. Want to put this up here. From U.S. Northern
Land
Command,
of a-holes.
saying
Where's
Marines
that?
2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, who were placed in an alert status over the weekend to support NORTHCOM mission. They prepare to depart for the greater L.A. area today, June 9th, and you see there that photo of them coming from Camp Pendleton, not too far away.
So how far
So
out
in the
of
meantime, we're going to take
Los
our
Angeles
final
is
commercial
Camp
break
Pendleton?
this hour. When we come back, you'll be seeing some of the stories we've already shown you throughout the day.
I don't know how far out that is. So he's going away for a minute.
Cover all areas at one time. You
Tune
guys
in
are more than
here.
welcome to watch the streamer you guys are watching for that area. But when they get
Okay, I'm looking for more highlights here on Twitter. What is going on Twitter?
Happening, still people just being pushed out.
We have Steve Bannon chiming in real quick. What are we saying here?
Here's a fact. Downtown LA, where I lived in LA.
Okay, this audio is really weird.
But no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's
The
what they
National
would
Guard,
say.
by the way, the National Guard, remember the man.
Okay, I'm not playing that. I'm sorry, the audio is terrible. Are we starting fires? Oh, great. We are starting fires over there. It's that time of night. As you all know, it gets dark and then it is time to burn everything down. So, am I a Democrat? No. Okay, I'm trying to find some more highlights here. No. In fact, I'll be honest with you guys, part of me, I don't even like calling myself a Republican, because in a lot of ways I am much more regressive than that. You know, when you say the word Republican, I feel like the word is kind of tainted in certain ways, because you think of all the rhinos, you think of there's a lot of baggage with that word that I kind of don't like. I'm something a little bit more regressive, a little bit more conservative, a little bit more old school than your run-of-the-mill Republican, maybe. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know. So I'm trying to find some more highlights here for you guys, though. What is going on Twitter? MAGA American, America First, yeah. Oh, hey, take a look at this. Japanese. I'm just a humble Japanese American, okay? Konnichiwa, Ohio gozaimasu. What do I know? I don't know anything. Okay, the U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton are on their way from Los Angeles.
Very scary, but like, why do they get brought around?
They're on the road. Hey, they are loaded up. There they are. Look at them.
It's like so like fucking World War II. Yeah, just like put them in a van.
It's a show, man. It's a show.
There they are.
And more.
We've had some exciting days in the last week, I would say, mostly good.
Okay.
Some of the things you're reading about in Los Angeles.
Folks, pause that. Look down below. This is a LAPD prisoner bus, and we are loading people that they have arrested into the bus. We are taking prisoners. They've got 2 people right there. They're starting to put people away. Good. Now pick up the pace. Okay, once again, I'm taking a look around Twitter. I'm seeing what is going on. Okay, here we have, who here wants to see a really great video from MSNBC? Take a look at this. This is going to be good.
Now that folk have their red meat, now that they're going to see the spectacle of quote-unquote LA on fire, which it's not, right? What will happen? Will he activate the ugliness that got him in office in the first place? Will folk now declare why they love him? Because we know that he's always good on the immigration question. And then the second thing, this reminds me historically of it's not a clear analogy, but when the nation, when these political factions divided the nation in between slaveholders and slave catchers. When they made everybody with the fugitive slave law, all of us had to, if someone escaped, all of us had to return that particular piece of property to these folk. With ICE running around LA.
That is nuts. You are actually comparing legal American resident to illegal alien invader. You're actually trying to compare legal immigrant versus illegal immigrant to slave and slave catcher. And now we know why MSNBC's ratings are in the absolute gutter. No, guys, nobody takes the Democrats seriously. The Democratic Party, nobody cares. 21% national approval rating. MSNBC, CNN, ABC, all of these left-wing networks, their ratings are in the absolute gutter. I saw the other day that Fox News, their ratings every night are like 8 times that of CNN. And CNN is the second biggest. Fox News is something like 8 times more viewership than CNN. MSNBC, I don't even know where they're at. I don't know. Nobody watches MSNBC. Other than us right now, I guess.
Forcing people to make choices. Will they protect their friends, their neighbors, their family members? Will they confront these folk and they're terrorized? I'm sitting here trying to figure out, right, what will the country stomach? Are they going to allow this man to do this? And the answer that I keep coming to is yes.
Yes.
Say more. I don't know what else to say. How can I? Here's the thing. Donald Trump, as a political charlatan of sorts, gives Americans license to be who they really are. They don't have to pretend.
Oh.
And when you see what they really are, who they really are, these people who support him, right?
Once again, this guy, these people on the left, they are openly advocating for open border policies. If they could snap their fingers and get rid of the U.S.-Mexico border, have it just be open border, they would. They want, if it were up to them, they would take in every single impoverished third world person in the entire planet and bring him into America. His dream, who here lives in a neighborhood? You've got neighbors to the left, to the right, across the road. Give me a 1 in the chat. You've got neighbors in the neighborhood. His dream, what he wants, is for every single one of your neighbors to be an MS-13 gang member. His dream is for every single person in your neighborhood to be a cannibal from Africa, or a Trende Aragua gang member from whatever. That is the American future that they are advocating for. And thank God Americans are done getting gaslit into going along with this. Thank God that nobody is buying this shit anymore. Thank God. Now there was a super chat here. Maga Mima here watched my beautiful SoCal be destroyed, one illegal invader at a time since the 1960s. Love your work and would be proud to call you son. God bless you and your family. God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's very kind. Well, you know what? I'm sure you've been noticing California is slowly maybe turning red again. Maybe the blue days of California are coming to an end, hopefully soon. This coverage here, I think, is gone. What do we have here? There was another one here, though, real quick. Matt, this man making the slave owner analogy is pretty spot on, since liberals want to use illegal immigrants for slave labor. Well, I mean, yeah, that is pretty much true, by the way. One of their strongest, well, not strongest, but one of their most common arguments is, hey, if we deport all of these illegal aliens, then who's going to clean the toilets? Who's going to pick the blueberries? Americans don't want to do these jobs. Americans don't want to pick the peaches out in the orchard. So we have to import what is effectively a modern day third world slave class that we can pay 37 cents an hour to do. That's what we have to, because who else? That is one of their big arguments. And I mean, yeah, it is a disgusting argument. Now, I think folks, I think we're kind of losing all of our streams here. All of our live coverage, I think, is maybe going away. I'm going to try to find another one here. What do we have? Here is something. It's not that great, but it is something. The Donald Trump feed, that's old stuff. Let me see. And also, by the way, they always say, well, these jobs, they only pay $2.50 per hour. No American is going to want to do that. It's like, hey, genius. Did it occur to you that if we had 50 million fewer illegal aliens in the country, that maybe the wages for some of these jobs would go up, that maybe the wages for picking blueberries, for instance, would go up from $2 per hour, being worked by imported third world modern day slaves, that wage would go up to $15, $16, $17, $18, $20 an hour because there's no longer this massive, disgusting third world labor surplus, right? They don't ever mention that part. This never-ending wave of illegal alien low-wage labor has just driven wages down for everyone in the country. They don't want to talk about that, though. Okay, trying to find a... The Marines are close to state... Is that true? Wow, okay. I'm trying to find... Okay, what are we saying here? What's up?
Not really seen leave federal property. Many of the clashes happening on city streets that we're watching tonight, yesterday, the day before, are with local.
I mean, back to the peaches. But okay, so both of my parents kind of lived out in the country when they were, young kids, teenagers. Both of my parents had summer jobs every summer starting at age 13. And I did this all through middle school and high school. When it was harvest season or during the summer also, they would get part-time jobs working on farms, and my parents, they're in their 50s now, they would go pick stuff, and they were just kids. I mean, this is a full-time job for adults also, but the point is, these are jobs that used to be actually done by Americans because the wages were just and not driven down to $2 an hour. by a never-ending surplus of third world laborers. These are jobs Americans used to do. Not anymore. My parents did them. Just like one generation ago, my parents did this. Okay, I'm looking for good streams here. Sorry. Back to the hunt. What do we have? Now, Los Angeles live stream.
All amount of people causing destruction will be held accountable.
LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho is reassuring parents and students that graduations will happen as the raids and protests continue.
We are one. At Los Angeles Unified, we have a commitment to protect the rights, the opportunities for every single child, every one of our workforce members, and the families.
Wait a minute. Oh.
No questions asked.
Oh, wait.
Reducing red tape on Main Street. And the One Big Beautiful Bill is going to drive prosperity. It's going to create
Trump, guys, Trump right now is talking about this stuff. This is live with Trump.
Job participation levels will go up. We'll have more opportunity, more economic opportunity for more people. So you can climb up that ladder to the next step. The typical family with two children is going to see their take-home pay increase by up to $13,300 a year. That's real money to real people. This legislation is geared.
No, it's not. Never mind. This is a replay. It says replay. Okay, my bad. Never mind. False alarm. Sorry.
Perez found herself very, very close to when a minivan driver, who is now in custody, by the way, really started driving incredibly erratically and got very, very close to Lori. I want to show you the moments when we were on the air when this happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is, woo! Look out, look out, look out, look out, look out, look out. Yes, he just came right at us,
So there's that minivan. This is how it started. This minivan, we found him doing donuts in the middle of the street, protesters throwing all kinds of objects at this minivan driver. Then all of a sudden, he started throwing things out of the car. And then as he continued to drive, watch this really just wild and unnecessarily erratic moves that he is doing in this car. Then he gets into the area near Union Station, or comes into a pedestrian area here. You can see him kind of threading the needle between the two blockades going through this pedestrian area. He gets out. He starts pushing around a trash can for reasons we don't know why. And then he continues, and right there, look at that. He barely missed clipping a bicyclist, but alerted the bicyclist enough. The bicyclist actually fell. So here we are, first in Savannah. He gets out of the van, goes into this other car. Sheriff's deputies from East LA Station are able to get there and take him into custody.
Okay, that is last night. I'm going to turn this up here. Oh. This is on the street, on the ground. Let's see what's going on.
The crowd just got bigger.
That is a pretty big crowd. Yeah, I'm going to try to find another good live stream. What the heck is going on? A lot of these live streams, like it says live, they are live, but it is a replay also. They're trying to trick you. I mean, here's something, I guess, to put up there. Really, I would love it if I could find some aerial footage. I don't see any aerial footage streams at the moment. That's really what I want. Show me something.
What did it say? Somebody with a megaphone. Uh-oh, something. A lot of white smoke. A lot of white smoke.
They're getting corralled. Yeah, it sure looks like it. I don't think there are. I don't see aerial footage anywhere right
It
now.
might have been a smoke bomb or something.
Fuck, nigga, we can't even.
Oh. Okay, I guess we do have a little bit here. We've got one. Although I'm worried this isn't even live. I think this is live footage right now. I think so. Yeah, this is what the LAPD has been doing all day. They try to kind of round up all of the protesters, the rioters, and then corral them. Really what they're trying to do is kind of break them up into smaller crowds. Smaller, more manageable crowds. Is this live? I am live. I am live right now. I'll tell you what though, it's almost my bedtime here. I'm getting sleepy. I gotta say, ladies and gentlemen, the support lately has just been insane, so thank all of you very much. Still, there are 8,600 people tuning in. All of us together. What a special moment. Thank you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The super chats have been nuts. They've been insane. All of it. A lot of new subscribers, new people joining the community here. Thank you. Following on Twitter. A lot of people. It's been nuts. It has been nuts. Now the question is, like, you know, are they going to do this tomorrow night? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Are we going to have to do this? Are we going to do another live stream like this tomorrow? Well, I guess if they're out here rioting, yeah, I mean, I guess we will. As long as they are out here doing this, I think we should tune in. And then, as we've talked about multiple times, this upcoming Saturday, 5 days from now, is going to be nuts. Saturday is going to be crazy because they are planning riots like this all across the country, everywhere. Pretty much every city in the country, they're going to be doing this. So, folks, it's going to be a nutty week. It's going to be a wild week. That's what I think at least. That's my expectation.
Those people up on the roofs over there.
Gosh. Good golly gosh. There's still a lot of people. There's still a lot of people. How do you de-escalate this? How do you get these people to go home, man? Get them out of here. There's just spray paint everywhere. Really, guys, we are very lucky that the Trump administration is taking this stuff so seriously. If there was any other Republican in the White House, any Democrat in the White House, these issues, border security, deportations, none of this would be getting taken care of. Nothing. Our country would slowly descend into, over the next 5, 10, 15 years, into becoming what is effectively a third world hellhole. We would be we would pretty much become Brazil 2.0. America, the United States of Brazil, is what this would be. What you're seeing right here in Los Angeles would be pretty much every country in the nation. By the way, you see, I don't know if you caught this. There is someone in this crowd that is shining a green laser pointer at this helicopter. That is a very serious crime. If they identify who's doing that, that's a big problem. It's like a very serious issue. You are not allowed to shine lasers at helicopters or airplanes. That's a very big crime. So I would imagine they're going to try to crack down on whoever that was.
Violence or
that's a big problem.
Unruliness, but large and away, the groups tonight have been calm.
Okay, Mike. And we are also seeing protests tonight in Santa Ana.
So let's check in with KCAL News reporter Nicole Comstock.
The map, you know what? I lost it also. I don't even have it anymore. I apologize. I don't have
Well,
it.
Pat, same thing here in Santa Ana. There have been protests going on out here for hours now near the federal building, where you can see lots of National Guard members have gathered here right in front. Obviously, they've been ordered in from President Trump to protect these buildings, to keep law and order out here, and to sort of just calm everything going on with the protests happening all weekend here in Southern California. And they've kind of taken over this intersection here at Santa Ana and Parton Street with their fleet of Humvees. So this is kind of the line where they've shut it down to keep any protesters from filing back into
They got the
this
Humvees.
area where the federal building is.
Wow.
Behind them, we have a row of Santa Ana police officers, and right on the other side of that are the protesters. We can tell you that they are still loud out here. They're making a lot of noise with some of those big fireworks, but the crowd is dwindling out here significantly. So we'll show you a shot of some video we took a couple of hours ago out here when it was lighter out. We had one guy out here taunting federal agents. I'm not sure if you have this video up yet, but he's the guy in the yellow shirt who will appear here. The federal agents weren't having any of it. They eventually caught up to him out here and detained him, likely arrested him. There always seems to be at the protests, a lot of people who are coming out here trying to defend their families, standing up for what they think is right. And then there are a small percentage of people who are doing way more than other people are. And it seemed to be the case with that situation there. Pepper balls being used out here throughout the evening to disperse the crowd at times as well. Actually, one of our photographers got hit with one of them earlier. He and our reporter, Michelle Gili, were out here and took in some of, that pepper. So they had to take a second to...
All right, listen, ladies and gentlemen, my bedtime is 9 p.m. Well, really, I need to go, a little bit of a ritual. I wrap up. It's around 9. I go talk to my wife. I read a book, go to bed, have a little snack, wake up, do it again. So, folks, it is time to wrap it up. I'm getting old, so I can't stay up all night like you guys. You guys, I don't know, you're younger than me or what, but I'm out of gas. I don't have it in me. There's no more gas in the tank. So I am out of here. Thank you all very, 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 very much for tuning in tonight. It was an excellent broadcast. Probably we will be back live again tomorrow. That's my sneaking suspicion. Well, I'll put it this way. If they are protesting and rioting again tomorrow, we will be back. At a minimum, I'll have another YouTube video, maybe 2 for you. But I will probably be live tomorrow. That's my guess. So thank you all very much for tuning in. I'll see you guys later. Have a great Monday. Have a great Monday night. And thank you all for your never-ending support. Thank you all very much. It really does mean a lot. So, all right. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you all very much for tuning in.